square miles to find food for his family, the civilized man supports his household, with far less pains, and far more certainty, on 1,000th part of that space. Climate is no longer an obstacle. When the sun fails, man replaces it by artificial heat, and we see the coming of a time when artificial light also will be used to stimulate vegetation. Meanwhile, by the use of glass and hot water pipes, man renders a given space 10 and 50 times more productive than it was in its natural state. The prodigies accomplished in industry are still more striking. With the cooperation of those intelligent beings, modern machines themselves, the fruit of 3 or 4 generations of inventors, mostly unknown, 100 men manufacture now the stuff to clothe 10,000 persons for a period of 2 years. In well-managed coal mines, the labor of 100 miners furnishes each year enough fuel to warm 10,000 families under an inclement sky. And we have lately witnessed twice the spectacle of a wonderful city springing up in a few months at Paris 93 without interrupting in the slightest degree the regular work of the French nation. And if in manufactures as in agriculture, and as indeed through our whole social system, the labor, the discoveries, and the inventions of our ancestors profit chiefly the few, it is none the less certain that mankind in general, aided by the creatures of steel and iron which it already possesses, could already procure an existence of wealth and ease for every one of its members. Truly, we are rich, far richer than we think, rich in what we already possess, richer still in the possibilities of production of our actual mechanical outfit, richest of all in what we might win from our soil, from our manufactures, from our science, from our technical knowledge, were they but applied to bringing about the well-being of all. 2. We, in civilized societies, are rich. Why, then, are the many poor? Why this painful drudgery for the masses? Why, even to the best paid workman, this uncertainty for the morrow, in the midst of all the wealth inherited from the past, and in spite of the powerful means of production, which could ensure comfort to all in return for a few hours of daily toil? The socialists have said it and repeated it unwearyingly. Daily they reiterate it, demonstrating it by arguments taken from all the sciences. It is because all that is necessary for production, the land, the mines, the highways, machinery, food, shelter, education, knowledge, all have been seized by the few in the course of that long story of robbery, enforced migration, and wars, of ignorance and oppression, which has been the life of the human race before it had learned to subdue the forces of nature. It is because, taking advantage of alleged rights acquired in the past, these few appropriate today 2/3 of the products of human labor, and then squander them in the most stupid and shameful way. It is because, having reduced the masses to a point at which they have not the means of subsistence for a month, or even for a week in advance, the few only allow the many to work on condition of themselves receiving the lion's share. It is because these few prevent the remainder of men from producing the things they need, and force them to produce, not the necessaries of life for all, but whatever offers the greatest profits to the monopolists. In this is the substance of all socialism. Take, indeed, a civilized country. The forests which once covered it have been cleared, the marshes drained, the climate improved. It has been made habitable. The soil, which bore formerly only a coarse vegetation, is covered today with rich harvests. The rock walls in the valleys are laid out in terraces and covered with vines bearing golden fruit. The wild plants, which yielded naught but acrid berries, or uneatable roots, have been transformed by generations of culture into succulent vegetables, or trees covered with delicious fruits. Thousands of highways and railroads furrow the earth, and pierce the mountains. The shriek of the engine is heard in the wild gorges of the Alps, the Caucasus, and the Himalayas. The rivers have been made navigable, the coasts, carefully surveyed, are easy of access, artificial harbors, laboriously dug out and protected against the fury of the sea, afford shelter to the ships. Deep shafts have been sunk in the rocks, labyrinths of underground galleries have been dug out where coal may be raised or minerals extracted. At the crossings of the highways great cities have sprung up, and within their borders all the treasures of industry, science, and art have been accumulated. Whole generations, that lived and died in misery, oppressed and ill-treated by their masters, and worn out by toil, have handed on this immense inheritance to our century. For thousands of years millions of men have labored to clear the forests, to drain the marshes, and to open up highways by land and water. Every root of soil we cultivate in Europe has been watered by the sweat of several races of men. Every acre has its story of enforced labor, of intolerable toil, of the people's sufferings. Every mile of railway, every yard of tunnel, has received its share of human blood. The shafts of the mines still bear on their rocky walls the marks made by the pick of the workmen who toiled to excavate them. The space between each prop in the underground galleries might be marked as a miner's grave, and who can tell what each of these graves has cost, in tears, in privations, in unspeakable wretchedness to the family who depended on the scanty wage of the worker cut off in his prime by fire damp, rockfall, or flood. The cities, bound together by railroads and waterways, are organisms which have lived through centuries. Dig beneath them and you find, one above another, the foundations of streets, of houses, of theaters, of public buildings. Search into their history and you will see how the civilization of the town, its industry, its special characteristics, have slowly grown and ripened through the cooperation of generations of its inhabitants before it could become what it is today. And even today, the value of each dwelling, factory, and warehouse, which has been created by the accumulated labor of the millions of workers, now dead and buried, is only maintained by the very presence and labor of legions of the men who now inhabit that special corner of the globe. Each of the atoms composing what we call the wealth of nations owes its value to the fact that it is a part of the great whole. What would a London dockyard or a great Paris warehouse be if they were not situated in these great centers of international commerce? What would become of our mines, our factories, our workshops, and our railways, without the immense quantities of merchandise transported every day by sea and land? Millions of human beings have labored to create the civilization on which we pride ourselves today. Other millions, scattered through the globe, labor to maintain it. Without them nothing would be left in 50 years but ruins. There is not even a thought, or an invention, which is not common property, born of the past and the present. Thousands of inventors, known and unknown, who have died in poverty, have cooperated in the invention of each of these machines which embody the genius of man. Thousands of writers, of poets, of scholars, have labored to increase knowledge, to dissipate error, and to create that atmosphere of scientific thought, without which the marvels of our century could never have appeared. And these thousands of philosophers, of poets, of scholars, of inventors, have themselves been supported by the labor of past centuries. They have been upheld and nourished through life, both physically and mentally, by legions of workers and craftsmen of all sorts. They have drawn their motive force from the environment. The genius of a Seguin, a Meyer, a Grove, has certainly done more to launch industry in new directions than all the capitalists in the world. 94 But men of genius are themselves the children of industry as well as of science. Not until thousands of steam engines had been working for years before all eyes, constantly transforming heat into dynamic force, and this force into sound, light, and electricity, could the insight of genius proclaim the mechanical origin and the unity of the physical forces. And if we, children of the 19th century, have at last grasped this idea, if we know now how to apply it, it is again because daily experience has prepared the way. The thinkers of the 18th century saw and declared it, but the idea remained undeveloped, because the 18th century had not grown up like ours, side by side with the steam engine. Imagine the decades that might have passed while we remained in ignorance of this law, which has revolutionized modern industry, had Wat 95 not found at Soho skilled workmen to embody his ideas in metal, bringing all the parts of his engine to perfection, so that steam, pent in a complete mechanism, and rendered more docile than a horse, more manageable than water, became at last the very soul of modern industry. Every machine has had the same history, a long record of sleepless nights and of poverty, of disillusions and of joys, of partial improvements discovered by several generations of nameless workers, who have added to the original invention these little nothings, without which the most fertile idea would remain fruitless. More than that, every new invention is a synthesis, the resultant of innumerable inventions which have preceded it in the vast field of mechanics and industry. Science and industry, knowledge and application, discovery and practical realization leading to new discoveries, cunning of brain and of hand, toil of mind and muscle all work together. Each discovery, each advance, each increase in the sum of human riches, owes its being to the physical and mental travail of the past and the present. By what right then can anyone whatever appropriate the least morsel of this immense whole and say this is mine, not yours? 3. It has come about, however, in the course of the ages traversed by the human race, that all that enables man to produce, and to increase his power of production, has been seized by the few. Sometime, perhaps, we will relate how this came to pass. For the present, let it suffice to state the fact and analyze its consequences. Today the soil, which actually owes its value to the needs of an ever-increasing population, belongs to a minority who prevent the people from cultivating it or do not allow them to cultivate it according to modern methods. The mines, though they represent the labor of several generations, and derive their sole value from the requirements of the industry of a nation and the density of the population, the mines also belong to the few, and these few restrict the output of coal, or prevent it entirely, if they find more profitable investments for their capital. Machinery, too, has become the exclusive property of the few, and even when a machine incontestably represents the improvements added to the original rough invention by 3 or 4 generations of workers, it none the less belongs to a few owners. And if the descendants of the very inventor who constructed the first machine for lace making, a century ago, were to present themselves today in a lace factory at Bale or Nottingham, and demand their rights, they would be told, "Hands off, this machine is not yours," and they would be shot down if they attempted to take possession of it. The railways, which would be useless as so much old iron without the teeming population of Europe, its industry, its commerce, and its marts, belong to a few shareholders, ignorant perhaps of the whereabouts of the lines of rails which yield them revenues greater than those of medieval kings. And if the children of those who perished by thousands while excavating the railway cuttings and tunnels were to assemble one day, crowding in their rags and hunger, to demand bread from the shareholders, they would be met with bayonets and grape shot, to disperse them and safeguard vested interests. In virtue of this monstrous system, the son of the worker, on entering life, finds no field which he may till, no machine which he may tend, no mine in which he may dig, without accepting to leave a great part of what he will produce to a master. He must sell his labor for a scant and uncertain wage. His father and his grandfather have toiled to drain this field, to build this mill, to perfect this machine. They gave to the work the full measure of their strength, and what more could they give? But their heir comes into the world poorer than the lowest savage. If he obtains leave to till the fields, it is on condition of surrendering a quarter of the produce to his master, and another quarter to the government and the middlemen. And this tax, levied upon him by the state, the capitalist, the lord of the manor, and the middleman, is always increasing. It rarely leaves him the power to improve his system of culture. If he turns to industry, he is allowed to work, though not always even that, only on condition that he yield a half or 2/3 of the product to him whom the land recognizes as the owner of the machine. We cry shame on the feudal baron who forbade the peasant to turn a clod of earth unless he surrendered to his lord a fourth of his crop. We call those the barbarous times. But if the forms have changed, the relations have remained the same, and the worker is forced, under the name of free contract, to accept feudal obligations. For, turn where he will, he can find no better conditions. Everything has become private property, and he must accept, or die of hunger. The result of this state of things is that all our production tends in a wrong direction. Enterprise takes no thought for the needs of the community. Its only aim is to increase the gains of the speculator. Hence the constant fluctuations of trade, the periodical industrial crises, each of which throws scores of thousands of workers on the streets. The working people cannot purchase with their wages the wealth which they have produced, and industry seeks foreign markets among the moneyed classes of other nations. In the East, in Africa, everywhere, in Egypt, Tonkin or the Congo, the European is thus bound to promote the growth of serfdom. And so he does. But soon he finds everywhere similar competitors. All the nations evolve on the same lines, and wars, perpetual wars, break out for the right of precedence in the market. Wars for the possession of the East, wars for the empire of the sea, wars to impose duties on imports and to dictate conditions to neighboring states, wars against those blacks who revolt. The roar of the cannon never ceases in the world, whole races are massacred, the states of Europe spend a third of their budgets in armaments, and we know how heavily these taxes fall on the workers. Education still remains the privilege of a small minority, for it is idle to talk of education when the workman's child is forced, at the age of 13, to go down into the mine or to help his father on the farm. It is idle to talk of studies to the worker, who comes home in the evening crushed by excessive toil with its brutalizing atmosphere. Society is thus bound to remain divided into two hostile camps, and in such conditions freedom is a vain word. The radical begins by demanding a greater extension of political rights, but he soon sees that the breath of liberty leads to the uplifting of the proletariat, and then he turns round, changes his opinions, and reverts to repressive legislation and government by the sword. 96. A vast array of courts, judges, executioners, policemen, and jailers is needed to uphold these privileges, and this array gives rise in its turn to a whole system of espionage, of false witness, of spies, of threats, and corruption. The system under which we live checks, in its turn, the growth of the social sentiment. We all know that without uprightness, without self-respect, without sympathy and mutual aid, humankind must perish, as perish the few races of animals living by rapine, or the slave-keeping ants. But such ideas are not to the taste of the ruling classes, and they have elaborated a whole system of pseudoscience to teach the contrary. Fine sermons have been preached on the text that those who have should share with those who have not, but he who would act out this principle is speedily informed that these beautiful sentiments are all very well in poetry, but not in practice. To lie is to degrade and besmirch oneself, we say, and yet all civilized life becomes one huge lie. We accustom ourselves and our children to hypocrisy, to the practice of a double-faced morality. And since the brain is ill at ease among lies, we cheat ourselves with sophistry. Hypocrisy and sophistry become the second nature of the civilized man. But a society cannot live thus, it must return to truth or cease to exist. Thus the consequences which spring from the original act of monopoly spread through the whole of social life. Under pain of death, human societies are forced to return to first principles, the means of production being the collective work of humanity, the product should be the collective property of the race. Individual appropriation is neither just nor serviceable. All belongs to all. All things are for all men, since all men have need of them, since all men have worked in the measure of their strength to produce them, and since it is not possible to evaluate every one's part in the production of the world's wealth. All things are for all. Here is an immense stock of tools and implements, here are all those iron slaves which we call machines, which saw and plane, spin and weave for us, unmaking and remaking, working up raw matter to produce the marvels of our time. But nobody has the right to seize a single one of these machines and say, "This is mine, if you want to use it you must pay me a tax on each of your products," any more than the feudal lord of medieval times had the right to say to the peasant, "This hill, this meadow belong to me, and you must pay me a tax on every sheaf of corn you reap, on every rick you build." All is for all. If the man and the woman bear their fair share of work, they have a right to their fair share of all that is produced by all, and that share is enough to secure them well-being. No more of such vague formulas as the right to work, or to each the whole result of his labor. What we proclaim is the right to well-being for all. The division of labor. This chapter from The Conquest of Bread summarizes Kropotkin's critique of the division of labor within capitalism. In this he follows a well-known socialist analysis of its negative effects and repeats many of the points Proudhon raised in his 1846 work System of Economic Contradictions. Political economy has always confined itself to stating facts occurring in society and justifying them in the interest of the dominant class. Thus it is in favor of the division of labor created by industry. Having found it profitable to capitalists, it has set it up as a principle. "Look at the village smith," said Adam Smith, the father of modern political economy. "If he has never been accustomed to making nails, he will only succeed by hard toil in forging 200 to 300 a day, and even then, they will be bad. But if this same smith has never done anything but nails, he will easily supply as many as 2,300 in the course of a day." And Smith hastened to the conclusion: divide labor, specialise, go on specialising, let us have smiths who only know how to make heads or points of nails, and by this means we shall produce more. We shall grow rich. That a smith sentenced for life to the making of heads of nails would lose all interest in his work, would be entirely at the mercy of his employer with his limited handicraft, would be out of work 4 months out of 12, and that his wages would decrease when he could be easily replaced by an apprentice, Smith did not think of it when he exclaimed, "Long live the division of labor. This is the real gold mine that will enrich the nation." And all joined in the cry. And later on, when a Sismondi or a JB say 97 began to understand that the division of labor, instead of enriching the whole nation, only enriches the rich, and that the worker, who for life is doomed to making the 18th part of a pin, grows stupid and sinks into poverty, what did official economists propose? Nothing. They did not say to themselves that by a lifelong grind at one and the same mechanical toil the worker would lose his intelligence and his spirit of invention, and that, on the contrary, a variety of occupations would result in considerably augmenting the productivity of a nation. But this is the very issue now before us. If, however, only economists preached the permanent and often hereditary division of labor, we might allow them to preach it as much as they pleased. But ideas taught by doctors of science filter into men's minds and pervert them, and from repeatedly hearing the division of labor, profits, interest, credit, etc., spoken of as problems long since solved, men, and workers too, end by arguing like economists, and by venerating the same fetishes. Thus, we see a number of socialists, even those who have not feared to point out the mistakes of science, justifying the division of labor. Talk to them about the organization of work during the revolution, and they answer that the division of labor must be maintained, that if you sharpened pins before the revolution you must go on sharpening them after. True, you will not have to work more than 5 hours a day, but you will have to sharpen pins all your life, while others will make designs for machines that will enable you to sharpen hundreds of millions of pins during your lifetime, and others again will be specialists in the higher branches of literature, science, and art, etc. You were born to sharpen pins, while Pasteur was born to invent the inoculation against anthrax, and the revolution will leave you both to your respective employments. Well, it is this horrible principle, so noxious to society, so brutalizing to the individual, source of so much harm, that we propose to discuss in its divers manifestations. We know the consequences of the division of labor full well. It is evident that we are divided into two classes: on the one hand, producers who consume very little and are exempt from thinking because they only do physical work, and who work badly because their brains remain inactive, and on the other hand, the consumers, who, producing little or hardly anything, have the privilege of thinking for the others, and who think badly because the whole world of those who toil with their hands is unknown to them. The laborers of the soil know nothing of machinery, those who work at machinery ignore everything about agriculture. The ideal of modern industry is a child tending a machine that he cannot and must not understand, and a foreman who finds him if his attention flags for a moment. The ideal of industrial agriculture is to do away with the agricultural laborer altogether and to set a man who does odd jobs to tend a steam plow or a threshing machine. The division of labor means labeling and stamping men for life, some to splice ropes in factories, some to be foremen in a business, others to shove huge coal baskets in a particular part of a mine, but none of them to have any idea of machinery as a whole, nor of business, nor of mines. And thereby they destroy the love of work and the capacity for invention that, at the beginning of modern industry, created the machinery on which we pride ourselves so much. What they have done for individuals, they also wanted to do for nations. Humanity was to be divided into national workshops, having each its speciality. Russia, we were taught, was destined by nature to grow corn, England to spin cotton, Belgium to weave cloth, while Switzerland was to train nurses and governesses. Moreover, each separate city was to establish a speciality. Lyon was to weave silk, Auvergne to make lace, and Paris fancy articles. Economists believed that specialization opened an immense field for production and consumption, and that an era of limitless wealth for mankind was at hand. 98. But these great hopes vanished as fast as technical knowledge spread abroad. As long as England stood alone as a weaver of cotton, and as a metal worker on a large scale, as long as only Paris made artistic fancy articles, etc., all went well. Economists could preach so-called division of labor without being refuted. But a new current of thought induced all civilized nations to manufacture for themselves. They found it advantageous to produce what they formerly received from other countries, or from their colonies, which in their turn aimed at emancipating themselves from the mother country. Scientific discoveries universalized the methods of production, and henceforth it was useless to pay an exorbitant price abroad for what could easily be produced at home. Does not then this industrial revolution strike a crushing blow at the theory of the division of labor which was supposed to be so sound? 97. Jean-Baptiste Say, 1767–1832, was a businessman and the leading French laissez-faire economist of his time. He expounded classical liberal views in favor of free competition and free trade, and in 1831 he was made professor of political economy at the Collège de France. He originated Say's law, which is often quoted as supply creates its own demand. Proudhon used his ideas as the starting point of his critique of the division of labor in System of Economic Contradictions, 1846. Editor. 98. This is what economists refer to as the theory of comparative advantage. Editor. Economic Expedients. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This article on the interwoven nature of oppression and exploitation appeared in Les Temps Nouveaux, number 11, in July 1895. It summarizes a theme that Kropotkin stressed, namely that economic and political issues need to be viewed as a whole and that combating just one form is impossible. Before running an eye over the various economic expedients by means of which partial improvements to the workers' lot are sought today, we will do well to return to their origins, the beginning of this century. When the communists of the first half of the century, Fourier, Saint-Simon, Robert Owen, launched their great ideas out into the world, they reckoned that the sheer fairness of their ideas and the grandeur of them would be enough to convert humanity. Capitalist and worker alike would appreciate the benefits of communism, would turn communist, and would reorganize society in accordance with the new principles. That was, as we know, the age of unrestrained, shameless exploitation of labor. Men, women, and children, driven from the village by law and taxation, stranded in the big towns, were delivered up to the mercy of exploiters. The bourgeoisie, victorious all down the line since the Great French Revolution, held political power as well as capital in its hands. Hiding behind grand pronouncements on the freedom of labor, it forced the worker to accept the conditions dictated by the greed of the capitalist on pain of imprisonment for vagrancy. Every attempt by workers to organize was savagely punished. The master had become, in the real sense of the term, the feudal lord of his male and female workers. And the worker, ground into squalor, sank ever deeper into intellectual and religious serfdom, no longer daring to revolt. At that time, inspiring revolt against those two allies, capital and the state, might have been the only practical means of progressing towards implementation of the great ideas proclaimed by the communists of the day. Only acts of revolt could prepare the liberation of the masses. A double revolt, let it be understood, for, Contrary to the wrong-headed interpretation of history in vogue these days, it was not just in the 16th century and for the purposes of the primitive accumulation of capital that the state acted as strong arm for the capitalist. It was actually in the 19th century and still to this very day that, armed with all its powerful machinery, the state helped capital to establish itself, placed entire populations in thrall to it and, by a series of legal measures, starting with the National Assembly and continuing through every parliament right up until our own day, represented, by law, the formidable might of capital which the people seek today to overthrow. For a multiplicity of reasons we might be well advised to bear in mind, however, the communists of the beginning of the century, i.e., the 19th, took quite a different path. The acts of the Great Revolution that had the greatest resonance were its political deeds. True, the peasant had freed himself from the feudal regime and claimed back much of the land from the seigneurs. But he had done so wordlessly, so much so that it is only today that historians are discovering the scale of the agrarian revolution mounted by the peasant Jacques Ries, despite the attempts of the National Assembly or the Convention orators to repress the victorious march of the Jacques Ries. In the great gatherings of the revolution, the spoken word was always the politician's province. And behind all his grand speeches, the bourgeois politician had forged the chains that still hold the workers of both worlds in thrall to capital's yoke. Living on memories of the Great Revolution, the revolutionaries of France and England back in the 1820s and 30s still dreamt of a return to the political forms of the first Jacobin Republic, as the great goal for them to aim at as the century progressed. Political freedom and political equality were to be the grand cure for all evils. It was obviously necessary to react against this outlook. Above all, the communist ideal which had been lost sight of and forgotten amid political struggles had to be revived. Every eye had to be opened to the ideal of economic equality, and it had to be demonstrated that, even under the most advanced republican forms, the slave to the soil and to the factory would always remain a slave unless private ownership of the soil and of the instruments of labor was abolished. Hence the tendency of the first communists, a tendency still found today to dwell exclusively on economic servitude and to attach a completely secondary significance to the political forms of popular life. Economic conditions are everything. He who is a slave to the soil or to the machine cannot be a free citizen. For as long as economic slavery endures, there can never be any political freedom. An idea that is perfectly correct. An idea that needed spreading all the more at that time, since the initiative in progressive movements was then coming from the bourgeoisie, while the worker and peasant masses, subjected to 12 and 15-hour working days, sunken in poverty, reading little or not at all, scarcely dared ponder the whole of society and let themselves be led by bourgeois rebels, and while the latter, by dint of their education, were inclined to neglect economic questions and dream only about freedoms of the press, assembly, and association of the democratic regime, in short, as the remedy for all suffering. In that respect, the first communists of our century have done the cause of civilization a great service. To them are we indebted for a whole generation of pre-1848 socialists, together with their descendants Proudhon, Marx, Bakunin, who highlighted the social and economic question and launched this idea, so often formulated prior to 1848 and taken up later by the International, the idea of economic struggle, of economic liberation over and above political struggles. But in order to encapsulate the whole truth rather than just one facet of the truth, its essential complement needed setting alongside that formula. And this was not done at the time. Without doubt, economic conditions make for slavery. Without doubt, the serf to the soil or to the machine will never be a free citizen. Without doubt, political slavery will last as long as economic slavery exists. But of those two forms of subjection, the economic and the political, neither can be regarded as mother to the other. The two go hand in hand, and each one in turn gives rise to the other. In the primitive tribe and even in the village community which came after it in history, such and such a person might be impoverished as the result of accident. But the tribe and the community have a whole series of arrangements for overcoming this adversity and restoring equality. It is only once the first seeds of the state appear in the tribe or community that a body of customs arises, later followed by laws, aimed at preserving inequality so as to make poverty and wealth alike permanent and to exploit the former to the advantage of the latter. And as the state develops and grows, it develops a whole vast mechanism for maintaining and exaggerating inequalities of fortune and generating the rich man's lordship over the poor man. Serfdom was one of its historic forms, but with its passing, fresh, new forms of the same domination have been devised within and by the state. Today, these have found their most scandalous development in the American republics, where billions are made with the aid and through the good offices of the state, while every attempt at revolt by the poor is repressed with the same fury with which the revolt of the Parisian proletariat was crushed during the bloody week of May 1871. To the formula regarding economic subjection, then, this additional formula must henceforth be added. The state being the political form by means of which economic subjection is established and perpetuated, economic liberation is an impossibility with a parallel demolition of the machinery of government by which economic subjection will remain for as long as the state shall exist. This double character of the law of progress, if we choose it call it that, is located within a mass of other human and organic phenomena in general. Without dwelling upon examples lifted from biology, the fact of the matter is that, for as long as man remains mired in poverty, he is not going to be released from religious and intellectual, clerical and academic, slavery either. But it would be utterly wrong to conclude that liberation from religious and intellectual servitude will come automatically once man is freed from poverty. Rather, since various nations are on the march at differing rates towards well-being, we might cite the fact that the conquest of well-being in America and England goes hand in hand with the increase in intellectual servitude in the two realms of superstition and servitude before that of scientific authority. And since those two enslavements inevitably bring back political and economic servitude, we are forced to acknowledge that if there will be no end to religious and intellectual servitude as long as economic and political enslavement last, the latter are not going to disappear as long as the human intellect remains immersed in submission to religious and intellectual authority. The man who swears upon the Bible, or upon some other book, will always be a slave and an authoritarian by nature and will gradually reconstitute all forms of slavery if ever he manage to make some disappear. The credit for having grasped this twofold or rather threefold character of the law of progress belongs to Proudhon. Whilst, like so many others, he paid a heavy tribute to German metaphysics' fondness for jargon, he nevertheless understood and spelled out in very clear terms that the formula of progress was, so to speak, two-sided, and that if one wanted economic emancipation, one also had to want political emancipation, the abolition of the state. For anybody with the capacity for thought, he proved that, unless one wishes to see an effort come to naught, it is, from here on, impossible to trace the history of capital without simultaneously tracing the history of authority, that, from the infancy of humanity through to our own times, both capital and authority represent the two forms through which minorities have always worked and still work to establish and maintain domination. It has to be said that the earliest communists had all more or less guessed as much. But guided by the needs of the moment, the need to draw public attention to economic questions, faced with powerful enemies and not daring to attack them, anxious to embark upon a few attempts at practical implementation of their ideas in society as it was, and, lastly, all imbued with the Christian notion of reforming characters rather than institutions, they followed a different trail. Overstating the necessities of the moment, the better to push their economic ideas, they broke with the revolutionaries who sought to overthrow the political domination of the bourgeoisie. They ended up accommodating themselves to any sort of government, even looking to potentates for succor, in order to put their ideas into practice, a tack which persists right into the present and which prompts some socialists to pay no heed to anti-statist propaganda, indeed, to despise it and to preach that the reactionaries, as champions of strong government, are more likely to be allies of theirs than allies of state-hating radicals. In addition, in their schemes for rebuilding society, the first communists based their calculations on the establishment of a formidable authority, a tradition maintained right into our own day by the authoritarian socialists. And finally, they poured some of their energy into creating institutions of partial communism that were to help regenerate society, since they would provide the evidence that communism better meets everyone's interests than the current individualism. And even as the working masses were forming their secret societies for the war against capital, it was under the influence of communists that an entire series of institutions were founded, such as communes in America, cooperatives for distribution and production, workers' settlements, etc., which were to be used to prove the feasibility of communism. We will examine these attempts in a forthcoming article, so as to see what lesson the revolution might one day draw from them. From the state, its historic role. This is Vernon Richards' translation of the first and last chapters of Kropotkin's famous account of the rise, evolution, and role of the state. It first appeared in Les Temps Nouveaux in 1896-97. It is significant for its analysis of the state as a specific form of social organization which has evolved certain features to ensure a certain task to rule the many in the interests of a few. From this analysis, Kropotkin argues that states cannot be utilized by the masses to transform society, it simply cannot be adapted to such tasks. Hence the need for workers to create new social organization to achieve liberation. In taking the state and its historic role as the subject for this study, I think I am satisfying a much felt need at the present time, that of examining in depth the very concept of the state, of studying its essence, its past role and the part it may be called upon to play in the future. It is above all over the question of the state that socialists are divided. Two main currents can be discerned in the factions that exist among us, which correspond to differences in temperament as well as in ways of thinking, but above all to the extent that one believes in the coming revolution. There are those, on the one hand, who hope to achieve the social revolution through the state by preserving and even extending most of its powers to be used for the revolution. And there are those like ourselves who see the state, both in its present form, in its very essence, and in whatever guise it might appear, an obstacle to the social revolution, the greatest hindrance to the birth of a society based on equality and liberty, as well as the historic means designed to prevent this blossoming. The latter work to abolish the state and not to reform it. It is clear that the division is a deep one. It corresponds with two divergent currents which in our time are manifest in all philosophical thought, in literature as well as in action. And if the prevailing views on the state remain as obscure as they are today, there is no doubt whatsoever that when, and we hope, soon communist ideas are subjected to practical application in the daily life of communities, it will be on the question of the state that the most stubborn struggles will be waged. Having so often criticized the state as it is today, it behoves one to seek the reason for its emergence, to study in depth its past role, and to compare it with institutions that it has replaced. Let us, first of all, be agreed as to what we wish to include by the term the state. There is, of course, the German school which takes pleasure in confusing state with society. This confusion is to be found among the best German thinkers and many of the French who cannot visualize society without a concentration of the state, and it is for this reason that anarchists are generally upbraided for wanting to destroy society and of advocating a return to the permanent war of each against all. However, to argue in this way is to overlook altogether the advances made in the domain of history in the past 30 or so years. It is to overlook the fact that man lived in societies for thousands of years before the state had been heard of. It is to forget that so far as Europe is concerned the state is of recent origin, it barely goes back to the 16th century, and finally, it is to ignore that the most glorious periods in man's history are those in which civil liberties and communal life had not yet been destroyed by the state, and in which large numbers of people lived in communes and free federations. The state is only one of the forms assumed by society in the course of history. Why then make no distinction between what is permanent and what is accidental? On the other hand, the state has also been confused with government. Since there can be no state without government, it has sometimes been said that what one must aim at is the absence of government and not the abolition of the state. However, it seems to me that state and government are two concepts of a different order. The state idea means something quite different from the idea of government. It not only includes the existence of a power situated above society, but also of a territorial concentration as well as the concentration in the hands of a few of many functions in the life of societies. It implies some new relationships between members of society which did not exist before the formation of the state. A whole mechanism of legislation and of policing has to be developed in order to subject some classes to the domination of others. This distinction, which at first sight might not be obvious, emerges especially when one studies the origins of the state. Indeed, there is only one way of really understanding the state, and that is to study its historic development, and this is what we shall try to do. The Roman Empire was a state in the real sense of the word. To this day it remains the legist's ideal. Its organs covered a vast domain with a tight network. Everything gravitated towards Rome: economic and military life, wealth, education, nay, even religion. From Rome came the laws, the magistrates, the legions to defend the territory, the prefects, and the gods. The whole life of the empire went back to the Senate, later to the Caesar, the all-powerful, omniscient, god of the empire. Every province, every district had its capital in miniature, its small portion of Roman sovereignty to govern every aspect of daily life. A single law, that imposed by Rome, dominated that empire, which did not represent a confederation of fellow citizens but was simply a herd of subjects. Even now, the legist and the authoritarian still admire the unity of that empire, the Unitarian spirit of its laws and, as they put it, the beauty and harmony of that organization. But the disintegration from within, hastened by the barbarian invasion, the extinction of local life, which could no longer resist the attacks from outside on the one hand nor the canker spreading from the center on the other, the domination by the rich who had appropriated the land to themselves and the misery of those who cultivated it, all these causes reduced the empire to a shambles, and on these ruins a new civilization developed which is now ours. So, if we leave aside the civilization of antiquity, and concentrate our attention on the origin and developments of this young barbarian civilization, right up to the times when, in its turn, it gave birth to our modern states, we will be able to capture the essence of the state better than had we directed our studies to the Roman Empire, or to that of Alexander of Macedonia, or again the despotic monarchies of the East. In using, for instance, these powerful barbarian overthrowers of the Roman Empire as our point of departure, we will be able to retrace the evolution of our whole civilization, from its beginnings and up to its stadal phase. X. If one goes a little deeper into these different categories of phenomena which I have hardly touched upon in this short outline, one will understand why, seeing the state as it has been in history, and as it is in essence today, and convinced that a social institution cannot lend itself to all the desired goals, since as with every organ, it developed according to the function it performed, in a definite direction and not in all possible directions, one will understand, I say, why the conclusion we arrive at is for the abolition of the state. We see it in the institution, developed in the history of human societies to prevent the direct association among men, to shackle the development of local and individual initiative, to crush existing liberties, to prevent their new blossoming, all this in order to subject the masses to the will of minorities. And we know an institution which has a long past going back several thousand years cannot lend itself to a function opposed to history for which and by which it was developed in the course of history. To this absolutely unshakable argument for anyone who has reflected on history, what reply do we get? One is answered with an almost childish argument. The state exists and represents a powerful ready-made organization. Why not use it instead of wanting to destroy it? It operates for evil ends, agreed, but the reason is that it is in the hands of the exploiters. If it were taken over by the people, why would it not be used for better ends, for the good of the people? 99. Always the same dream, that of the Marquis de Posa, in Schiller's drama, seeking to make an instrument of emancipation out of absolutism. 100. Or again, the dream of the gentle Abbé Pierre in Zola's Rome, wanting to make of the Church the lever for socialism. 101. How sad it is to have to reply to such arguments. For those who argue in this way either haven't a clue as to the true historic role of the state, or they view the social revolution in such a superficial and painless form that it ceases to have anything in common with their socialist aspirations. Take the concrete example of France. All thinking people must have noticed the striking fact that the Third Republic, in spite of its republican form of government, has remained monarchist in essence. We have all reproached it for not having republicanized France. I am not saying that it has done nothing for the social revolution, but that it has not even introduced a morality that is an outlook which is simply republican. For the little that has been done in the past 25 years to democratize social attitudes or to spread a little education has been done everywhere, in all the European monarchies, under pressure from the times through which we are passing. Then where does this strange anomaly of a republic which has remained a monarchy come from? It arises from the fact that France has remained a state, and exactly where it was 30 years ago. The holders of power have changed the name, but all that huge ministerial scaffolding, all that centralist organization of white-collar workers, all this aping of the Rome of the Caesars which has developed in France, all that huge organization to assure and extend the exploitation of the masses in favor of a few privileged groups, which is the essence of the state institution, all that has remained. And those wheels of bureaucracy continue as in the past to exchange their 50 documents when the wind has blown down a tree onto the highway, and to transfer the millions deducted from the nation to the coffers of the privileged. The official stamp on the documents has changed, but the state, its spirit, its organs, its territorial centralization, its centralization of functions, its favoritism, and its role as creator of monopolies have remained. Like an octopus they go on spreading their tentacles over the country. The Republicans, and I am speaking of the sincere ones, had cherished the illusion that one could utilize the organization of the state to effect a change in a Republican direction, and these are the results. Whereas it was necessary to break up the old organization, shatter the state, and rebuild a new organization from the very foundations of society, the liberated village commune, federalism, groupings from simple to complex, the Free Workers' Union, they thought of using the organization that already existed. And, not having understood that, one does not make an historical institution follow in the direction to which one points, that is, in the opposite direction to the one it has taken over the centuries, they were swallowed up by the institution. And this happened, though in this case it was not even a question yet of changing the whole economic relations in society. The aim was merely to reform only some aspects of political relations between men. But after such a complex failure, and in the light of such a pitiful experiment, there are those who still insist in telling us that the conquest of powers in the state, by the people, will suffice to accomplish the social revolution, that the old machine, the old organization, slowly developed in the course of history to crush freedom, to crush the individual, to establish oppression on a legal basis, to create monopolists, to lead minds astray by accustoming them to servitude, will lend itself perfectly to its new functions, that it will become the instrument, the framework for the germination of a new life, to found freedom and equality on economic basis, the destruction of monopolies, the awakening of society, and towards the achievement of a future of freedom and equality. What a sad and tragic mistake! To give full scope to socialism entails rebuilding from top to bottom a society dominated by the narrow individualism of the shopkeeper. It is not, as has sometimes been said by those indulging in metaphysical woolliness, just a question of giving the worker the total product of his labor. It is a question of completely reshaping all relationships, from those which exist today between every individual and his church warden or his station master, to those which exist between trades, hamlets, cities, and regions. In every street, in every hamlet, in every group of men gathered around a factory or along a section of the railway line, the creative, constructive and organizational spirit must be awakened in order to rebuild life in the factory, in the village, in the store, in production, and in distribution of supplies. All relations between individuals and great centers of population have to be made all over again, from the very day, from the very moment one alters the existing commercial or administrative organization. And they expect this immense task, requiring the free expression of popular genius, to be carried out within the framework of the state and the pyramidal organization which is the essence of the state. They expect the state whose very raison d'etre is the crushing of the individual, the hatred of initiative, the triumph of one idea which must be inevitably that of mediocrity to become the lever for the accomplishment of this immense transformation. They want to direct the renewal of a society by means of decrees and electoral majorities. How ridiculous! Throughout the history of our civilization, two traditions, two opposing tendencies have confronted each other, the Roman and the popular, the imperial and the federalist, the authoritarian and the libertarian. And this is so, once more, on the eve of the social revolution. Between these two currents, always manifesting themselves, always at grips with each other, the popular trend and that which thirsts for political and religious domination, we have made our choice. We seek to recapture the spirit which drove people in the 12th century to organize themselves on the basis of free agreement and individual initiative as well as of the free federation of the interested parties. And we are quite prepared to leave the others to cling to the imperial, the Roman and canonical tradition. History is not an uninterrupted natural development. Again and again development has stopped in one particular territory only to emerge somewhere else. Egypt, the Near East, the Mediterranean shores and Central Europe have all in turn been centers of historical development. But every time the pattern has been the same, beginning with the phase of the primitive tribe followed by the village commune, then by the free city, finally to die with the advent of the state. In Egypt, civilization begins with the primitive tribe. It advances to the village commune and later to the period of the free cities, later still to the state which, after a period in which it flourished, leads to death. Development starts afresh in Syria, in Persia, and in Palestine. It follows the same pattern: the tribe, the village commune, the free city, the all-powerful state and death. A new civilization then comes to life in Greece. Always through the tribe. Slowly it reaches the level of the village commune and then to the republican cities. In these cities civilization reaches its zenith. But the East communicates its poisonous breath, its traditions of despotism. Wars and conquests create the empire of Alexander of Macedonia. The state asserts itself, grows, destroys all culture and, it is death. Rome in its turn restarts civilization. Once more one finds at the beginning the primitive tribe, then the village commune followed by the city. At this phase Rome was at the height of its civilization. But then come the state and the empire and then, death. On the ruins of the Roman Empire, Celtic, Germanic, Slavonic and Scandinavian tribes once more take up the threads of civilization. Slowly the primitive tribe develops its institutions and manages to build up the village commune. It lingers in this phase until the 12th century when the republican city arises, and this brings with it the blossoming of the human spirit, proof of which are the masterpieces of architecture, the grandiose development of the arts, the discoveries which lay the foundations of natural sciences. But then the state emerges. Death. Yes, death or renewal. Either the state forever, crushing individual and local life, taking over in all fields of human activity, bringing with it all its wars and domestic struggles for power, its palace revolutions which only replace one tyrant by another, and inevitably at the end of this development there is, death. Or the destruction of states, and new life starting again in thousands of centers on the principles of the lively initiative of the individual and groups and that of free agreement. The choice lies with you. Prisons, universities of crime. Originally a paper read before the British Medical Association, this article was published in Mother Earth, Volume 8, Number 8, in October 1913. In it, Kropotkin summarizes the problems with prisons and sketches how to truly solve the issue of antisocial benefit which prisons, by their very nature, cannot. Leaving aside the great question of crime and punishment which occupies now so many prominent lawyers and sociologists, I shall limit my remarks to the question, are prisons answering their purpose, which is that of diminishing the number of antisocial acts? To this question, every unprejudiced person who has a knowledge of prisons from the inside will certainly answer by an emphatic no. On the contrary, A serious study of the subject will bring everyone to the conclusion that the prisons, the best as much as the worst, are breeding places of criminality, that they contribute to render the antisocial acts worse and worse, that they are, in a word, the high schools, the universities of what is known as crime. Of course, I do not mean that everyone who has been once in a prison will return to it. There are thousands of people sent every year to prison by mere accident. But I maintain that the effect of a couple of years of life in a prison from the very fact of its being a prison is to increase in the individual those defects which brought him before a law court. These causes, being the love of risk, the dislike of regular work, due in an immense majority of cases to the want of a thorough knowledge of a trade, the despise of society with its injustice and hypocrisy, the want of physical energy, and the lack of will. All these causes will be aggravated by detention in a jail. 25 years ago, when I developed this idea in a book, now out of print, in Russian and French prisons, I supported it by an examination of the facts revealed in France by an inquest made as to the numbers of recidivist, second offense prisoners. The result of this inquest was that from 2/5 to 1/2 of all persons brought before the assizes and 2/5 of all brought before the police courts had already been kept once or twice in a jail. The very same figure of 40% was found in this country, while, according to Michael David, as much as 95% of all those who are kept in penal servitude have previously received prison education. A little reflection will show that things cannot be otherwise. A prison has, and must have, a degrading effect on its inmates. Take a man freshly brought to a jail. The moment he enters the house he is no more a human being, he is number so and so. He must have no more a will of his own. They put him in a fool's dress to underline his degradation. They deprive him of every intercourse with those towards whom he may have an attachment and thus exclude the action of the only element which could have a good effect upon him. Then he is put to labor, but not to a labor that might help to his moral improvement. Prison work is made to be an instrument of base revenge. What must the prisoner think of the intelligence of these pillars of society who pretend by such punishments to reform the prisoners? In the French prisons the inmates are given some sort of useful and paid work. But even this work is paid at a ridiculously low scale, and, according to the prison authorities, it cannot be paid otherwise. Prison work, they say, is inferior slave work. The result is that the prisoner begins to hate his work, and finishes by saying, "The real thieves are not we, but those who keep us in." The prisoner's brain is thus working over and over again upon the idea of the injustice of a society which pardons and often respects such swindlers as so many company promoters are, and wickedly punishes him, simply because he was not cunning enough. And the moment he is out he takes his revenge by some offense very often much graver than his first one. Revenge breeds revenge. The revenge that was exercised upon him he exercises upon society. Every prison, because it is a prison, destroys the physical energy of its inmates. It acts upon them far worse than an Arctic wintering. The want of fresh air, the monotony of existence, especially the want of impressions, take all energy out of the prisoner and produce that craving for stimulants, alcohol, coffee, of which Miss Allen spoke so truthfully the other day at the Congress of the British Medical Association. 102. And finally, while most antisocial acts can be traced to a weakness of will, the prison education is directed precisely towards killing every manifestation of will. Worse than that. I seriously recommend to prison reformers the prison memoirs of Alexander Berkman, who was kept for 14 years in an American jail and has told with great sincerity his experience. One will see from this book how every honest feeling must be suppressed by the prisoner, if he does not decide never to go out of this hell. What can remain of a man's will and good intentions after 5 or 6 years of such an education? And where can he go after his release, unless he returns to the very same chums whose company has brought him to the jail? They are the only ones who will receive him as an equal. But when he joins them he is sure to return to the prison in a very few months. And so he does. The jailers know it well. I am often asked what reforms of prisons I should propose, but now, as 25 years ago, I really do not see how prisons could be reformed. They must be pulled down. I might say, of course, be less cruel, be more thoughtful of what you do. But that would come to this: nominate a pestalozzi as governor in each prison, and 60 pestalozzis as warders, which would be absurd. But nothing short of that would help. 103. So the only thing I could say to some quite well-intentioned Massachusetts prison officials who came once to ask my advice was this: if you cannot obtain the abolition of the prison system, then never accept a child or a youth in your prison. If you do so, it is manslaughter. And then, after having learned by experience what prisons are, refuse to be jailers and never be tired to say that prevention of crime is the only proper way to combat it. Healthy municipal dwellings at cost price, education in the family and at school of the parents as well as the children, the learning by every boy and girl of a trade, communal and professional cooperation, societies for all sorts of pursuits, and, above all, idealism developed in the youths, the longing after what is lifting human nature to higher interests. This will achieve what punishment is absolutely incapable to do. From the Modern State. This chapter from the 1913 expanded French edition of Modern Science and Anarchism indicates Kropotkin's analysis of the capitalist state. An obvious complement to the state, its historic role, it shows the symbiotic relationship between capitalism and the state. It was serialized in Freedom between November 1913 and September 1914, where this translation comes from, but was never completed thanks to the outbreak of the First World War. The essential principle of modern society. In order to understand thoroughly the direction that is now taken by the development of society, and so to see what has hitherto been acquired by progressive evolution, and what we may expect to conquer in the future, we must consider carefully, first of all, what are the distinctive features of modern society and the modern state. It need hardly be said that society, such as it is now, is not the logical development of some unique fundamental principle applied to the infinite variety of the needs of human life. Like every other living organism, society represents, on the contrary, an extremely complex result of thousands of struggles and thousands of compromises, of survivals of the past and of longings towards a better future. The theocratic spirit of a remote antiquity, slavery, imperialism, serfdom, the medieval commune, the old superstitions, and the modern spirit, all these are more or less represented, with all possible gradations, in the societies of the present time. Shadows of a remote past, and rough sketches of the future, habits and customs as antiquated as the Stone Age, and aspirations towards a future which is hardly perceptible on the horizon, all these are found in our present human agglomerations, struggling one against the other in every individual, every layer of society, and every generation. However, if we consider the great struggles, the great popular revolutions which took place in Europe and America since the 12th century, we see one principle distinctly arising out of all these struggles. All the uprisings of the last 8 centuries were aiming at the abolition of what had survived of ancient slavery in its mitigated form, serfdom. All these struggles had the purpose of freeing either the rural populations or the inhabitants of the towns and cities, or both at the same time, from the obligatory labor that was imposed upon them by law, to the advantage of some masters. To recognize the right of every man to dispose at his own will of his own personal powers, the right to do the work he himself chooses to do, and so long as he likes to do it, without anyone having the legal right to compel him to do that work. In other words, the liberation of the personality of the peasant and the artisan. This was the object of all those popular revolts. The uprisings of the communes in the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, the peasant upheavals in the 15th and 16th centuries in Bohemia, Germany, and the Netherlands, the revolutions of 1381 and 1648 in England, and, finally, the Great Revolution of 1789–93 in France, all had that purpose. It is true that the aim of these upheavals was only partially attained. In proportion as the individual freed himself and gained personal liberty, new economic conditions were imposed upon him, so as to paralyze his liberty, forge new chains, and bring him back under the old yoke by the menace of starvation. A striking example of that was given quite recently, when the Russian serfs, liberated in 1861, were compelled to pay for their liberation by a redemption of the land that they had cultivated for centuries past, which meant poverty and misery and the reimposition of a new economic serfdom. And what was done in Russia was done, in one way or another, everywhere in Western Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. Physical compulsion disappeared, but new forms of constraint were established. Personal serfdom was abolished in the laws of the country, but it reappeared in a new form, the economic one. And yet, with all that, theoretically, in law this is proclaimed as the fundamental principle of our modern society. In theory, the freedom of labor is proclaimed as everyone's fundamental right. By law, work is no longer obligatory for anyone. A caste of slaves, bound to work for their masters, does not exist, and, at least in Europe, there exists no longer a class of men, bound to give to their masters 3 days of work every week, in return for the use of a small piece of land to which the serf formerly remained attached all his life. Everyone, at least, in law is considered free to work where he likes, and so much as he likes. And yet we know, and the socialists of all shades of opinion are never weary of demonstrating it every day, how illusory, how unreal is this supposed freedom. Millions and millions of men, women, and children are forced every day, under the menace of starvation, to give their labor to a master, accepting the conditions he imposes upon them. And we know, and we try to make it well understood by the masses, that under the name of land rent, house rent, interest, profit, and so on, that are paid to the capital owner, the industrial working man and the agricultural laborer continue to give, to several masters instead of to one, as much as the 3 days they formerly used to pay to the landlord, in order to cultivate a plot of land, or merely to live under a roof. We know, moreover, that if some day an economist would make real political economy, and calculate all that several masters, the employer, the house owner, the landlord, the countless intermediaries, the capital owners, and the state levy directly or indirectly upon the wages of the working man, one would be amazed to learn how little of it remains for paying all other workers whose produce is consumed by every working man. The working man hardly realizes how small is the part which goes to pay the agricultural laborer who has grown the wheat he consumes, the mason who built the house he dwells in, those who made the clothing he wears, the furniture he has in his rooms, and so on. One would be amazed to find how little goes to all those workers who produce the things consumed by other working men, in comparison to that immense portion which goes to the feudal barons of our own time. However, this robbing of the worker is not accomplished by one master imposed on every worker by the law. There exists for that purpose a special mechanism, extremely complicated, impersonal, and irresponsible. Nowadays, the worker gives, just as in olden times, a considerable portion of his life to work for the privileged ones, but he does it no more under the whip of a master. The compulsion is no more a bodily constraint, as it was under serfdom. He will be thrown out into the street, and be forced to dwell in a slum. He will be so reduced as never to have sufficient to satisfy his hunger, and he will see his children perishing from want of food and healthy surroundings. He will have to beg in his old days, or go to a workhouse. But he will not be put on a bench in a police station and flogged for a badly sewn coat or a badly harrowed field, as was done in our childhood days in Eastern Europe, and was formerly done all over Europe. Under the present system, which is often more ferocious and pitiless than the old one, man has nevertheless a feeling of personal liberty. We know that for the proletarian such a feeling is almost an illusion, and yet we must recognize that all modern progress and all hopes for the future are based on this feeling of freedom, whatever its limitations may be. The most miserable man, in the darkest moments of his dejection, will not exchange his stone bed under the arch of a bridge for the secure daily food of a slave, with the slave's chain in addition. More than that, this feeling, this principle of personal liberty, is so dear to modern man that continually we see whole populations of working men starving for months in succession, and marching against the bayonets of their rulers, only to maintain some conquered rights. The most obstinate strikes and the most bitter popular revolts result nowadays more often from questions of rights than from questions of wages. The right to work at what a man chooses to work at, and so long as he chooses, thus remains the principle of modern society. Consequently, the chief accusation we level at society is, that this freedom, so dear to man, is continually rendered a fiction, by the worker being placed under the necessity of selling his labor force to a capitalist, the modern state being the chief weapon for maintaining the working men under this necessity, by means of the monopolies and privileges it continually creates in favor of one class of citizens, to the detriment of the others. It begins, indeed, to be generally understood that the fundamental principle, upon which all are agreed, is continually evaded by means of a widely developed system of monopolies. He who owns nothing becomes once more the serf of those who possess, because he is bound to accept the conditions of the owners of the land, the factory, the dwelling houses, the trade, and so on. He is thus compelled to pay to all the rich an immense tribute, as a consequence of the established monopolies. These monopolies become hateful to the people, not only on account of the lazy life they guarantee to the rich, but chiefly on account of the rights they give to the monopolists over the working class. Consequently, the great fault we find with modern society is, that after having proclaimed the principle of liberty of work, it has created such conditions of property ownership that they do not permit the worker to be master of his work. They wipe out this principle, and place the worker in such a condition that he must work to enrich his masters, and to perpetuate, as it were, his own inferiority. He is forced to forge his own chains. Well, then, if it is true that the principle of liberty of work is really dear to modern man, if he repudiates servile work and cherishes personal freedom, then the course to be followed by a revolutionist is quite evident. He will repudiate all forms of availed serfdom. He will work to put an end to a state of things in which freedom has come to be an empty word. He will try to find out what it is that prevents the worker from being the master of his own brain and hands, and he will aim at the abolition by force if necessary of the obstacles opposed to that freedom, always taking care that he does not introduce new obstacles which, perhaps, might give a temporary increase of well-being to a section of the working class, but would limit their liberty at the same time. Let us, then, analyze the obstacles which reduce the working man's liberty and tend to enslave him, in opposition to a principle generally recognized. 2. Serfs of the state. Nobody can be compelled by the law to work for somebody else. Such is, we said in our previous issue, the fundamental principle of modern society, a right conquered by a series of revolutions. And those of us who have seen serfdom at work in the first half of the 19th century in Russia, or those who have seen its vestiges in this country up to 1848, will fully appreciate the value of this conquest. Those who saw how children were taken by force from their parents if the latter had entered a workhouse, transported to the cotton factories of Lancashire, and there compelled to work 14 hours a day in abominable conditions for a miserable pay, those of us who have seen that, and realized the stamp that such conditions impressed upon society as a whole, will understand the importance of the change accomplished by the definite abolition of legal servitude. But if the legal obligation for men to work for other men does not exist anymore, the state has retained to itself the right of imposing obligatory work on its subjects. More than that, in proportion as the relations of master and serf disappeared from society, the state increased its own powers of imposing forced labor upon the citizens. And it has succeeded so well, that the powers of the modern state over its subjects would have inspired with envy the lawyers of the 15th and 16th centuries, when they worked to constitute it. Nowadays, for instance, the state imposes upon everyone an obligatory primary education. An excellent thing, in principle, so long as one sees in it only the right of every child to go to school, even if its parents were opposed to it, or sent it instead to a factory, or to an ignorant sister in a convent. But, in reality, what has become nowadays of the instruction given in primary schools? It is a tissue of false doctrines that are taught, to persuade the children of the rights of the state over its subjects, to establish the holy rights of the rich ones to exploit the poor and thus to grow rich upon their poverty, to teach children that revenge, when it is exercised by society, becomes supreme justice, and that military conquerors were the true benefactors of society. Worse than that, state instruction, a worthy heir of the instruction given by the Jesuits, is a perfected means of killing in the child all spirit of independence and to teach it servility in thought and action. When the child will have grown, the state will impose upon it compulsory military service as well as, if need be, various sorts of obligatory work for the state and the commune. 104. Besides, by means of rates and taxes, the state will compel everyone to accomplish during his life an immense quantity of work for the state, as well as for the favorites of the state, only doing it in such a way that the innocent citizen should believe that it is he himself who imposes it, and who disposes, through his representatives, of the masses of money which run into the coffers of the state. A new principle has thus been introduced in modern society. Personal servitude exists no more. The state has no slaves. A king can no longer order that 20 or 30,000 of his subjects should build his fortresses, or lay out parks and gardens for his favorites. The palaces and the parks of the kings are no longer built and laid out by statute labor. It is by means of taxes, under the pretext of productive works which will serve to protect the liberty of the citizens and increase their wealth, that the state obtains the same services from its subjects. We are the first to greet the abolition of the principle of serfdom, and to indicate the importance of that abolition for the general advancement of the ideas of freedom and progress. To be brought bodily to Versailles or Westminster, in order to build their palaces for a king's favorites, was certainly harder than to pay, as we do now, so much in taxes, i.e., so many days of labor. We feel our indebtedness to the men of 1648, 1793, and 1848 for having freed Europe from statute labor. But the fact remains. In proportion as the abolition of personal servitude disappeared in Europe in the course of the 19th century, the servile obligations towards the state grew. From year to year the number and variety, as well as the quantity, of duties really work exacted by the state from the citizen were increasing. By the end of the 19th century we even see the state openly proclaiming its right to statute labor. It imposes upon the railway workers, it was done quite recently in Italy, compulsory work in case of a strike, that is, true statute labor in favor of the railway companies. From the railway to the coal mine, and from the coal mine to the factory, is but a short step. And once the pretext of public safety, or even only of public utility, will have been recognized as an excuse for forced labor, there will be no more limits to the powers of the state. If miners and railway men have not yet been treated as guilty of high treason each time they went on strike, in Russia it has already been done, in 1906, while a new law treats as felony all strikes in establishments of public utility, it was only because the need of it has not yet been felt. Our rulers still prefer to take advantage of the menacing attitude of a few men to shoot down the crowds of strikers and to send their leaders to hard labor. Up till now they have found enough voluntary servility amongst the workers not to feel the need of proclaiming compulsory servitude. But the moment the need of it or the fear of such a need will be felt, it will be done. And if we do not take our precautions, we shall see the day when discontented strikers will be executed or transported to some pestiferous colony, simply for having failed to accomplish the public service imposed upon them by the rich exploiters. Let us make no mistake on this account. Two great currents of thought and action have characterized the 19th century. One of them was a systematic fight against all survivals of serfdom. And the result of it was that in the laws of Europe personal servitude has at last disappeared, even in Russia, in 1861, and in the Balkan states, after the War of 1878. More than that, in every nation man has worked to conquer personal freedom. He has freed himself to a great extent from superstitious respect for nobility, royalty, and the upper classes, and by 1,000 small acts of revolt, accomplished in every corner of Europe, he has established by using it his right of being treated as a free man. At the same time, all the intellectual movements of the 19th century, its poetry, its romance, its drama, when they were something more than a mere amusement for the leisured class, its history and philosophy, even its music, have borne in their highest productions the same character of a struggle for freeing the individual man, the woman, the child, from the habits and manners of thought that had been established by centuries of slavery and serfdom. But, by the side of this liberating movement, another movement, which also had its origin in the Great French Revolution, was going on at the same time. And its purpose was, to develop the omnipotence of the state in the name of that vague and treacherous conception which has opened the door to all ambitions, the conception of public welfare organized, not by the nation itself in each town and village, but by its chosen so-called representatives. Born in the times when the Church had undertaken to govern men in order to bring them to salvation, inherited by us from the Roman Empire and the Roman law, this idea of an omnipotent and all-organizing state has silently made its advance during the second half of the 19th century. Take, for instance, compulsory military service, as it is practiced now, and compare it with what it was several centuries ago, and you will be terrified with the growth of that idea of servitude towards the state. Never did the medieval serf allow himself to be deprived of his human rights to such a degree as he is deprived now, with the present spirit of voluntary servitude. At the age of 20, that is, at the age when the young man needs most his liberty, he lets himself be imprisoned for 3 years in barracks, conscripted into the armed forces, where he ruins his intellectual and moral health. What for? To learn the military trade, which the Boers have learned so well while they cultivated their fields and rode across their wide plains on horseback. He not only risks his life, but he goes further in his voluntary servitude than the serf of old. He permits it to control his love, he abandons the woman he loves and accepts celibacy, he lets himself be commanded by men whose military knowledge and capacities he has no means of controlling. Worse than that, he supports without revolting the horrors of a punishment battalion in Africa in the terrible Biribi. 105. When in the Middle Ages did men styling themselves free ever accept such conditions? When did peasants or artisans ever abandon their right to make their own secret leagues to oppose the leagues of the lords, and to fight them arms in hand? Was there in medieval times an epoch so dark that the citizens of the free communes should have disowned their right to throw their judges in the river, if they disapproved of their justice? And when did it happen, even during the darkest periods of antiquity, that the state had the means of perverting all instruction, from the primary school to the academy, by its system of education? Machiavelli was dreaming of that, but his dream was realized only in the 19th century. 106. We have thus had during the last 120 years a great progressive movement, which worked during the first half of last century for the complete liberation of the individual and of human thought, and we have had a great regressive movement which overcame the former in the second half of the century, and which works to re-establish the servitude of old, but in favor of the state and to increase it, by rendering it voluntary. And yet what we have mentioned refers only to the direct servitude. As to all sorts of indirect servitude, established by means of taxation and different capitalist monopolies, they grow every day. They become so powerful and so menacing, that it is high time to study them very seriously. This we shall do in our next essay. 3. Taxation as a means of increasing the power of the state. While the state, by means of the military service, the education which it directs in the interests of the rich, the church, and, finally, its thousands of functionaries, exercises already a powerful tyranny over its subjects, taxation comes in to increase its powers tenfold. Have you ever reckoned what an amount of labor we are giving every year to the state? No economist has done that. None of them has ever tried to find out how many days of labor the agricultural laborer and the working man in the city give every year to the state. And if we try to find it out ourselves by taking the budget estimates of the states, the counties, and the boroughs, we shall not come to a correct result, because, what we want to know is not how many pounds enter the treasury, but how many hours of labor of working men are represented in the millions of pounds entering the treasury. All we can say is, that the quantity of labor everyone gives to the state being very great, for many classes it must be higher than the 3 days' work per week which the serf used to pay to his landlord. For we must not forget that, whatever may be done to reform taxation, it is always the working man who supports the whole of its burden. Every penny entering the treasury is paid, after all, by the working man, the producer. The state may nibble to some extent at the revenue of the rich, but somebody has to make that revenue, and nobody can make it but he who produces something by his work. The state claims it's part of the spoil of the rich, but from whence comes this spoil, which represents so much iron, or corn, or china, or cotton that has been sold? It comes from the working men's labor, and cannot come from anything else. Apart from the riches which come to this country from abroad, and represent the fruit of exploitation of so many Russians, Hindus, Spaniards, Africans, Putumayo Indians, and so on, it is always the working men of the country itself who have to give so many days of their labor to enrich their masters, and to pay the taxes levied upon them by the state. It is so self-evident that it is only he who produces, he who creates new riches by his labor, who can pay the taxes, that we need not further insist upon that. So that we can say that, apart from the taxes levied upon the incomes derived from the exploitation of foreign working men by means of interest on foreign loans, all the taxes levied by the state are levied upon the nearly 12 million workers of these isles. Here the working man pays as a consumer of drinks, tea, or coffee. There it is in paying his house rent that he pays to the treasury the inhabited house duty paid by the house owner, and even more than that. In paying for his bread he pays the land taxes, the land rent, the house rent, and the taxes paid by the baker, the salaries of the bakery inspectors, the expenditure of the Ministry of Finance in collecting the taxes, and so on. When he buys his coal, when he travels by rail, he pays the owners of the monopolies created by the state in favor of capitalists, and the share of the spoil which they pay to the state. In short, it is always he who pays all the taxes that the state, the county, the city, and the parish are levying, whatever the nature of these taxes may be. How many days of labor do all these taxes represent? Is it not probable that, if they were all added together, we should find that the working man works more days every year for the state than his ancestors used to work for the serf owner? 4. Taxation as a means of enriching the rich. It is so nice for the rulers of the state to have at their disposal such a nice tool as taxation. Those innocent men, the dear citizens of electoral periods, have been taught to see in taxation the means for accomplishing the great civilizing works which make the greatness of a nation, and they accept all sorts of taxes so easily. But those who drive the dear citizen to the ballot box and pull the wires behind the scenes, they know quite well what taxation means. They know it is the means, in a well-organized state, to make big fortunes at the expense of the small ones, to make the masses poorer, and to enrich the few, to hand over the peasant and the factory proletarian to the manufacturer first, and the financial speculator next, for further squeezing, to encourage one industry at the expense of another and all industries at the expense of the tiller of the soil and the nation together. They know, only never tell that to the people. Only fancy what an outcry would have arisen if Salisbury had come one day to the House of Commons and asked it to make a national gift of £2 million to the landlords. But by means of taxation the whole thing was managed very smoothly in 1900, and the gift was given. The landlords pocketed the millions, and the nation paid them without grumbling. 107 And everywhere in France, in Germany, in all civilized states they manage all the time to make similar gifts to the landlords, the manufacturers, the company promoters, and the bankers, and the dear citizen pays, and glorifies his representatives and rulers. It is easy. Put only a small new tax on the peasant, on his horse, his cart, or his windows, and you have ruined 10,000-20,000 of those toilers on the land who hitherto hardly succeeded in making both ends meet. A slight increase of the taxes will send them irretrievably into the ranks of the proletarians. But that is precisely what was wanted, since they sell their small parcels of land and go to a town, where they offer their hands to a manufacturer for the mere cost of a miserable existence. Some of them may, of course, resist for some time, they may grow thin on the land, but soon comes some new increase of taxes, and they are sent to join the others. Such a proletarization of the weaker ones goes on from year to year, everywhere, but who notices it, except the ruined ones? In Russia, this dream of the great landlords and the Moscow manufacturers, and the social democratic admirers of the great industry, the proletarization of millions of peasants has been accomplished quite smoothly within the last 40 or 50 years, simply by the means of taxation. A law to that effect would have raised a hue and cry all over the country, but taxation has done on the sly what the legislator would never have dared to do openly. And the economists, those who describe themselves as scientific, never ceased in the meantime to talk very learnedly of the established laws of economic development, of capitalist fatalism and its proceeding towards its own negation, while a simple, honest study of taxation would have explained a good half of what they attribute to economic laws. The fact is, that the ruining and the expropriation of the peasants, which began in this country in the 17th century, and which Marx described as the primary accumulation of capital, still continues. It is accomplished every year, especially by the means of that nice little tool, taxation. Far from being capable of growing by itself, in virtue of unchangeable economic laws, the force of capital would have been terribly paralyzed had it not in its service that admirable tool, the state. By means of it the capitalists have created, and continue to create every day, new monopolies, mines, railways, water supply, telephones, measures against trade unions, the right of shooting the strikers, privileged education, and so on, and on the other hand, they have used taxation for enriching the rich and impoverishing the poor. If capitalism has helped to erect the modern state, it is also, let us never forget, that the modern state that created and feeds capitalism. And you, the worker, toil, and forge, and economize, all to enrich the minions of the state, as long as you continue to expect that you can improve your conditions without daring to revolt against that holy trinity, private property, taxation, and the state. Keep them up and remain their slave. And you, children of the poor, you will be taught in the elementary schools, different things will be taught to the children of the rich in the universities, but you must not know them. You will be taught that taxation has been introduced to relieve the poor peasants from statute labor, and on returning from school to your poor, destitute homes, don't forget to tell your parents that they teach you at school such a nice, such a useful science, political economy. Take, indeed, education. We have made such progress since those times when the village community itself used to build the schoolhouse and to find the teacher, or when the learned man, the philosopher, used to gather round himself those to whom he transmitted his knowledge and thoughts. We have now the so-called free, but costly, education, organized by the state, schools, high schools, universities, academies, learned societies supported entirely or partly by the state, and so on. The state being always pleased to enlarge the sphere of its activities, and the citizen being always delighted to emancipate himself from the affairs of his co-citizen, all goes splendidly. You speak of education, says the state, we are delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to educate your children. So delighted, that, in order to relieve you from that burden, we are going to forbid your taking any part in it. We shall settle all the programs, and no criticisms, please. First of all, we shall discipline your children's minds by teaching them dead languages and extolling the virtues of Roman law. That will make them pliable and obedient. Then we shall weed out of them all spirit of revolt by preaching to them about the virtues of the rulers and the crimes of the ruled ones, and flogging them if they are not pliable enough. Then we shall persuade them that since they have learned Latin and studied Roman law, and learned to despise manual work, they have become the salt of the earth, the leaven of progress. You will be flattered to learn that, and they will become ridiculously vain, just what we need them to be. We shall teach them that the misery of the masses is a law of nature, and they will be delighted to learn it, and to repeat it like parrots. All our education will aim at proving to them that, apart from the state and the government of that salt of the earth, of which they are such perfect representatives, there is no salvation for the poor. And you the parents, of course, you will loudly approve of our teaching. Then, after having made the people pay the costs of all education, elementary, intermediate, and university, we shall manage so as to keep the best places in the administration for your sons, ladies and gentlemen of the middle classes. And the workmen will not even notice that, they will have learned that they are the unfit. You see now the trick. If we told them abruptly that they will be governed, tried, condemned, accused, and defended, educated and rendered stupid by the rich, in the interest of the rich they might kick. But with taxation and some nice little laws purporting to be very democratic, all will run smoothly. And so it has happened that the government of the people by the landlords and the richer middle classes is now reconstituted in full, with the consent of the masses. We need not talk about the taxation for military purposes. By this time everyone ought to understand what armies and navies are kept for. Evidently not for the defense of the country, but for the conquest of new markets and new territory, to exploit them in the interest of the few. But take any other taxes, direct or indirect, on the land, on incomes, or on spirits, imported food, and so on, take the taxes imposed for making new loans, or under the pretext of paying the old ones, in reality, state loans are never paid. Think over each of them and you will be amazed at the formidable powers you have handed over to your rulers. Taxation is the surest means of keeping the masses destitute. It is also the most perfect means for making of the governing trade an eternal monopoly of the rich. The best means also for forging the arms by means of which a popular revolt can be crushed. And so long as the state, armed with its formidable power of taxation, continues to exist, the liberation of the proletarian, either by means of reforms or by means of a revolution, will remain impossible. Because the revolution, if it does not cut off the arms and the suckers of this octopus, will be strangled by the beast. The revolution itself will become the means of creating new monopolies, as happened with the great French Revolution. V. The monopolies. Let us consider how the modern state, that which established itself after the 16th century in Europe on the ruins of the medieval cities, and later grew up in the young American republics, how this state has worked, and works still, to enslave the individual. Having been compelled to make up, more or less, with the personal freedom of those strata of society that had freed themselves from the feudal yoke in the free cities, the modern state began to work, as we saw it, to retain the feudal servitude, as long as possible, in the villages, and at the same time to reimpose the old servitude in a new shape. It worked to bring all its subjects under the double yoke of its own functionaries, its bureaucracy, and of new classes of privileged people, the state church, the landlords, and some especially favored merchants, capitalists, and money lenders. In a preceding chapter we saw how the state utilized for this purpose one of its arms, taxation. Now we must see how it used another of its arms, the creation of privileges and monopolies, to the advantage of some of its subjects, against all others. Here we shall see the state accomplish its proper, its true function. It began to use this arm at its very beginning, as soon as the authority of a king began to be established upon the ruins of the medieval free republics. This was how the state was constituted, how it enrolled in its service the landlord, the soldier, the clergyman, and the judge, and brought these four robbers to recognize its sovereignty. To this mission the state remains true till today. Because, if it failed in it, if it ceased for a moment to represent a mutual insurance company between the privileged lord, the soldier, the priest, and the judge, that would be the death of the institution, of the historical growth which is known as the state. It is striking, indeed, to see to what extent the creation of monopolies in favor of those who already possessed privileges by birth or by belonging to the theocratic, military, or judicial caste constituted the very essence of the organization which began to develop itself in the 16th century. We can take any nation we like, France, England, or the German, the Italian, or the Slavonic states. Everywhere we find in them the same character. So let us take England. Already, before the reign of Elizabeth, when the state was only at its very beginning, the Tudor kings were granting all sorts of monopolies to their favorites. 108. But under Elizabeth, when maritime commerce began to develop, and quite a number of new industries were introduced in England, this tendency became still more marked. Every new industry was made a monopoly, either in favor of foreigners who paid the Queen, or in favor of courtiers whom it was desired to reward for their services, against the nation. However, the state bureaucracy continued to grow and to gain force. Centralization, which is the very essence of every state, was making its way, and very soon the creation of new monopolies began in a new way, this time on a much larger scale than under the Tudor kings. Then, the art of monopolising was in its infancy. Now, the state was reaching its maturity. The Enclosure Acts 109 were sheer acts of robbery against the peasantry. But in the 18th century the state, rejuvenated by the parliamentary revolution of 1688, felt itself strong enough to face discontent and to crush down the peasant revolts. Had it not for that the support of the middle classes? For Parliament, while it thus threw its boons to the landlords, did not forget the bourgeois masters of industrial concerns. While it expelled from the villages the agricultural population, it peopled the towns with famishing hands, ready to be bought by the factory owners at famine wages. Besides, in virtue of the interpretation put by Parliament on the Poor Law, the agents of the cotton factories visited workhouses, where whole families of poor people were imprisoned, and took away whole cartloads of children, who, under the name of workhouse apprentices, were compelled to work 14 and 16 hours a day in cotton factories. There are whole towns in Lancashire whose population bears till now the stamp of such an origin. The impoverished blood of the hungry children, brought from the workhouses of the south of England, and compelled by the whips of the foreman to work in the factory from the age of 7, is seen now in the anemic, physically undeveloped population of many a small town of Lancashire and Yorkshire. These horrors lasted till the awakening of labour in 1830 to 1848. Besides, in order to favour the national industries in Great Britain, the British Parliament crushed down the industries that began to grow in the colonies and in Ireland. Thus was killed the beautiful weaving industry which had attained such perfection in India. The rich market offered by her immense population was thus opened to the inferior British goods. In the same way the linen industry was killed in Ireland in favour of the Lancashire cottons. 6. The monopolies in the 19th century. During the first half of the 19th century new monopolies began to be created on such a scale that the old ones soon became child's play in comparison with them. To begin with, the money makers devoted themselves to the railways and navigation companies subsidized by the state. Colossal fortunes began thus to be made, both in England and in France, by means of concessions, a certain minimum of revenue being usually guaranteed by the state to each new railway company. Then came the foundation of big mining and metal companies for supplying the railways with rails, iron and steel bridges, rolling stock and coal, all of them realizing fabulous revenues and making immense speculations on lands bought for this purpose. Big companies for building iron ships, and still more for obtaining iron, steel, and copper for war purposes, making guns, warships, and so on, followed suit. And then came the building of ironclads 110, the equipment of immense armies, the digging of the Suez and Panama canals, the so-called development of undeveloped backward countries, transoceanic navigation with state subventions, and finally wars, no ends of wars, European and colonial. Millionaires were thus created by the score by the millions of half-starved workers, who were pitilessly shot as soon as they made the slightest attempt to resist the growing state-aided exploitation. And then came the building of immense networks of railways in Russia, in the United States, in Mexico, in the South American republics, all these enterprises becoming the source of colossal concessions and of a hitherto undreamed of pillaging of whole nations. An unheard of wealth was thus accumulated by means of real robberies accomplished under the protection of the governments of the respective states, autocratic, constitutional, and republican. But that was not yet all. New sources of enrichment for the privileged ones were soon discovered. There was the commercial fleet to be subsidized by the state in view of coming wars, the subsidized lines of postal navigation, the submarine cables and the transcontinental telegraph lines, the piercing of chains of mountains, the embellishment of cities that was begun under Napoleon III, and finally dominating all that, like the Eiffel Tower dominates the houses in Paris, the loans of the states, and state-aided banking. All these new perfected instruments of robbery were now brought into the monopolies market and sold by the minions of the state. Hordes of millionaires and multimillionaires were created. But let this be well understood, the usual excuse, that in this way numbers of useful enterprises were brought into existence, is more humbug. Because, for each £1,000,000 usefully spent in these enterprises, the company promoters saddled the nation with 3, 5, and sometimes 10 millions added to the public debt. Let us only recall the Panama swindle, during which out of each 10 million francs paid by the shareholders only 1 million went for the real work of piercing the Panama Isthmus. 111 Nearly all our railways and other undertakings were overloaded in the same way, Henry George wrote in Progress and Poverty. Where $1 had been really spent, obligations or shares for 2, 3, 5, and even up to $10 were issued, and it was on these fictitious sums that both interest and dividends had to be paid. But if it were only that, the worse is, that once these big companies had been formed, their power over human agglomerations became such that it could only be compared with the power exercised in the medieval age by feudal barons, who levied a tribute upon every one who passed on the high road in the vicinity of their castles. And while millionaires were thus created by the state, millions and millions flowed into the pockets of the functionaries in the ministries. By the side of these colossal legal robberies, the fortunes that are ascribed by the economists to the moral virtues of the capitalists are a mere trifle. When the economists tell us that at the origin of capital the worker would find the pence and shillings carefully put aside, at the cost of hard privation, by the masters of the factories, these economists are either ignoramuses who repeat parrot-like the fables they were taught at the university, or they consciously tell what they themselves know to be lies. The appropriation of national wealth, by means of interesting in the appropriation the rulers of the day, this is the true source of the immense fortunes made every year, down to the present time, by the landowners and the bourgeois. What we say does not apply only to the young countries, like the American republics. It fully applies to the old nations and states, like France and Great Britain. Let us only remember the Panama scandals, the South African companies and the Boer War, the adventures of Russia in Manchuria and Persia, the Morocco, Egypt, and Tripoli adventures, and so on. The fact is, that the great capital and the state are two parallel growths which never could have existed without each other, and for that reason must be combated together. The state would never have grown and acquired the power it has now, not even the power it had under the Roman emperors, or the pharaohs of Egypt, the Assyrian kings, and so on, had it not favored the growth of capital, agricultural and industrial, and the exploiting to begin with of wild tribes and shepherds, of peasants later on, and of industrial working men in our own time. It was by protecting with its whip, its sword, and its clergy those who grabbed the land and brought free men into slavery or serfdom, that capitalism was developed, and it was by forcing those who owned nothing to work for the landlords, the owners of the mines, the company promoters, and the industrial employers, that gradually was developed that formidable organization, the present state. If capitalism could never have reached its present development without the aid of the state in its turn could never have been the power it is now were it not for the support it always gave to capitalism and the exploiting of labor. The workers' movement and class struggle. Consequently, the new ideas have provoked a multitude of acts of revolt in all countries, under all possible conditions. First, individual revolt against capital and state, then collective revolt, strikes and working class insurrections, both preparing, in men's minds as in actions, a revolt of the masses, a revolution. In this, socialism and anarchism have only followed the course of evolution, which is always accomplished by force ideas at the approach of great popular risings. In all Europe we see a multitude of risings of working masses and peasants. Strikes, which were once a war of folded arms, today easily turning to revolt, and sometimes taking in the United States, in Belgium, in Andalusia the proportions of vast insurrections. In the New and Old Worlds it is by the dozen that we count the risings of strikers having turned to revolts. Anarchism, its philosophy and ideal. The old faith in political democracy was gone, and the first principles upon which the Paris working men agreed with the British trade unionists and Owenites, when they met in 1866 at London, was that the emancipation of the working men must be accomplished by the working men themselves. Upon another point they also fell in. It was that the labor unions themselves would have to get hold of the instruments of production, and organize production themselves. The French idea of the Fourierist and Mutualist Association thus joined hands with Robert Owen's idea of the Great Consolidated Trades Union, which was extended now, so as to become an international working men's association. We see that countless attempts have been made all over Europe and America, to get into the hands of the working men themselves wide branches of production, trade unionism, with a growing tendency towards organizing the different trades internationally, and of being not only an instrument for improving the conditions of labor, but also to become an organization which might, at a given moment, take into its hands the management of production, cooperativism, both for production and for distribution, both in industry and agriculture, and attempts at combining both. Preface: The Conquest of Bread. From Memoirs of a Revolutionist. This extract from the chapter Western Europe from Kropotkin's Memoirs of a Revolutionist summarizes his thoughts on the nature of the labor movement. He contrasts the anarchist tactic of direct struggle against capitalism by unions to the parliamentary tactics of Marxism, linking this revolutionary unionism with the ideas of Bakunin. The Jura Federation has played an important part in the modern development of socialism. It always happens that after a political party has set before itself a purpose, and has proclaimed that nothing short of the complete attainment of that aim will satisfy it, it divides into two factions. One of them remains what it was, while the other, although it professes not to have changed a word of its previous intentions, accepts some sort of compromise, and gradually, from compromise to compromise, is driven farther from its primitive program, and becomes a party of modest makeshift reform. Such a division had occurred within the International Workingmen's Association. Nothing less than an expropriation of the present owners of land and capital, and a transmission of all that is necessary for the production of wealth to the producers themselves, was the avowed aim of the association at the outset. The workers of all nations were called upon to form their own organizations for a direct struggle against capitalism, to work out the means of socializing the production of wealth and its consumption, and, when they should be ready to do so, to take possession of the necessaries for production, and to control production with no regard to the present political organization, which must undergo a complete reconstruction. The association had thus to be the means for preparing an immense revolution in men's minds, and later on in the very forms of life a revolution which would open to mankind a new era of progress based upon the solidarity of all. That was the ideal which aroused from their slumber millions of European workers and attracted to the association its best intellectual forces. However, two factions soon developed. When the War of 1870 had ended in a complete defeat of France, and the uprising of the Paris Commune had been crushed, and the draconian laws which were passed against the association excluded the French workers from participation in it, and when, on the other hand, parliamentary rule had been introduced in United Germany, the goal of the radicals since 1848, an effort was made by the Germans to modify the aims and the methods of the whole socialist movement. The conquest of power within the existing states became the watchword of that section, which took the name of social democracy. 112 The first electoral successes of this party at the elections to the German Reichstag aroused great hopes. The number of the Social Democratic deputies having grown from 2 to 7, and next to 9, it was confidently calculated by otherwise reasonable men that before the end of the century the Social Democrats would have a majority in the German parliament, and would then introduce the socialist popular state by means of suitable legislation. The socialist ideal of this party gradually lost the character of something that had to be worked out by the labor organizations themselves, and became state management of the industries, in fact, state socialism, that is, state capitalism. Today, In Switzerland, the efforts of the Social Democrats are directed in politics towards centralization as against federalism, and in the economic field to promoting the state management of railways and the state monopoly of banking and of the sale of spirits. The state management of the land and of the leading industries, and even of the consumption of riches, would be the next step in a more or less distant future. Gradually, the life and activity of the German Social Democratic Party was subordinated to electoral considerations. Trade unions were treated with contempt and strikes were met with disapproval, because both diverted the attention of the workers from electoral struggles. Every popular outbreak, every revolutionary agitation in any country of Europe, was received in those years by the Social Democratic leaders with even more animosity than by the capitalist press. In the Latin countries, however, this new departure found but few adherents. The sections and federations of the International remained true to the principles which had prevailed at the foundation of the association. Federalist by their history, hostile to the idea of a centralist state, and possessed of revolutionary traditions, the Latin workers could not follow the evolution of the Germans. The division between the two branches of the socialist movement became apparent immediately after the Franco-German War. The International, as I have already mentioned, had created a governing body in the shape of a General Council which resided at London, and the leading spirits of that council being two Germans, Engels and Marx, the council became the stronghold of the new social democratic direction, while the inspirers and intellectual leaders of the Latin federations were Bakunin and his friends. The conflict between the Marxists and the Bakunists was not a personal affair. It was the necessary conflict between the principles of federalism and those of centralization, the free commune and the state's paternal rule, the free action of the masses of the people and the betterment of existing capitalist conditions through legislation, a conflict between the Latin spirit and the German Geist, which, after the defeat of France on the battlefield, claimed supremacy in science, politics, philosophy, and in socialism too, representing its own conception of socialism as scientific, while all other interpretations it described as utopian. At the Hague Congress of the International Working Men's Association, which was held in 1872, the London General Council, by means of a fictitious majority, excluded Bakunin, his friend Guillaume, and even the Jura Federation from the International. But as it was certain that most of what remained then of the International, that is, the Spanish, the Italian, and the Belgian federations would side with the Jurassians, the Congress tried to dissolve the association. A new General Council, composed of a few Social Democrats, was nominated in New York, where there were no workmen's organizations belonging to the association to control it, and where it has never been heard of since. In the meantime, the Spanish, the Italian, the Belgian, and the Jura federations of the International continued to exist, and to meet as usual, for the next 5 or 6 years, in annual international congresses. The Jura Federation, at the time when I came to Switzerland, was the center and the leading voice of the international federations. Bakunin had just died, July 1, 1876, but the federation retained the position it had taken under his impulse. Enemies of the People. Translation by Paul Sharkey. In this article published in Le Revolt, February 1881, Kropotkin discusses labor movement and the importance of creating a fighting union organization. In this, he is repeating the ideas of Bakunin and the libertarian wing of the First International. No question about it, there is a reawakening of the spirit of revolution in Europe at present. People want more and want it more passionately than hitherto, they are more daring and more outspoken about their unhappiness. There is a greater cogency and boldness in everything that is being said, everything that is being done, in all of the demands articulated. Skirmishing is already underway. Besides, none who have pondered the runaway disintegration of states, the spreading disarray in industry, the increasing predicaments of governments in the governance of peoples grown less docile, the accumulation of discontent and the new ideas struggling to be born, none heedful of these symptoms could have any remaining doubts today but that a revolution in Europe is imminent. The coincidence of these two factors, a revolutionary situation and the awakened spirit of revolution, thus leads us to the conviction that in a few years, no matter what may transpire, a time is coming when a European revolution, or indeed a series of national revolutions, will set Europe ablaze. That said, the question naturally arises, what are we to do, what must we do in anticipation of those events? History has a valuable lesson to teach us. She tells us that a revolution profits only those who have a clear conception of what they are out to achieve and who seek to make a reality of their own idea, without handing that task over to others, those who are working towards a goal of their own, heedless of whatever obstacles are placed in their path, and who do not allow themselves to be stopped, not by promises, nor by the fine words of interested people out to derail the movement. So acted, for example, the peasants of 1789. In January 1789, the court finally made up its mind to summon the States General and invited the French people to spell out its demands and its grievances. The peasants spelled out theirs: abolition of seigneurial rights and obligations of all sorts, reduced taxes, and the restoration of the communal lands upon which the seigneurs had encroached. But when it was put to them, name your delegates and leave it to them to pursue your grievances, they did not fall into the trap set for them. Profiting from the general ferment and the disorganization of power, they took it upon themselves to burn the chateaux, tear down the enclosures and force the seigneurs into abjuring their rights. They did not wait for the abolition of feudal dues to come from the deputies they had just appointed. Long before the States General was constituted as a National Assembly, they had already set about destroying the feudal system. And later, when the frightened nobility voted seigneurial rights out of existence on the night of August 4, 1789, they did not let themselves be lulled by such patriotic prattle. They continued to prosecute the war against the chateaux. It could be said that they foresaw that which shortly came to pass, that the Constituent Assembly would retreat from its decisions of August 4 and would look for ways and means of softening them and neutralizing their implications. Trusting no one, not the legislature nor the fine words of the convention, they stuck at their work of destruction for 4 years, so much so that when in 1793 the convention passed laws intended to deliver the coup de grace to feudal rights, it was merely sanctioning a fait accompli. And serfdom was done away with forever. On the other hand, what had the urban workers gained? Finding themselves in closer contact with the bourgeoisie, they allowed themselves to be duped by it. Failing to see that the bourgeoisie had its own objective, absolute freedom of industrial exploitation, that this was the opposite of their own objectives, and that it was only in order to achieve that purpose that the bourgeoisie was out to take power, and they placed their brawn and blood in the service of the very people who were about to become their worst exploiters. They ran to applaud fine orators' speeches about liberty, equality, and fraternity even as they were forging the shackles for the proletariat. They stormed Bastilles, chopped the heads off the aristos, marched to their deaths in battle, and grew drunk on words concerning political freedoms without so much as dreaming of making an economic revolution, and they woke from their dreams to find themselves more enslaved than ever. Once free artisans, they had become the master's serfs, and such they remain today. Well, the closer we get to the supreme moment of the coming European conflagration, the more we wonder, do the working class, the worker in the fields and in the towns, the factory Negro and the helot of the fields, have well-defined aspirations? Are they aware of the economic and social revolution that they will have to carry out, lest they be trapped for another century in the same slavish circumstances, exploited by a handful of idlers? In the name of what will they be making the revolution, if any such aspirations exist? If they have been formulated, will the workers not let themselves be diverted from their goal by that whole gang of people who will see the revolution as nothing but a means of hoisting themselves and their friends into the vacancy left by those whom the people will have driven out? And if the workers' aspirations are not quite definite enough yet, not quite widespread enough yet, what is being done to make them definite and to bring the watchword of the true revolution, the social revolution, to the darkest corners and into the most isolated villages? As to aspirations, these already exist. If workers throw themselves into the revolutionary movement, it shall not be for the pleasure of a change of masters, it will be because they expect the revolution to deliver a new era of justice and equality, an era of guaranteed work for all, an era of adequately recompensed work in which human beings will be able to live as human beings should live and not like a wild beast in a hovel, an era of justice leading to the eradication of idlers and exploiters. As to how this to be brought to pass, the thinking is, as yet, not quite clear. But let us not forget that there is one thing that is certain, that the worker does not share the prejudices that the bourgeois economists have striven to inculcate into him. Expropriation of the factory owners, that prospect does not frighten urban workers at all, they know that they will lose nothing by it and can only gain from it. Nor is it going to scare the peasants, they know that they are not about to lose their plots of land, and they will not be looking askance at the expropriation of the capitalists in town and of the big landowners in the countryside, and the abolition of mortgages or taxes and the eradication of usurers are surely hardly likely to turn them into enemies of the revolution. The Commune's direct takeover of the organization of work and consumption does not scare workers either. From painful personal experience, they know only too well how things stand today when the organization of industry is left to the individual whims of the exploiters. They know, especially given the propaganda that will be carried out between now and then, that, come the revolution, determined groups will set about doing away with large-scale individual property, banks, usury, and mortgages, and the urban or village workers are certainly not about to go on the warpath to defend them. The bourgeoisie understands this wonderfully well. It knows very well that the notion of expropriation goes down well with the masses once it is spelled out frankly and bluntly. It knows that it will have a following, it foresees the consequences of this, and, feeling powerless to halt the spread of these ideas, it busies itself right here and right now with trying to derail the coming revolution. It is out to steer the spirit of revolution down a road where it will be reduced to impotence, down the road of political reforms. It is out to do what it did in 1848. At that time, too, the masses' dreams were of organized work. Back then, too, just like today, they, the bourgeoisie, proposed to take advantage of the revolution to try out social reforms, and they came up with just the trick. With a great show of economic expertise, the bourgeoisie's emissaries turned up to tell the people, but we, dear friends, are socialists and communists, just like you. We too want social revolution. The only thing is that we do not want to see you giving freely of your blood, which we prize so dearly, and getting nothing in return. Thorough study of the matter, something which is, sad to say, impossible for you to do, has taught us that an economic revolution would not be feasible unless a political revolution had first been carried through. So let us first overthrow the throne, let us proclaim the Republic and establish universal suffrage. With that mighty that mighty tool, universal suffrage, you will be able to introduce all the reforms you please, you will put your people in power, you will give them your mandates, and the revolution will be a done deal, and without a single drop of your precious blood being spilt. The June massacres, the December massacres, the shame of the empire, the corpses of May, the penal colonies in New Caledonia, and the vileness of the reign of Napoleon III, that was the price the French people has paid for heeding such advice from the enemies of the people. So, are we going to follow such poisonous advice from the bourgeoisie again, a bourgeoisie, sad to say, aided and abetted today by all those workers who, out of ambition or personal sympathy or from some bourgeois turn of mind, or indeed lack of common sense, have let themselves be dragooned into the service of our enemies? Will we let the gathering revolution be derailed yet again? Are we going to abandon the terrain of the economic struggle, of the worker against the capitalist, in order to become compliant tools in the hands of the politicians? Are we yet again to leave the prey in order to chase after its shadow? No. Enough tomfoolery, enough lies. We have better things to do than be amused by the war of the paper ballots. We have much more important business to be about. We have to organize the workers' forces not to make them into a fourth party in Parliament, but in order to make them a formidable machine of struggle against capital. We have to group workers of all trades under this single purpose, war on capitalist exploitation. And we must prosecute that war relentlessly, day by day, by the strike, by agitation, by every revolutionary means. And once we have worked on such organization over 2 or 3 years, once the workers of every land have seen that organization at work, taking the workers' interests into its hands, waging unrelenting war on capital, castigating the employer at every opportunity, once the workers from every trade, from village and city alike, are united into a single union 113 inspired by an identical idea, that of destroying capital, and by an identical hatred of the exploiters, then, separation of bourgeoisie and worker being complete, we can be sure that it is on his own account that the worker will throw himself into the revolution. Then, but only then, will he emerge from it victorious, having crushed the tyranny of capital and state for good. So let the bourgeois tear one another to pieces over parliamentary lists. Let us found our league, the Workers' League, against exploiters of every description. 113 Kropotkin uses the word fascio, which is the French for fasces, which, in Italian, is fascio, literally a bundle of sticks or rods. Before its appropriation by fascism, it was used by many Italian political groups, leagues, as a symbol of strength through unity, for while each rod was weak, as a bundle they were strong. In the late 19th century, it was used by many Italian labor unions, and it is in this sense that Kropotkin is using it. Editor. The Workers' Movement in Spain. Translation by Paul Sharkey. In this article published in Le Revolt, November 12, 1881, Kropotkin discusses the Spanish labor movement. He notes that anarchists have continued to work within unions to great success and urges libertarians in France to follow their example. This call for anarchist participation in the labor movement predates the rise of syndicalism by over a decade. There is no doubt about it. The workers' movement is bouncing back in Europe with renewed strength. 2 years ago we saw the birth of the workers' movement in France. Now it is the turn of Spain, Italy, Belgium, and even England. But it is especially in Spain that it is now growing considerably. After 8 years in the hatching, like fire under the cinders, it has just shown itself openly at the recent Barcelona Congress, at which 140 workers' organizations were represented by 136 delegates. 140 workers' organizations, we say, meaning 140 solidly organized groups and trades federations. Not 7 or 8 member branches gathered by happenstance in some district, but branches of workers plying the same trades, their members perfectly familiar with one another and seeing one another on a daily basis, driven by the same hopes, sharing a common enemy in the employer and a common goal, liberation from the yoke of capital, in short, real organizations. That Congress gave the workers' movement a very big boost. We leaf through copies of Revista Social, a newspaper made and published by the workers themselves, 114, and each edition of the paper informs us either of the establishment of new trades branches, the affiliation of existing groups, or the federation of previously isolated groups. Reading the bulletin of the Spanish workers' movement, we feel as if we were being transported back to the best days of the International, with just this difference: better defined aspirations, a clearer conception of the struggle that it will have to wage, and a more revolutionary disposition in the great mass of the association. Inevitably a comparison comes to mind, a comparison between the movement operating in Spain and that operating in France, a comparison entirely in Spain's favor and in France's disfavor. For 2 years now, they have been groping around in France for a mode of organization that makes it feasible to band the workers' forces together under the same banner, and no such mode of organization have they found, for the simple reason that they are looking in the wrong place. A tiny minority of the proletariat, seduced by what it is promised in terms of parliamentary contests, is out to marshal the broad masses under its electoral colors, a patchwork of blue and yellow and reddish hues. But all in vain. The masses stubbornly refuse to heed the call. They pursue their own line of conduct. Caring little for political struggles, they pursue their struggle, the struggle against capital, and in that hand-to-hand fight they find support nowhere. They strike, they fight the boss, they fight soldier and gendarme, but who lends them support? Should the strikers, ground into the most dismal poverty, send out a desperate appeal. It is equally impoverished proletarians who answer, whilst the organized minority lavishes its cash on funding its candidates. In Spain, obtained by the strike, they have won the 8.5-hour day in the building trade. In France, workers toiling for 50 sous per 11-hour shift are told, put us in parliament, and, once we have a majority in 30 to 40 years' time, we will vote through the 9-hour day, at which, by the way, the bosses poke fun just as they do at the 40 years. If the strikers get a visitor, he comes with an eye to putting himself forward as a candidate tomorrow, and still they would have workers believe in the disinterested service of journalists. On the one hand, the minority, questing after political power, limps along in the wake of the bourgeois radicals. On the other, the broad masses in hot pursuit of their goal, following their own course, their direct struggle with capital, but without organization, with nothing to call upon save their brawn and what little education they have acquired at the sacrifice of sleep. The minority has a special goal of its own, to set itself up as a political party, to get its hands on power. What use it will make of it on the day it gets there remains to be seen, while the broad masses have their own goal, to wage war directly on the boss, to starve him out if possible, and then to dethrone him, first the strike and then the attack, taking possession of capital. These are two quite distinct worlds. The thoughts of one are on Gambetta, the Le Havre speech 115 and vacant seats, and working out how many grocers might vote for him, if he were to strip an overly radical phrase from his program. The other thinks of using his hammer to smash the boss's skull, and, as far as the Gambettas of the present and future are concerned, he will have something to say to them on the day he ensures that the boss bites the dust. That being the case, then obviously, from time to time, some microscopic victory may well be scored in the electoral circus, but not the building of a serious socialist workers' organization. Much less would there be any likelihood of a fighting organization bent on overthrowing the current system of property. In Spain, it is the other way round. Faithful to the anarchist traditions of the International, clever, active, energetic men are not about to set up a group to pursue their petty ends. They remain within the working class, they struggle with it, for it. They bring the contribution of their energy to the workers' organization and work to build up a force that will crush capital, come the day of revolution, the Revolutionary Trades Association. Trade sections, federations embracing all the workers in the same trade, federation of all the trades of the locality, of the region, and combat groups independent of trades but socialist before all else. That is how they constitute the structures of the Revolutionary Army. Inside those groups there are no votes for them to canvass. They state bluntly, no revolution is possible unless the broad masses seize the first opportunity that comes along to take over the soil, the instruments of labor, all of society's wealth, unless they overthrow the state, proclaim the free commune and simultaneously expropriate all the present holders of social capital. This being the goal that the coming revolution should be setting itself, everything done in the run-up to that revolution should contribute directly to this purpose. Since capital is the enemy we have to strike at in the next revolution, let us base all our organization on the struggle against capital and its supporters. That being so, the Spanish organization does not suffer from the duality that necessarily paralyzes all attempts at organization in France. The moment it finds the slightest opportunity to manifest its existence, it grows rapidly and in a few months achieves results the effectiveness of which exceeds all comparison with what has been accomplished in France after 2 years of groping. So we cannot recommend too much to French workers that they return to the traditions of the International, as their Spanish brothers have, and organize themselves outside of any political party, inscribing upon their banner, solidarity in the struggle against capital. Let those wishing to take their chances in the parliamentary circus organize themselves separately, as a political party. The workers want to become emancipated from the yoke of capital, so let their organization be an organization that puts all of its forces into smashing capitalist feudalism. They do not have too many to waste them in the pointless fight to capture parliamentary seats. All these forces, even doubled or multiplied by 10, would barely be up to the enormous task we must tackle. 114 La Revista Social, 1881–1885, an anarchist journal that served as the house organ of the Federación de Trabajadores de la Región Española, 1881–1888. Editor. 115 A reference to the National Congress of the Workers' Party at Le Havre in 1880, at which the French party accepted a minimum program written by Jules Guesde, in consultation with Karl Marx, that committed the party to standing in elections or a means to seize political power. Marx wrote the preamble which stated, that such an organization must be striven for, using all the means at the disposal of the proletariat, including universal suffrage, thus transformed from the instrument of deception which it has been hitherto into an instrument of emancipation. Marx Engels Collected Works, Volume 24, p. 340. Editor. Workers' Organization. Translation by James Barbowen. In this important article published in Le Revolt, 10th and December 24, 1881, Kropotkin discusses the workers' movement and anarchist perspectives upon it. He stresses that the role of anarchists is to encourage direct action against capital, seeing that this is the key means of producing a general revolt against its protector, the state. These arguments echo those of Bakunin's on the importance unions and strikes. As bourgeois society becomes more and more chaotic, as states fall apart, and as one can sense a coming revolution in Europe, we perceive in the hearts of the workers of all countries an ever-increasing desire to unite, to stand shoulder to shoulder, to organize. In France particularly, where all workers' organizations were crushed, dismantled, and thrown to the four winds after the fall of the Commune, this desire is ever more visible. In almost every industrial town there is a movement to reach agreements and to unite, and even in the villages, according to reports from the most trusted observers, the workers are demanding nothing less than the development of institutions whose sole purpose is the defense of workers' rights. The results that have been achieved in this area over the last 3 years have certainly been significant. However, if we look at the enormity of the task incumbent on the Revolutionary Socialist Party 116, if we compare our meager resources with those available to our adversaries, if we honestly face up to the work that we still have to do, in order that, in 4 or 5 years' time, on the day of the revolution, we can offer a real force capable of marching resolutely towards the demolition of the old social order. If we take that into account, we have to admit that the amount of work left to do is still immense, and that we have scarcely begun the creation of a true workers' movement. The great working masses are still a long way removed from the workers' movement inaugurated 3 years ago. The collectivists, in spite of the fact that they give themselves the pretentious name Workers' Party, are still not seeing the rush of workers to their organization that they envisaged when they first launched their electoral campaign 117, and, as they lean more and more towards the Radical Party 118, they lose ground instead of gaining it. As for the anarchist groups, most of them are not yet in sustained daily contact with the majority of workers who, of course, are the only ones who can give the impetus to and implement the action necessary for any party, whether in the field of theoretical propaganda and ideas or in the field of concrete political action. Well, let us leave these people to their illusions, if that is what they want. We prefer to face up to the task in all its enormity, and, instead of prematurely announcing our victory, we prefer to propose the following questions. What do we need to do to develop our organizations much further than at present? What do we need to do to extend our sphere of influence to the whole of the mass of workers, with the objective of creating a conscious and invincible force on the day of the revolution, in order to achieve the aspirations of the working class? It appears to us that an essential point that has been ignored up till now, but which needs to be explored before we go any further, is this: for any organization to be able to achieve wider development, to become a force, it is important for those at the forefront of the movement to be clear as to what is the final objective of the organization they have created, and that, once this objective has been agreed upon, specify a proposed course of action in conformity with the ends. This prior reasoning is clearly an indispensable precondition if the organization is going to have any chance of success, and essentially all of the organizations have, up to now, never proceeded differently. Take the conservatives, the Bonapartists, the opportunists, the radicals, the political conspirators of previous eras. Each one of their parties has a well-defined objective, and their means of action are absolutely in accordance with this objective. It would take too long to analyze here the goals and methods of each of the parties. Therefore, I will explore just one illustrative example here and let it stand as an example for all. Let us take, by way of example, the radical or intransigent party. Their goal is well defined. The radicals tell us that they wish to abolish personal government and to install in France a democratic republic copied from the US model. 119 Abolition of the Senate, a single chamber, elected by the simple means of universal suffrage, separation of church and state, absolute freedom of the press, of speech and of association, regional autonomy, a national army. These are the most important features of their program. And will the worker be happier under this regime or not? And as a result, will he cease to be a wage earner at the mercy of his boss? These questions do not really interest them. These things can be sorted out at a later date, they reply. The social question is reduced in importance to something that can be settled sometime in the future by the democratic state. It is not a question for them of overturning existing institutions, it is simply a matter of modifying them, and a legislative assembly could, according to them, do this easily. All of their political program can be implemented by means of decrees, and all that needs to happen, they say, is that power needs to be wrenched from the hands of those who currently hold it and passed into the hands of the radical party. This is their goal. Whether it is achievable or not is another question, but what is important to us is to establish whether their means are in accordance with their ends. As advocates of political reform, they have constituted themselves as a political party and are working towards the conquest of power. Envisaging the realignment of the center of governmental power towards a democratic future, with a view to getting as many members as possible elected to the chamber, in local councils and in all of the government institutions, and to become the bigwigs in these positions of power. Since their enemy is the current administration, they organize against this administration, boldly declaring war on it and preparing for it to fall. Property, in their eyes, is sacrosanct, and they do not wish to oppose it by any means. All their efforts are directed towards seizing power in government. If they appeal to the people and promise them economic reforms, it is only with the intention of overturning the current government and putting in its place a more democratic one. This political program is very definitely not what we are working for. What is clear to us is that it is not possible to implement real social change without the regime of property undergoing a profound transformation. However, while having strong criticisms of this program, we have to agree that the means of action proposed by this party are in accordance with its proposed goals. These are the goals, and that is the organization proposing to achieve them. What then is the objective of the workers' organization? And what means of action and modes of organization should they employ? The objective for which the French workers wish to organize has only ever been vaguely articulated up until now. However, there are two main points about which there definitely remains no doubt. The workers' congresses have managed to articulate them, after long discussions, and the resolutions of the congresses on this subject repeatedly receive the approval of the workers. The 2 points are as follows: the first is common ownership as opposed to private property, and the second is affirmation that this change of regime regarding property can only be implemented by revolutionary means. The abolition of private property is the goal, and the social revolution is the means. These are the 2 agreed points, eloquently summed up, adopted by those at the forefront of the workers' movement. The communist anarchists have honed these points and have also developed a wider political program. They believe in a more complete abolition of private property than that proposed by the collectivists 120, and they also include in their goals the abolition of the state and the spread of revolutionary propaganda. However, there is one thing upon which we all agree, or rather did agree before the appearance of the minimum program 121, and that is that the goal of the workers' organization should be the economic revolution, the social revolution. A whole new world opens up in the light of these resolutions from the workers' congresses. The French proletariat thus announces that it is not against one government or another that it declares war. It takes the question from a much wider and more rational perspective. It is against the holders of capital, be they blue, red, or white, that they wish to declare war. It is not a political party that they seek to form either, it is a party of economic struggle. It is no longer democratic reform that they demand, it is a complete economic revolution, the social revolution. The enemy is no longer M. Gambetta nor M. Clemenceau, the enemy is capital, along with all the Gambettas and the Clemenceaus from today or in the future who seek to uphold it or to serve it. The enemy is the boss, the capitalist, the financier, all the parasites who live at the expense of the rest of us and whose wealth is created from the sweat and the blood of the worker. The enemy is the whole of bourgeois society and the goal is to overthrow it. It is not enough to simply overthrow a government. The problem is greater than that. It is necessary to seize all of the wealth of society, if necessary doing so over the corpse of the bourgeoisie, with the intention of returning all of society's wealth to those who produced it, the workers with their calloused hands, those who have never had enough. This is the goal. And now that the goal has been established, the means of action are also obvious. The workers declaring war on capital? In order to bring it down completely? Yes. From today onwards, they must prepare themselves without wasting a single moment, they must engage in the struggle against capital. Of course, the Radical Party, for example, does not expect that the day of the revolution will simply fall from the sky, so that they can then declare war on the government that they wish to overthrow. They continue their struggle at all times, taking neither respite nor repose, they do not miss a single opportunity to fight this war, and if the opportunity to fight does not present itself, they create it, and they are right to do so, because it is only through a constant series of skirmishes, only by means of repeated acts of war, undertaken daily and at every opportunity that one can prepare for the decisive battle and the victory. We who have declared war on capital must do the same with the bourgeoisie if our declarations are not to constitute empty words. If we wish to prepare for the day of the battle and our victory over capital, we must, from this day onward begin to skirmish, to harass the enemy at every opportunity, to make them seethe and rage, to exhaust them with the struggle, to demoralize them. We must never lose sight of the main enemy, capitalism, exploitation. And we must never become put off by the enemy's distractions and diversions. The state will, of necessity, play its part in this war because, if it is in any way possible to declare war on the state without taking on capital at the same time, it is absolutely impossible to declare war on capital without striking out at the state at the same time. What means of action should we employ in this war? If our goal is simply to declare this war, then we can simply create conflict. We have the means to do this, indeed, they are obvious. Each group of workers will find them where they are, appropriate to local circumstance, rising from the very conditions created in each locality. Striking will of course be one of the means of agitation and action, and this will be discussed in a later article, but 1,000 other tactics, as yet unthought of and unexpressed in print, will also be available to us at the sites of conflict. The main thing is to carry the following idea forward. The enemy on whom we declare war is capital, and it is against capital that we will direct all our efforts, taking care not to become distracted from our goal by the phony campaigns and arguments of the political parties. The great struggle that we are preparing for is essentially economic, and so it is on the economic terrain that we should focus our activities. If we place ourselves on this terrain, we will see that the great mass of workers will come and join our ranks, and that they will assemble under the flag of the League of Workers. Thus we will become a powerful force which will, on the day of the revolution, impose its will upon exploiters of every sort. 2. In the last issue, Le Revolt showed that a party which proposes a social revolution as its goal, and which seeks to seize capital from the hands of its current holders must, of necessity, and from this day onwards, position itself at the center of the struggle against capital. If it wishes that the next revolution should take place against the regime of property and that the watchword of the next call to arms should necessarily be one calling for the expropriation of society's wealth from the capitalists, the struggle must, on all fronts, be a struggle against the capitalists. Some object that the great majority of workers are not sufficiently aware of the situation imposed upon them by the holders of capital. The workers have not yet understood, they say, that the true enemy of the worker, of the whole of society, of progress and of liberty is the capitalist, and the workers allow themselves to be drawn too easily by the bourgeoisie into fighting miserable battles whose focus is solely upon bourgeois politics. But if this is true, if it is true that the worker all too often drops his prey in order to chase shadows, if it is true that all too often he expends his energies against those who, of course, are also his enemies, but he does not realize that he actually needs to bring the capitalist to his knees, then we too are guilty of chasing shadows, since we have failed to identify the workers' true enemies. The formation of a new political party is not the way to bring the economic question out into the open. If the great majority of workers is not sufficiently aware of the importance of the economic question, a fact about which we anarchists remain in no doubt, then relegating this question itself to the background is definitely not going to highlight its importance in the eyes of the workers. If this misconception exists, we must work against it, not preserve and perpetuate it. Putting this objection to one side, we must now discuss the diverse characteristics of the struggle against capitalism. Our readers of course realize that such a discussion should not take place in a newspaper. It is actually on the ground, among those groups themselves, with full knowledge of local circumstances and spurred on by changing conditions, that the question of practical action should be discussed. In the spirit of Revolt 122 we showed how the peasants in the last century and the revolutionary bourgeoisie managed to develop a current of ideas directed against the nobility and the royals. In our articles on the Agrarian League in Ireland 123 we showed how the Irish people have managed to organize themselves to fight on a daily basis a relentless and merciless war against the ruling class. Taking inspiration from this, we must find the means to fight against the boss and the capitalist in ways appropriate to each locality. What may work perfectly in Ireland may not work in France, and what may give great results in one country may fail in another. Moreover, it is not through following the advice of a newspaper that groups of activists will manage to find the best ways to fight. It is by posing questions in the light of local circumstances for each group, it is by discussing in depth, it is by taking inspiration from events which, at any given moment, may excite local interest, and by looking closely at their own situation that they will find the methods of action most appropriate for their own locality. However, there remains one tactic in the revolutionary struggle about which Le Revolt is willing to give its opinion. This is not because this is a superior method, much less the only valid tactic. But it is a weapon that workers wield in different contexts, wherever they may be, and it is a weapon that can be drawn at any time, according to circumstance. This weapon is the strike. It is, however, even more necessary to speak of it today because, for some time now, the ideologues and the false friends of the workers have campaigned covertly against the use of the strike, with a view to turning the working class away from this form of struggle and railroading them down a more political path. 124 The result of this has been that recently strikes have broken out all over France, and those who have inscribed upon their banners that the emancipation of the workers must be achieved by the workers themselves 125 are now maintaining a healthy distance between themselves and the struggle being undertaken by their brothers and sisters. They are also maintaining for themselves a distance from the subsequent privations suffered by the workers, be these in the form of the sabers of the gendarmes, the knives of the foremen or the sentences of the judges. It is fashionable these days to say that the strike is not a way to emancipate the worker, so we should not bother with it. Well, let us just have a closer look at this objection. Of course, going on strike is not, in itself, a means of emancipation. It is only by revolution, by expropriating society's wealth and putting it at the disposal of everyone, that the workers will break their chains. but does it follow that they should wait with folded arms until the day of the revolution? In order to be able to make revolution, the mass of workers must organize themselves, and resistance and the strike are excellent means by which workers can organize. Indeed, they have a great advantage over the tactics that are being proposed at the moment: workers' representatives, constitution of a workers' political party, etc., which do not actually derail the movement but serve to keep it perpetually in thrall to its principal enemy, the capitalist. The Strike and Resistance Funds 126 provide the means to organize not only the socialist converts, these seek each other out and organize themselves anyway, but especially those who are not yet converted, even though they really should be. Indeed, strikes break out all over the place. However, isolated and abandoned to their own fate, they fail all too often. What the workers who go on strike really need to do is to organize themselves, to communicate among themselves, and they will welcome with open arms anyone who comes and offers help to build the organization that they lack. The task is immense. There is so much work to do for every man and woman devoted to the workers' cause, and the results of this organizational work will of course prove enormously satisfying to all those who put their weight behind the movement. What is required is to build resistance associations 127 for each trade in each town, to create resistance funds and fight against the exploiters, to unify solidariser the workers' organizations of each town and trade and to put them in contact with those of other towns, to feed rate across France, to feed rate across borders, internationally. The concept of workers' solidarity must become more than just a saying, it must become a daily reality for all trades and all nations. In the beginning, the International faced national and local prejudices, rivalry between trades, and so on, and yes, and this is perhaps one of the greatest services the International has done for us. These rivalries and these prejudices were overcome, and we really did witness workers from distant countries and trades, who had previously been in conflict, now working together. The result of this, let us not forget, was achieved by organizations emerging from and owing their very existence to the great strikes of the time. It is through the organization of resistance to the boss that the International managed to gather together more than 2 million workers and to create a powerful force before which both bourgeoisie and governments trembled. But the strike, the theoreticians tell us, only addresses the selfish interests of the worker. In the first place, it is not egotism which drives the worker to strike, he is driven by misery, by the overarching necessity to raise wages in line with food prices. If he endures months of privation during a strike, it is not with a view to becoming another petty bourgeois, it is to avoid dying of starvation, himself, his wife, his children. And then, far from developing egotistical instincts, the strike serves to develop the sense of solidarity which emerges from the very heart of the organization. How often have we seen the starving share their meager earnings with their striking comrades? Just recently, the building workers of Barcelona donated as much as half their scant wages to strikers campaigning for a 9.5-hour day, and we should acknowledge in passing that they succeeded, whereas if they had followed the parliamentary route, they would still be working 11 or 12 hours a day. At no time in history has solidarity among the working classes been practiced at such a developed level as during strikes called by the International. Lastly, the best evidence against the accusation leveled at the strike that it is purely a selfish tactic is of course the history of the International. The International was born from strikes. At root, it was a strikers' organization, right up until the bourgeoisie, aided by a few ambitious types, managed to draw a part of the association into parliamentary struggles. And, at the same time, it is precisely this organization, by means of its local sections and its congresses, which managed to elaborate the wider principles of modern socialism which today gives us our strength, for with all due respect to the so-called scientific socialists, until the present there has not been a single idea on socialism which has not been expressed in the congresses of the International. The practice of going on strike did not hinder different sections within the International from addressing the social question in all its complexity. On the contrary, it helped it as well as simultaneously spreading the wider ideas among the masses. Others have also often been heard to say that the strike does not awaken the revolutionary spirit. In the current climate, we would have to say that the opposite is true. There is hardly a strike called these days which does not see the arrival of troops, the exchange of blows, and numerous acts of revolt. Some fight the soldiers, others march on the factories. In 1873 in Spain, the strikers at Alcoy declared the Commune and fired on the bourgeoisie. In 1877 at Pittsburgh in the USA, the strikers found themselves masters of a territory as large as France, and the strike became the catalyst for a general uprising. 128 in Ireland, the striking farm workers found themselves in open confrontation with the state. Thanks to government intervention, the factory rebel becomes a rebel against the state. Today, he finds ranged before him soldiers who will tamely obey the orders of their officers to shoot. But the use of troops to suppress strikes will only serve to demoralize, that is to say, to moralize the soldier. As a result, the soldier will lay down his arms and refuse to fight against his insurgent brothers. In the end, the strike itself, the days without work or bread, spent in these opulent streets of limitless luxury and the vices of the bourgeoisie, will do more for the propagation of socialist ideas than all manner of public meetings in times of relative social harmony. Such is the power of these ideas that one fine day the strikers of Ostra in Austria will requisition all the food in the town's shops and declare their right to society's wealth. But the strike, we must be clear, is not the only engine of war in the struggle against capital. In a strike, it is the workers as a whole who are taking up the fight, but there is also a role for groups and even individuals, and the ways in which they may act and be effective can vary infinitely according to local circumstances and the needs of the moment and the situation. It would be pointless to analyze these roles here, since each group will find new and original ways to further the workers' cause as it becomes active and effective in their own part of the great labor movement. The most important thing for us to do here is to agree upon the following principles. The goal of the revolution is the expropriation of the holders of society's wealth, and it is against these holders that we must organize. We must marshal all of our efforts with the aim of creating a vast workers' organization to pursue this goal. The organization of resistance to and war on capital must be the principal objective of the workers' organization, and its methods must be informed not by the pointless struggles of bourgeois politics but the struggle, by all of the means possible, against those who currently hold society's wealth, and the strike is an excellent means of organization and one of the most powerful weapons in the struggle. If we manage, over the course of the next few years, to create such an organization, we can be sure that the next revolution will not fail, the precious blood of the people will not be spilled in vain, and the worker, currently a slave, will emerge victorious from the conflict and will commence a new era in the development of human society based on equality, solidarity, and labor. The use of the strike. Translation by James Barbowen. In this article published in Freedom, April 1890, Kropotkin discusses the importance of strikes and unions in both improving conditions under capitalism but also in promoting revolutionary ideas and starting a social revolution. It is of note because it repeats long-standing anarchist ideas on the strike as well as raising these ideas long before French syndicalism was internationally known. The workers of England have been bestirring themselves again during the past few weeks. This is a good and encouraging sign, although the demands made are comparatively trifling. It shows a healthy discontent with existing conditions, a kind of feeling that the capitalist is not doing quite the square thing by the worker. We are sure that at bottom this movement is due to the impetus of the energetic revolutionary nucleus of socialists, which now exists in every large industrial center and amongst every large body of workers in the country. It is our work to fan the flame by increasing the number of those who strive for a really fair division of the profits of labor, that is to say, for a total abolition of exploitation. Let us hope, and we have every reason to feel that our wish will be realized, that the growth of those little groups of energetic men, scattered amongst our miners and our artisans, will equal, if not surpass, the growth of socialism, which the recent political census has shown us in the case of Germany. We use the words political census, because we cannot regard that election as useful in any other way than as a numbering of the workers' army, although it is of course an incomplete numbering. From the action of Messrs. Babel & Co. 129 in the Reichstag we expect little, but from the 1,341,587 men who registered themselves as uncompromising enemies of the existing order, we hope much. Doubtless the effect of this political census in Germany has been and will be great upon William Hohenzollern 130 and his associates, but far greater was the effect of the miners' strike in Germany last year, and it is to that more than anything that the Berlin Labor Conference, of which some English socialists make so much, is due. It is the strike and not the ballot box which terrorizes the exploiter and makes him see the shadow cast before by the coming revolution. Here, in England, there are many amongst the exploiting classes who see dimly the danger ahead, and the capitalist press, and more especially that portion which circulates exclusively amongst the capitalist class, such as the trade journals, contains many articles just now urging the most drastic measures against their slaves who dare to rebel against their will and feebly ask for a higher wage or a shorter working week. The interference of the state is loudly demanded to put down these troublesome strikes and labor unions. The strong arm of the law is to be invoked not for but against the worker. We have too much liberty, one trade journal of the highest class shrieks in terrified tones, and indeed we shall not be surprised if the workers speedily have to guard against attempts upon such feeble rights of combination and free action as they possess. There is perhaps no safer rule of thumb for the worker than to do that which his enemy most denounces and to avoid that which his enemy least objects to. To be a state socialist, to advocate legislative restriction and to pass resolutions at mass or other meetings is sneered at generally and sometimes faintly praised by the capitalist press, but hold an unemployed meeting or two in Trafalgar Square, organize a strike, or initiate a no-rent campaign, and the enemy unmasks himself and charges the workers, who do these dreadful but practical things, with being anarchists, enemies of society, disturbers of the public order. Long screeds are written, showing the terrible loss entailed on the community by this action, the selfishness of the strikers, the awful suffering of their families, which is never thought of under other circumstances, and so on. This unmeasured abuse on the part of the capitalists should convince even social democrats that the strike is a useful weapon, which will help the workers much in inaugurating the revolution. Moreover, it is a weapon which the workers are learning to use with greater and greater effect. The association of unions, national and international, makes it possible for us to have strikes over a whole country and in more than one country at a time. The recent successful coal strike included about 250,000 of men and practically covered England, Wales, and a part of Scotland. The workers are beginning to learn also that not only is solidarity needful amongst the members of a trade and amongst all workers, but that the strikes which affect the greatest industrial necessaries are the most important. Coal, the indignant capitalist press tells us, is of the greatest importance to our industries. Few of them can go on long if the coal strike lasts. How delightfully true this is! Why do not our candid enemies go still further and tell us point blank, if you want a general strike, first stop the coal supply. Dock labor is also a very necessary commodity, at least the capitalists tell us so, and we are quite prepared to believe them. In fact, the capitalist Balaam 131 in cursing the despised worker at the lowest rung of the ladder, is really blessing him. He is declaring to all the world that everything would come to a standstill but for the man whose capital is in his hands. More, he is telling the worker that, if he will but organize himself effectively and freely, make common cause with his unemployed brother and demand the whole, instead of merely a portion, of the proceeds of his labor, there is nothing to stop him. Let us, fellow workers, thank friend Balaam and act upon his advice. Let us spread the light in every corner of the land, infusing the spirit of revolution into every mine, factory, and workshop. By so doing, we shall soon have the workers of England no longer asking for trifling increases of wages, but demanding in sturdy tones a cessation of the system of robbery which obtains today. Strikes. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This article, published in La Revolte, September 27, 1890, sees Kropotkin continue his campaign for anarchist involvement in the labor movement started 10 years previously. He raises the need for workers to organize massive unions to be able to resist their exploiters. The workers are in revolt everywhere. Everywhere, strikes are taking a more and more serious turn, they are involving hundreds of thousands of proletarians, and their attitudes toward the holders of capital are becoming increasingly bitter. At present there are two big strikes occupying the attentions of English workers, the one in Southampton and the one in Australia. 132 The Australian one is still not resolved. We do not know as yet what will come of it. As to the Southampton strike, it failed. It did not have the backing of the London dockers, but it showed the extent to which relations between the bosses and the workers are strained and how the workers are at the end of their tether. Blood flowed in Southampton and the dockers' strike there nearly became an uprising, which, unfortunately, in the present circumstances, might have been drowned in blood. However, there came a point when the strike seemed to be turning into a revolt with some prospect of success. That was when the bosses crossed the line by shutting down their work sites last Monday, tossing 100,000 men onto the streets. That provocation was enough to rouse the dockers in London and, had the bosses stuck by their decision, who can say whether a general strike by all English dockers was not about to erupt and bring the whole of English industry to a standstill? Who can say whether the bosses, surrounded by troops, were not dreaming of desperate remedies and a little massacre of workers so as to plant terror in the workers' ranks, but what if that massacre had touched off the powder keg in England? Or did they recoil from the responsibility of a massacre of their own devising and offer the concessions that have been accepted temporarily, as a last resort? And despite that, relations between bosses and workers have remained strained in Southampton. The strike, the defeat, the intervention of troops, the closure of the work sites, all of this has embittered many minds and the dockers' thoughts are on revenge. Besides, the dock owners and ship owners are preparing for a final showdown. A massive company with 2,500 million in assets has just been launched. Every single member of this holy alliance of scoundrels 133 undertakes to lay out the sum of, per ton of cargo carried on their vessels. And these monies are to be spent by a committee on breaking the labor unions by any means, initially by bribery, then resistance and conspiracy, whereby men of vigor can be dispatched to prison, and so on. A private police force is to be raised by the scoundrels to break the workers' morale, sow discord among them and quietly kill them in the event of a strike. We are entering a new phase of the struggle here. If we stop to think what opposition the workers can put up against the exploiters, we shall see that nothing can tilt the scales in their favor other than monster unions embracing millions of proletarians against the exploiters' thousands and millions in gold. What is needed right now, above all, is men ready to march against the enemy, ready to pursue him to his very last stronghold. And we must ensure that such men meet one another, unite with one another, and support one another. They must know each other above all in their unions, for without that there can be no mutual trust. And without mutual trust there is no courage, only defeat. May 1, 1891. Translation by Paul Sharkey. In this three-part article, Kropotkin reiterates his ideas on anarchist involvement in the labor movement. He stresses that anarchists need to be part of the people and share their lives and struggles. It appeared in La Revolte, 18th and October 25 and November 1, 1890, and marks the start of the process which saw anarchists in France return to the unions and lead to the rise of revolutionary syndicalism. Our article Allez-vous-en. Hands off. La Revolte, October 4, 1890 had drawn a few comments from comrades and friends. Is there, they ask, any point in our taking an active hand in the strike wave presently taking place? Is there a danger to be foreseen there? Are we not running the risk of muddling the ideas of the revolutionary workers by letting them think that this 8 hours panacea 134 peddled by the hypnotizers Les Endormeurs 135 has our approval? There you have what is worrying honest anarchists the length and breadth of Europe. In the article on the back page of this issue, we return to debating this matter and will carry on doing so in the next issue. We shall simply remind our Geneva comrades that the issue of whether or not the recent 1st of May demonstration was offensive or defensive has been debated by the comrades in Vienna, Isera, more than any other. 136 They acted, and that was that, and it is for them that we are continuing the series of articles we began by setting out the facts. We shall set out our ideas, discussion by the groups will determine what is to be done. The question troubling a very large number of French, English, German, Italian, Spanish, and Austrian anarchists right now is this. In a few months' time, on 1st of May 1891, barring unforeseen circumstances such as might alter the course of events, several million workers are going to find themselves on the streets of every major industrial city against the wishes and in spite of the opposition of all the political leaders, radical, socialist and others. Given the circumstances, what can we do to help our ideas triumph? What are we to do between now and 1st of May and on the 1st of May itself? 7 months will have come and gone in no time. It is not too early for us to start thinking about things today. In our article Allez-vous-en, we tried to clarify what we believe to be the thoughts of the working masses at this moment. And we reckon that those in daily contact with the masses will find our depiction an accurate one. A few comrades may well have thought it more revolutionary for them to be told that the masses are anarchists to a man. That would have been a lie, they are not. However, no matter what may be said by those who concern themselves too much with politics and very little with the working masses, the spirit of the masses is more revolutionary than is generally believed. They are running out of patience, and they have vaguely anarchistic aspirations, which vindicates our raison d'être and which will be their strength once the revolution starts. For the time being, we can say this. The great bulk of the workers who will be on the streets on the 1st of May will simply be out to assert their right not to work. Should they so choose, they will be out to flex their muscles, to bring their strength to bear on the bourgeois. But among those millions, in every great working class center, there will be tens of thousands who will seek to do more than mount a mere demonstration. Some are growing impatient about ever seeing the revolution come. Others, and there are many of them, will be wanting the general strike, which is very popular in England, Belgium, and Germany, and if they turn out to be ready to strike in those trades that feed the whole of industry, mining, gas, docks, even then the strike would mean fighting in the streets. We saw that in Southampton and during the recent strikes in Belgium and in many a place in Italy and Spain on 1st of May last. 137. Finally, among those millions, there will be a very substantial minority, if not a majority, whose thinking follows these lines. We're working too much and we're fed up with fattening the bosses. The socialists had promised us that the revolution would put an end to that, but there is no sign of it coming. Anyway, they cannot make it on their own. Then again, the very ones who formerly used to talk to us of revolution today talk of parliament or of changing the government. Once in power, they will tell us to have patience. But we have shown enough patience. Let us see whether we cannot make a start through our immense unions. If the revolution comes along, our unions will certainly do no harm. They will have helped us, at least, to get to know one another. We know just how the sirs run industry, and they must make us work long hours to continue to grow wealthy. And if we refuse to work more than 8 hours, here is what is going to happen. Some of them will try to cut our pay, which we will be physically unable to accept. Most will try to replace us with unemployed workers, but that, take it from me, will mean war. The same thing will happen as did in Pittsburgh, when all the Eastern Railroad rolling stock was burnt, or as did in Belgium. 138 It will be like what was going to happen in a recent strike. Among workers, what is never spelled out in the press is common knowledge. In particular, in that strike, the strikers were going to start again in Pittsburgh when the bosses hurriedly caved in. The people is not given to exaggerating promises, very modest at the beginning, it acts when it needs to. Finally, the workers think we know that a large number of industrial companies only make a profit by making us work long hours. Come the 8-hour day, they will no longer be able to operate. Well, too bad for them. We will do what has been stated over and over in every strike in recent times. We will take things into our own hands and tell the bosses, off you go. We have no further use for you. That will mean a new beginning. Such, we are sure, are the essential ideas circulating around a very substantial minority of the English, Belgian and German workers. Their ideal far outstrips the petty concerns of their leaders. For all its modesty, it is not as modest as that of the authoritarian General Staff. And it is our belief that pretty much the same ideas are in circulation in France, in certain trades, at any rate. A substantial minority in Italy and Spain also shares these ideas. In any event, what is beyond question is that we shall not be counting on illusions if we take as our starting point the assumption that a very substantial minority of workers, if not the majority, thinks along these lines. Well, it is our contention that it was with ideas like these no more clear-cut, precise, or advanced that every revolution started when it began to spread. The rest developed during the revolution, through the action of advanced groups and the force of circumstances. For whereas a change of government can sometimes be accomplished within 24 hours, a social revolution is going to take time, months, or years, to be carried through. And it is during this interval that revolutionary ideas will make headway, especially if the revolution was triggered by an economic issue. Given this frame of mind and the international political mess we all know about, what are we going to do? Bide our time? Remain onlookers? Let others get on with it? Wait for the masses to become entirely anarchistic and, in the meantime, involve ourselves in nothing or meddle only in battles between scheming politicians, politicalers? Would that not be tantamount to our not calling ourselves anarchists at all? Should we restrict ourselves to what we have done in recent years, namely, standing back to work out our ideas? We have done that, and we had no option but to go through the stage of developing our ideas, coming to an understanding with one another on what we mean by anarchy. True, during that time, our ideas gradually found their way to the masses. To be sure, in spite of everything, we have brought our influence to bear on the development of the idea of social revolution. But that is not enough. Historical events do not wait for stragglers. And as, over the 7 months between now and the 1st of May, a very considerable number of labor meetings are going to be held and some very animated discussions between workers as to what must be done, we cannot stand by with arms folded, and if we cannot, in addition, deploy part of the efforts we have been putting into converting the masses to anarchy by then, we can still spread our ideas far and wide if we immerse ourselves in the movement. It has often been said, our role is outlined in advance. Once the people takes to the streets, all we need do is turn the struggle into deeds. Very well then. But the masses must know who we are, and anarchists must feel the courage to engage in the struggle, and all this requires a lot of groundwork to be laid in advance. In our view, whilst we do not question their courage nor that of their comrades, people who talk in those terms should nonetheless ponder the example set for us in Chicago on 1st of May 1886. 139. We know that on that date the Knights of Labor were contemplating mounting a general strike. The American anarchists did not believe in that. They foresaw that any such attempt would be pitifully aborted due to the all too obvious lack of agreement among the workers at that point. Also, by their reckoning, when strikers were being massacred, the anarchists would be there, a people's army well prepared for the fight. Benefiting from the arrangements offered by American customs at that time, arrangements which we in Europe do not enjoy and which are no longer enjoyed in America, they armed companies of anarchist volunteers. 140. The outcome we know. At the point at which the troops fired on the people, the anarchists were not there. Not being strikers themselves, not being in the trade unions alongside the workers, they were not on the scene. And later, they had no opportunity to make use of their strength. How come? For all that, there were brave men among them, brave men who lived under the gallows for 18 months and never let their beliefs down by a single word of weakness, these heroes who showed how one dies for a cause, they and many another who would have done the same thing in their place. What basis, therefore, could there be for misgivings about whether Link or Parsons or Fisher and many another having a moment's second thoughts about risking their lives in the struggle? But the occasion for a fight never came. It is all too often thought that during barricade fighting, courage is everything. But that is to forget that barricades have to be prepared by protracted activity in the midst of the masses, sometimes over years, and that without a rebellious people there are no barricades. People forget that the supreme honor of dying not in one's bed, but in the armed struggle for the emancipation of a people has to be earned by protracted preparatory work. Which of us has not dreamt of perishing on the barricades, surrounded by the people, in the ecstasy of the struggle, rather than dying on a cot, with microbes gnawing at us? But the only one who will get such a death is the one who manages to become the people in the midst of the people. Without the masses, no barricades. Without the masses, no armed struggle. That is why the anarchists, even the Chicago anarchists whose numbers included heroes such as our brothers who were strangled by the bourgeois, failed to come up with an occasion to join battle, whereas, there has been scarcely a single strike over these past few years in which strikers who have never talked about propaganda by deed, have nevertheless carried out revolutionary acts, occasionally more significant than anything planned at any anarchist gathering. Anarchists are no more and no less courageous than those strikers. Or maybe more. Certainly, they are not braggarts. They can face the Caledonias 141 and mount the scaffold for their beliefs. But there is one thing that sets them apart from these strikers and which represents their weakness. They, the strikers, were the people. They were known to one and all. They were comrades in the midst of comrades. They felt supported. Whatever they did in one day of struggle had been a long time in the making, thanks to the preparatory work they had put in whilst living in those surroundings. That rather than courage is where anarchists have been found wanting up to the present. And each time they have lived the life of the people, they have taken the lead when it came time to act. Recently we saw this, for instance, in the case of our comrades from Vienna. Without betraying their anarchist beliefs by as much as a single word, they lived the life of the people for some years. And they got their chance to carry out the propaganda acts so often advocated at meetings but so rarely achieved, whilst at the same time, when brought to trial, they managed to spread the idea, more so than all our newspapers and pamphlets. It seems to us too that the change that has taken place over the past few years has gone unnoticed. 9 years ago, there was a dead calm. The word anarchy had just been uttered in France. In terms of revolt, the watchword was terror. Conditions being as they were, the masses had to be woken up at all costs and made to reflect and unleash the gales of revolt. One isolated act could do that job. It gave food for thought. But today the masses are awake, as they always are when great movements are approaching. They want to march forwards, and our role is to help them make strides and take the few steps separating them from revolution. And for this reason it is necessary to be with the people, which is no longer asking for some isolated deed but for men of action within its ranks. But what can we do from the ranks of this strike wave whose illusions we do not share? Can we get involved without diminishing our program? That is what we are going to discuss now. 2. No matter what anyone else may say, we maintain that with the labor movement emerging just now in Europe and the United States, we are dealing with a popular movement. Popular, in that it brings together such imposing numbers of men and women who have no visible ties between them. Huge, because it is spontaneous, because it is no one's handiwork, but the outcome of everything said and done over the past 20 years. At present, it embraces upwards of 2,500,000 men and women in Europe alone. Upwards of 1,500,000 in England, nearly 500,000 in Germany, nearly 200,000 in Austria, perhaps a lot more, the same number in Italy and in Spain, and let us say, 100,000 in France. And as we stated previously in the article Miners et Paysans, miners and peasants, it particularly takes in the miners and the more poorly paid trades, the ones that have been beyond the reach of all socialist propaganda. Some Englishmen will try to explain this movement away in terms of intrigues by the Conservatives, whilst others will cite the agitation in Ireland, the one excluding the other, and the Marxists, whose modesty is well known, will write in the continental press that they have created this movement, all half-dozen of them. Belgians will discern German or governmental intrigues in this, Germans will chalk it up to courtiers, and the French can try to explain it away in terms of some Orleanist Boulangist intrigue or, even more laughably, credit it to the 5 or 6 known Gestists. 142. And all these explanations will be shown to be laughable, since they will leave the most striking thing unexplained, the general unrest in England, Belgium, Germany and France, Austria, Italy and Spain, its anonymous character, the variety of elements that hasten to lend it aid, the political parties racing to take it over after having sought in vain for years to prevent it from erupting. It is a popular unrest. And its origins, we repeat, lie in the flow of ideas that have been produced over the last 20 years. In England we saw it coming and we predicted it as long ago as 1882 when there were not 100 conscious socialists in the entire country. From the moment one entered mining country, one could smell it on the breeze, it was fermenting even then. The push made in 1869 is well known and it found expression in the International, which everybody later claimed to have sired. If we must try to seek its origin in a single event, we should have to hark back to the Pittsburgh strike and to the 1st of May 1886 in Chicago. And even that would be to link the historic movement to a single phenomenon that was no more than its initial expression. The main point that needs stressing is that if one delves into this movement looking for conservative scheming within the English movement, German or even government hands in the Belgian movement, Boulangist hands in the French one and so on, it will all be found there and much else besides. All the reactionaries, but also all revolutionary parties, sought to benefit from this movement. Reactionary gold will be found there if one goes looking for it, but so too will the secret societies of the miners. 143 The restless energy of the Knights of Labour, the members not their leader Terence Powderly, the frantic activity of the Irish, the republican dreams of the Defuiso of every nationality. 144 The charitable sentimentalism of the thousands of organizers of unions of women, social democratic propaganda, the incendiary harangues of revolutionaries, and the action, the blood of the anarchists. All have contributed to this movement. But it would be as nonsensical to explain it in terms of a single cause as it would be to say that it was Philippe Egalité's money that brought about the French Revolution. 145 Monarchist gold that set the chateaux ablaze, or the Jacobin Club, the Constitutional Club at the time, that made 1793. As for the socialists who would like to claim the credit for the movement, just reread what we wrote prior to 1st of May 1890. The movement came as a surprise to them and, to be blunt about it, an unpleasant surprise. It wrecked the calculations of the theoreticians. They resolved to join the movement just this last fortnight once they found themselves being overtaken by it. Here are the facts. What should we do in view of this movement? What part can we play in it? Having called for spontaneous movements by the people, are we about to stand aside because this movement does not march under the anarchist banner, which was, by the way, very easily predictable? But how can we join in with an agitation that is based on illusions about the 8-hour day? That is the question looming in front of us. It seems to us that there is a very straightforward answer to that question. By remaining ourselves at all times. By always and at every opportunity that presents itself speaking our thoughts, all our thoughts, holding nothing back and hiding nothing from the workers. By demolishing the illusions by which the legalitarians seek to blind the masses and repeating at all times that whatever the masses want and will do they will have it outside of the law. When speaking in a bar or some small get-together or at some huge 8 hours rally, let us always speak our mind and speak it more often. 8 hours working for the boss, that is 8 hours too many. Not just because out of those 8 hours, the worker gives 4 towards lining the pockets of an exploiter and puts a weapon in the hands of the man who has him under the yoke, but also because those 8 hours are spent on producing, not what society needs, but whatever offers the exploiter the best chance of exploiting him further. In major industries, there is nothing extravagant about an 8-hour day. They work only 9 hours, 52 to 53 hours a week in the larger English industries. It is mainly on the back of industries that work only 52 hours a week that the entrepreneurs grow rich. So well do the bourgeois know this that even now bourgeois economists are steering public opinion in that direction. In bourgeois literature they are forever citing the works of Steinkopf, who has painstakingly examined wages across Europe and shown how, in America, where wages are considerably higher, the flesh and blood machine the worker produces much more than anywhere in England, and that anything cotton goods, tracks, railroads, etc. comes much cheaper to the employer in America than in England. High wages, cheap goods, is becoming quite a topical theme in bourgeois literature. So an 8-hour day for 10 hours pay no longer frightens English industrialists. They are getting used to it. They will introduce it once the pressure becomes serious enough. Their last line of defense is that the workers themselves are not in agreement on the matter. But that fact indicates how illusory are the claims of socialist ignoramuses out to persuade the workers that, come the 8-hour day, the masses of unemployed workers will have something to use their arms on. When these ignoramuses start telling fairy tales to the workers, saying that where we now have 80 men working a 10-hour day, they will have to hire 100 men working an 8-hour day, the workers' eyes must be open to the stupidity of such reasoning. Workers see right away that this is nonsense when we tell them, if they are going to take on an additional 20 men, won't they have to introduce 20 new machines? But then the employer, instead of buying 20 of the old model machines, is going to opt instead for 30 of the newer model machines, which will allow him to churn out the same quantities with just 70 men where once there were 80. The scope for improvements to be made is so great in most factories that the improved machinery of which we are speaking poses no problem. So the 8-hour days boils down to this: a temporary improvement for the 70 workers kept on at the plant, plus a further 10 workers added to the ranks of the army of the unemployed, a reserve army that is capital's ace card when it comes to cutting the pay of those still in work. So that the 70 workers kept on at the factory will only be able to cling on to their wages if they continually mount strikes, which face more dubious prospects of success with each passing day. When we tell them that, they understand us perfectly. Which is why the champions of the 8 hours campaign are then so quick to add, precisely. But that is the very reason why we are simultaneously calling for nationalization of land. A good third of the country will then be working the land that we will snatch from the landowners. But nationalization of the land, and our readers know this, is either a word that means nothing, a hollow phrase, or else the revolution. And once you have demonstrated that the land will not be wrested from the landowners except by revolution, the very people who, a moment ago, were debating legal measures answer you, well, if that is revolution, never mind, or all the better, as you please. What we know is that we do not want to work more than 8 hours. 8 hours per day of leisure we shall not budge. 3. So the reduction in working time boils down to this: for a given number of workers, conditions are improved, that much is true. But what is less certain, is that such improvement is gained at the cost of stability in employment and frequent layoffs for the very people whose conditions have been, for a time, improved. Furthermore, every improvement in the conditions of a minority of workers is followed by an increase in the immense army of out-of-work workers and by the impoverishment of that army. Some of those who once had jobs are reduced to the ranks of that army. Off they go to populate the suburbs of the great cities, and there they fall prey to the agencies and the middle-ranking petty bosses of small industry. Because, with due respect to the Marxist theoreticians, small industries linger on alongside the bigger ones in every industrialist country. 146 They are sustained by starvation wages. Except that instead of remaining in the villages, where men used to be able to fall back on agriculture, now they have relocated to the suburbs of the major cities, where the starving worker is served up, bound hand and foot, to the small exploiters. The entire history of England, the archetypal industrial country, is reduced to this. Conditions for workers in the larger industries improve. But they lose their job stability, work becomes available only in spurts. At the same time, with every improvement, the numbers of people finding employment in the bigger industries fall, those surplus to requirements being cast into the army of unemployed workers. The latter represent the capitalist's reserves. He calls upon them in the event of a strike as a means of forcing down wages, which is precisely why the army of the unemployed grows to such an enormous size in the industrially more developed countries. Reduced to the blackest of miseries, that army seeks for the means of subsistence in the smaller industries which emerge by the thousands in the big cities. Thus the sweating system that has been such a topic of conversation of late, the arrangement whereby the smaller trades are exploited by swarms of intermediaries, becomes the inevitable outcome of improvements made to the conditions of the workforce of the larger industries. This is the price paid for such improvements. Ruthlessly exploited by the sweaters, those who sweat the working man and woman, the smaller industries act as the necessary counterweight to the better paying larger industries. Another equally inevitable outcome is the continual replacement of male labor by female labor and, above all, by the labor of girls and boys. Besides, as the workforce of the bigger industries strikes in order to secure either better pay or shorter hours, a ferocious battle erupts between them and the army of the unemployed. It is from that army that the boss recruits his replacement staff, and the strikers, thrown into a panic by the hardships of the strike, introduce a note of truly terrifying fury into their dealings with those replacements. If only it went no further than blows. But in the recent London dock strike, serious consideration was even given to blowing up and derailing an entire trainload of blacklegs hired in the provinces and slaughtering them wholesale. And in contests between the incipient Fourth Estate and the Fifth, the battle fought out on a daily basis, we have heard but one voice, one single voice, coming from our brother anarchists in Australia, pleading the cause of the jobless workers. You come away from a strike as the victors, they stated in the manifesto to which we referred a fortnight ago, and the jobless workers, though dying in poverty, backed you. They did not step forwards to replace you. And afterwards, you will go back to work, having secured better conditions. But what about them? No work, no bread prior to the strike, and no work and no bread after your victory. Do not ask too many heroics from them after their having suffered so much without any hope of betterment of their lot. Well, through study, sacrifice and hardships, we have come, we anarchists, to understand the complicated relationships of modern industry, disentangling them from our masters' accumulated lies. Was our purpose to keep all this knowledge for ourselves? For entertainment at our meetings? So as to inject a flavor of scientific discussion into them? To make an impression, as so many bourgeois do, though not all, fortunately, who hoard their learning for their scientific gatherings, their newspapers, their books, without ever bringing it to those in the greatest need of it? Was it in order to take our turn at being bourgeois that we wrapped ourselves up in that grand word anarchy, which means, above all, being with the people, living among the people, working with the people? Luckily, the great socialist movement has done more than just breed this new aristocracy, which will someday perish in the smoke of street fighting, just like the aristocrats from the Corso di Roma who marched to their deaths in yellow gloves in the attack upon the quadrilateral of fortresses in Lombardy, but who sneered at the people for its superstitions, its naive notions, its inability to understand science. Alongside the 8 Hours campaign in the privileged trades, and alongside the theoretical socialist movement, an entire army of volunteers is working to organize the smaller trades in the smaller industries, the masses of day laborers, the women and children working in the larger and smaller factories. Those unknown male and female volunteers are numbered in their thousands in England at least, and they carry out the hard preparatory work. And asked why they do such work, they answer, "You know, I have yet to delve into your socialist theories. But it turns my stomach to see workers exploited so. I help them to join together, to fight. If they can but realize that the workers in the same factory have a shared interest and a common enemy, the exploiter, that's all I can hope for. Introduced into the great union of all possible trades, they will feel their strength. My power is weak, I do what I can. And the unions emerge, and a weaver who used to scorn the matchmaker starts treating him with respect, and everybody gets to feel that there is a class, the class of the disinherited, whose interests are counter to those of all the rich. Which is how the groundwork is laid for all revolutions. Except that, instead of sowing the ideas of social revolution, worker initiative, revolt against authority in these emerging groups right from the outset, the groundwork is being done by people whom themselves share all of the masses' prejudices about authority, parliament, reforms, and all the rest of it. The emerging groups fed on such prejudices from the moment they appear. Not because they are incapable of comprehending anything different, but because nobody has ever told them any different. Barely 1 in 100 has ever heard tell of anarchy, and that from some newspaper that has sensationalized the most striking phrases of some public speaker, phrases that, in the ear of the worker who had never heard tell of these things, sound like words from an incoherent dream. Socialists in general, and anarchists in particular, all too easily forget that they were not anarchists from birth. All too readily they forget what they used to be before they became anarchists and how this transformation took place. They forget the prejudices with which they themselves were imbued and the effort it took to struggle free of them. And instead of taking these organizers one at a time, instead of convincing each of them, the way Finelli did in Spain and Bakunin everywhere, through long discussions carried on day after day over a period of weeks, they throw up their hands immediately, whinging about stupidity. Should the novice's eyes widen on hearing it said that thievery will do away with property and a few sticks of dynamite, not enough even to blow down a door, are enough to carry through a social revolution. Last winter we were gathered at an anarchist branch in a large English city. One English worker gave the history of the branch to an audience made up of about 50 comrades, male and female, in the following terms: 2 years ago, he was saying, we were all, as you know, Social Democrats. Then along came the London tailors' strike. A group of Whitechapel tailors sent us a delegate in the hope of persuading the tailors hereabouts not to take up orders coming from London. That delegate was an anarchist. He spent a few months with us, working as a tailor. Over those 3 months, he chatted to us day in and day out about anarchy. Never wearied of it. Every day, on every free evening, he would expound upon his ideas to us. And now here we are, anarchists every last one of us. The youngsters who join are anarchists. The tailors' union contains a fair number of anarchists. And the most striking point for me, comrades, is that back when we used to speak in the street on Sundays and talked about parliament and discipline and such, they applauded us. Now our talk on the streets is about anarchy, social revolution, and they clap even louder. And they would have us believe that the people understand nothing. If only we had had more men like our friend. Meaning the delegate. In 3 months of conversation our friend carried out more anarchist propaganda than we had in 3 years by means of our newspaper. But all these organizations are out only for a reduction in the hours of work. What can we achieve there, our friends may well ask. It appears to us that introducing into the movement all our ideas about industrial relations such as we have just quickly outlined is a worthy task in itself. But if, in spite of everything, the workers refuse to accept our logic and answer us, that's all well and good, but let us all organize, in the great and small trades, and we will already have gone a long way towards bringing all the workers of the country together. 147. And then, when we are strong enough, we can secure the 8 hours for all by means of parliamentary legislation. Well, if that should be their answer, we have only one thing to say to them: if you are that strong, you do not need a parliament to settle this matter. You have merely to indicate to the industrialists that you have made up your minds to work no more than 8 hours. Parliament will not do anything. In England it is already proposing an inquiry that will take 2 years. A parliament cannot pass any measure that will upset all of industry. It will want to play for time, and, in the meantime, it will destroy your unions by corruption. Well, if you have set your mind on 8 hours, You have merely to take them. Between now and May 1st, you can call the main trades together. The leaders will tell you to wait. Bypass them. Come to some arrangement without them. And come May 1st, when 2 or 3 million of you take to the streets in the major cities, pass this resolution. Tomorrow, all of us, many as we are, walk out of work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is that. Do that. There will definitely be a general strike by the bosses, a general closing of the workshops, a general stop of industry. In those circumstances, you will not have the troops on your side, but, in England, Belgium, and Spain at any rate, you will not have them against you. The time of revolution will thus have begun, not at the behest of some States General, not over some Boulangistorlianist Fairist issue, but over a labor issue. Your conduct thereafter will be dictated by how things develop. There's what we can do in this movement, for a start. The rest will come later, and it will depend upon what we will have done beforehand, between now and May 1st, 1891. In any event, that is one proposal, or, if it will not do, let us look for a different one. But please, let us not wait for the revolution to fall upon us unsolicited, like manna from heaven. Letter to French and British Trade Union Delegates. This letter was read to a meeting of French and British trade unionists at South Place Institute, June 21, and was later published in Freedom, September 1901. In it Kropotkin calls upon the delegates to repeat the actions of their brethren in 1864 and recreate a militant international trade union organization for the direct struggle against capitalism. Dear comrades, I am extremely sorry that ill health prevents me from being with you at this meeting of welcome to the delegates of the French trade unions. I feel the more sorry as it entirely depends upon ourselves and our own endeavors that the present visit of French trade unions should become the starting point of a great international federation between the workingmen all over the world. It was from a similar visit that the great International Workingmen's Association was born in 1864. And if by this time the international union between the workingmen of both hemispheres has made immense progress, and has been established directly, by means of a continuous intercourse which is going on amongst the workers of all nations, there remains still the necessity of consolidating that union and of making it a powerful weapon both in the conflicts between labor and capital, and in international conflicts. There is a common stock of ideas circulating amidst the working classes of all nations, but there must also be a common ground for international action. The necessity of spreading labor organizations internationally, and of an international support in case of strikes, that international federations of separate trades, glassblowers, coal miners, cotton operatives, dock laborers, the shop assistants and, partly, the engineers are already being organized. What is required now is an international federation of all the trade unions all over the world. Such a federation will not interfere with the existing international socialist organization, such as it appears at its congresses. 148. The international socialist congresses have delineated their own special field of action, namely, legislation in favor of labor. But this legislation, no matter how sweeping it may be, would leave untouched the great problem of our times, labor and capital. It sanctions the existing relations between the exploiting capitalist and the exploited laborer. It only tries to improve them. However, the great struggle between labor and capital, labor endeavoring to free itself from the yoke of capital, this great struggle goes on. It requires that the laborers should offer to the capitalist a compact mass united, not subdivided by their political opinions. Whether conservative or liberal, nationalist or internationalist, social democrat or anarchist, the workingmen have their own interests as such, they have their own struggle to carry on. They are laborers placed under the yoke of the rich ones and trying to shake off that yoke. And as the rich ones, whether conservative, liberal, jingo or anti-jingo, English or French, German or Russian, unite together to combat the workers as soon as these rise against the oppression of capital, so the workers all over the world must constitute a formidable federation, ready to support each other irrespective of political opinions and nationality, in the direct struggle of labor against capital. An international federation of all the trade unions, across all the frontiers, is thus an absolute necessity. As to the special question, the question of peace and international arbitration, which has brought over the French trade union delegates to London, we can but heartily greet every step, however small it may be, in the sense of a direct union between the workingmen of all nations in order to oppose the warlike and conquering spirit which takes hold of the middle classes. Everything that will be done to establish that direct union will receive our hearty support. But so long as an international federation of all labor organizations of Europe and America has not been established, and so long as the workers have not seen in such a federation the natural and true expression of their own interests, all such attempts will remain fruitless. Take the present war in South Africa. 149. It was begun in the interests of a handful of shameless money grabbers of the worst description, whose names will be, and are already, cursed by every thinking human being. And the war is conducted with a barbarity of which no other civilized nation has ever rendered itself guilty before mankind. The good name of England has been dragged in the mud, and it is now execrated everywhere in Europe for the abominations that are committed in England's name, in South and North Africa and in famine and plague-stricken India. Whose fault is it? I don't hesitate to say that the fault is not with the moneyed robbers. To rob, to plunder, to exact is their profession. The fault is with the British workingmen. They alone could have opposed this war. They alone can put an end to the abominations committed against women and children in their name. If tomorrow the labor unions of London alone would come out to Hyde Park and put their foot upon this bloody war, within a week's time peace would be concluded, and the gold-embroidered heroes of warfare against children and women would not dare to parade the streets of an English city. But the preachings of the rich and the systematic lies of a venal press have blinded the workers of England, as they will tomorrow blind the workers of France, of Germany, of Russia, when the middle classes of these countries will prepare their wars. An international federation of all labor unions of the world, alone, would be capable of opposing its force to that organized for robbery by the middle classes. If such a federation existed, if the workers of all nations had grown accustomed to listen to its mighty voice and to see in it the expression of their own ideas, the present war in South Africa would never have taken place. The federation would have told the truth to the English workers, it would have roused their conscience, it would have called them to action. And the same is true of all future wars, of which a rich crop is already coming. Let us, then, solemnly put tonight the first foundations of an international federation of labor, and for the true and complete liberation of mankind without distinction of creed, of color, or nationality, as the great International Workingmen's Association had proclaimed it in 1864. P. Kropotkin. 148. A reference to the recently formed Marxist Second International, which had been created in 1889 and which primarily contained social democratic parties, although some trade unions also participated. Editor. 149. A reference to the Boer War, 1899 to 1902. Editor. The Death of the New International. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This article, published in La Revolte, October 17, 1891, discusses the Social Democratic Second International and contrasts it to the First International, a genuine international labor movement based on unions committed to direct action against capital. The Democratic Socialist press continues to make a great fuss over the recent Congress at Brussels. 150. If these newspapers are to be believed, it was a grandiose act of federation on the part of the working class in every land. And since the Congress's resolutions, even in the opinion of some democratic socialist newspapers, do not have much to say, it is the spirit and the tendency of the Congress that we are invited to contemplate. At the risk of repeating ourselves over the details, let us take yet another look at that spirit, that tendency. This is all the more useful insofar as the Brussels Congress did indeed display a pronounced tendency and spirit, setting it apart from preceding Congresses. It marks a new phase in the series of international workers' congresses. One day in 1867, the bourgeoisie got wind of a great league being formed between workers. That league was international. Its purpose, to fight the bosses. Its weapon, a strike with international backing, its ultimate aim, the abolition of the employer class. We still remember the terror that the birth of the International Working Men's Association struck into the bourgeoisie. They studied it, they shrouded it in all manner of mysteries and sought to fathom them. What is to become of society? The more intelligent bourgeois asked one another if this dream of international unity between workers comes to fruition. They will be a power to be reckoned with, the power to be reckoned with. With their strikes they will be able to ruin every branch of industry, one by one. Nothing could withstand them. They can ruin all our machines and there is not a thing we can do to prevent them. They can bring all production to a standstill and oust us out of production. Even massacring the workers would achieve nothing. Sabers might be deployed against them, but what if they have international backing and do not go back to work? We will all be ruined and they will end up driving us out. And the bourgeoisie was right. A formidable organization embracing every trade absolutely could ruin the bourgeoisie and reduce the bourgeois to pleading with the workers to take over the factories, mines, and railways and run them for themselves. The bourgeoisie saw this danger and did not have much of an idea how to counter it. The workers, and above all the German Marxists, made it their business to set bourgeois minds at rest. The economic struggle has to take precedence over the political struggle, said the International. And this set the bourgeoisie quaking and it saw workers rallying to its colors in their millions. Perfect, said the Marxists, but to succeed in the economic struggle, we must acquire political power. Let us tackle the political struggle first, and that will provide a solution to the economic struggle. This made a nonsense of the principle of the International. It amounted to telling the founders of the International, particularly Marx, that they had been imbeciles to set the economic struggle over political struggles. But what was there for bourgeois leaders in such economic struggles? Better wages. But they are not wage earners, a reduction in working hours, but they are already working from home as writers or wordmongers. Only the political struggle had something to offer them. They sought to steer the workers in that direction. The workers' prejudices helping in this, they succeeded. After that, the bourgeoisie was able to sleep easy for nigh on 20 years. They were not naive enough to believe that socialists might achieve a majority in parliament in such and such a year. And Engels might be that naive and repeat today he has just done so again his reckoning that 1898 might well be the year when that will happen, just as he did some 14 years ago. But the bourgeois are not that naive. It suddenly came to them that if the workers were to throw themselves into the political struggle, that would put paid to their strength. There would be squabbles over candidacies just as we have seen in France over the past 15 years, 151 there would be splintering, just as there has been splintering in England from 1887 to this day. 152 and if a kind of a unity was preserved as it has been in Germany, it would be for the purpose of fighting Bismarck in conjunction with such and such a parliamentary faction, so as to paralyze the workers' strike power and lay socialism to rest. Once that step was taken, the bourgeoisie no longer worried about the International. The International was defunct. 19 years later, and on a grander scale, the Brussels Congress has just repeated the deeds of the Hague Congress of 1872. Indeed, 2 or 3 years ago, a vast workers' movement was underway in Britain. In a development never witnessed before, a few men had managed to rouse the outcast laborer and dock worker trades. Women, ground into the ghastliest poverty, revolted and organized themselves in turn. The number of workers organized in trade unions more than doubled, climbing from 500,000 to something akin to 1.5 million. For a number of weeks, a big strike brought some big industries in London, the heart of world trade, grinding to a halt. And in that strike, the people displayed a gift for organization that even anarchists had not dared imagine. Finally, in that strike, the workers attracted absolutely unbelievable support from thousands of men and women and from déclassé elements of the British bourgeoisie, whilst Australia sent unexpected help. That great strike and the labour awakening was echoed on the continent, on the docks in Holland, among the Belgian, German and Slav miners, and among the major trades in France, Italy, and Spain. As in the First International, the idea of the general strike emerged and its implementation seemed imminent, as the various trades banded together, federated and took to the streets on May 1. These were stirrings that had to be halted at all costs. The Marxists took charge of that. Had they been paid by the bourgeois for so doing, they could not have worked more ardently to bring the movement to a standstill. And in England, they found heartfelt support from the Conservatives, the worthy offspring of the Earl of Beaconsfield, whom Liebknecht would have us believe today was a great thinker. 153. At the Brussels Congress, these gentlemen, aided by English Conservatives, achieved their purpose. From here on, the bourgeois will be able to sleep easy, just as they were in the wake of the Marxists' victory at the Hague Congress. Actually, as the Marxists see it, the workers will not be troubling with the economic struggle anymore. The economic struggle was all very well for dreamers such as Marx and Bakunin. But they, being practically minded, are going to concern themselves with votes. They will enter into alliances, some with the Conservatives, some with Kaiser Wilhelm II, and they will get their men into Parliament. This is item 1, the essential point of the Marxist gospel promulgated at the Brussels Congress. This is to take priority over all the other resolutions. In the second item of the Congress's agenda, the talk will be of strikes to promote them, hardly. To tell the workers that the strike is a double-edged sword that has to be handled with care and never without the permission of the bureaus of labor statistics. The latter may give approval or deny approval for a strike, and obedience will follow. They will allow it if Wilhelm II allows it in Germany and if the Conservatives in England allow it. They will forbid it if these gentlemen forbid it. Above all, they will forbid it if they fear it will sink a candidate in such and such an electoral district. Such is the net result of the Congress. The whole immense workers' organization into which so much effort has lately been invested has been Jesuitically sold to the bourgeois, in return for a few candidatures guaranteed to a Mr. X here and a Mr. Y there. Sleep easy, bourgeois. There is no workers' international now to pose a threat to your factories. We German, British, Belgian, Dutch, and Italian Marxists will be watching over you. We say nothing of the virtually non-existent French and Spanish Marxists. We shall keep our flocks entertained with candidatures and set them to tearing one another to pieces over seats in Parliament and on councils. And if that old nitwit Marx turns unhappily in his grave, well, too bad for him. In politics we are his children. There you have the idea underlying this noxious Congress. 154. Commemoration of the Chicago Martyrs. This speech was published in Freedom, December 1892. In it, Kropotkin sketches both the validity of anarchist theories and the necessity of applying them in the labor movement. We cannot better commemorate the death of our brethren of Chicago than by casting a glance on the progress of the ideas for which they lived and died, after having been so cruelly tortured for 18 long months by the American land and money grabbers. The beginnings of the anarchist party were very modest. It was born from a protest, which soon became a fierce struggle, against the authority constituted within the International Working Men's Association. This modest beginning concealed, however, a great principle, that of negation of authority altogether, in all relations between the members of a society, and a high ideal, that of a society based upon the full liberty of the individual, and the free grouping of free individuals, free groups, and free federations of groups. The party found support for its ideas from many quarters. It proved to be in accordance with the great work, the criticism of authority, which was going on in the depths of the toiling classes. And it proved to be in accordance with the thought which has been of late occupying a more and more prominent position in the writings of modern philosophers. The idea grew, it found support in both philosophy and science, it developed. And however few the numbers of anarchists were, the anarchist idea was so much in accordance with the modern progress of thought that at this moment, we may say, that it has already deeply modified the current conceptions upon many vital questions connected with the great strife for the emancipation of man. The conceptions as to the relative parts played by evolution and revolution in the progress of mankind have totally changed of late. No intelligent man can now oppose evolution to revolution, it being evident that both are only two aspects of the same progress. Checked evolution calls forth a revolution, and the principles proclaimed by a revolution are applied to life by subsequent evolution. Even some prominent Darwinians recognize now that revolutions have been necessary parts of past organic evolution. The more so in human life, revolution is a necessary part of human evolution. The conceptions upon authority have also immensely changed. Confidence in it is being rapidly lost. While 20 years ago, the adversaries of authority were treated by social democrats as fools, these same social democrats are brought to bend before the disrespect for authority which is felt in their own ranks. The state socialists are now compelled to repudiate state socialism, at least in their programs, and they are compelled every day to part with the authority which they formerly considered as a necessary condition of socialist success. The social democratic groups claim freedom for each one of themselves, and the formerly autocratic leaders are bound to recognize this autonomy of the groups. The old argument as to the autonomous groups going to annihilate each other by their struggles would simply appear laughable, if it were unearthed from the social democratic papers of 20 years ago and brought on the platforms of today. You all remember the unhappy imaginary commune of the authoritarians' argument, which commune was refused any independence on the ground that it would, our adversaries said, oppose any progress of the remainder of the nation. How often did we hear of this bogus commune in our discussions? The argument would now appear simply ridiculous. The most authoritarian socialists are bound to inscribe the municipalization of property in their programs, and to recognize the free commune as a necessary basis of a free nation. In economics, the idea of an entire reconstruction of the whole system of production has become generally accepted. He who would now maintain that the social revolution must simply consist in every worker returning to his workshop and there sharing his part of the surplus value, he who would now repeat this formula of old Marxism would simply appear a ghost of times past. The evil, we all know, is not in an unfair distribution of surplus value, it is not in low wages, nor in long hours, but in the wage system itself, in a wrong direction given to production under the wage system, in the very possibility and existence of such a thing as what has been improperly named surplus value. And, in proportion as these ideas spread, the communist ideal gains ground, and no thinking man would shudder now at the idea of communist communes and communistically producing groups entering into free agreements for carrying on such matters as require the agreement of many groups or many communes. Yet 20 years ago such ideas were simply looked upon as foolish. At the same time, the impossibility of representative government is being clearly demonstrated even within the Socialist Party itself, not to mention larger groups such as cities, nations, and Federation of Nations, the necessity of taking out of the hands of the state the functions which it has appropriated to itself, according as power fell more and more into the hands of the middle class, becomes more and more evident. Not limitation of power but abolition of power becomes now a common watchword even outside our circles. Another point, the free initiative of group and of individual also becomes more and more understood, even amidst the workers grouped under authoritarian programs. It becomes evident that initiative is the only condition of progress within the Socialist Party itself, and that in proportion as it is checked, regression in the party becomes inevitable. We anarchists understand, and a number of others begin to understand as well, that it is 1,000 times better that the workers, and the younger revolutionists altogether, commit the worst mistakes, or even faults, than to have the individual always guided, always directed, always obeying, and never acting under his own free impulse and responsibility. All revolutions have been moments of free play of the individual, not moments of submission of the individual to an authority which may think itself very wise but always represents only the average mediocrity of the past. Anarchy was born as an expression of the deeply felt necessity of a thorough revising not only of the present laws or economical relations and their principles, but also of the very forms and habits of daily life. This work is going on rapidly and extends to ever wider spheres. The moral ideals of old are submitted to a thorough revision, the sanction which they formerly received from religion, metaphysical philosophy, or custom, is attacked at its root, and the very antisocial theories which from time to time prevail in our own ranks are, for us, simply tokens of a great work of thought which is going on in all classes of society, and especially among the workers. The cowards are afraid of this work. They would gladly reintroduce the whip of the state and the stake of the church for fear that such theories might sap the foundations of moral feelings in human society. We are not afraid of these kind of opponents, however far they would go. The moral bases of society, and each society, human or animal, has such bases, are in danger, not from those of the working classes who throw overboard the old teachings, in order to find new, higher, and sounder bases for public morality, but from those who hypocritically maintain that they respect the old bases and yet undermine public morality by the acts of their false lives. The antisocial views which we now have developed among ourselves are a protest against this hypocrisy. They are a work of eruption of the stiffing atmosphere of lies and sophisms which surround us, and they are the best proofs that society, as whole, is thirsting for greater justice, for grander ideals, for more human relations among us. In science, in literature, in art, and in philosophy, we now see going on a great movement of thought which gives further and wider support to the basis of that grand idea, anarchy, which certainly will be the leading idea of the evolution already spreading in the civilized world. European thought, in all its branches, proves the correctness of the principles which were laid down by our predecessors in the anarchist branch of the International Working Men's Association. It proves that they had struck the right key, and had inscribed on their banners such principles as really have become the basis of further evolution among mankind. But what is to be done now in the practical field for a further development of our ideas? The results hitherto achieved are grand. But much remains to be done, and what is the next task before us? To tell my thoughts in a few words, I should say that the chief point to be achieved now, is to make the anarchist ideas permeate the great labor movement which is so rapidly growing in Europe and America, and to do so by all those means, and only by such means, which are in strict accordance with our own principles without any concession to the present authoritarian or narrow tendencies of the movement. To be in the movement, but yet always remain ourselves, without making any of those concessions which often seem to be expedient, but in the long run always prove to be an abandonment of true principles for a mere shadow of momentary success. No one can underrate the importance of this labor movement for the coming revolution. It will be those agglomerations of wealth producers which will have to reorganize production on new social bases. They will have to organize the life of the nation and the use which it will make of the hitherto accumulated riches and means of production. They, the laborers, grouped together, not the politicians. The importance of the movement is so well felt that you see now, especially in this country, how all parties court it in order to take possession of it. By all means, let us not join in this struggle for supremacy. We cannot, we must not, nourish any such ideas as that of taking possession of the movement. We should cease to be ourselves the day that any such plan would be born in our minds. We do not want to take possession of anything, just as we ourselves will surrender to none. And the more we keep aloof from any such dreams of ruling, the more ascendancy our ideas will have in the movement. But to bring our ideas into that movement, to spread them, by all means, among those masses which hold in their hands the future issue of the revolution, is our duty, a duty which we have not yet taken sufficiently to heart. After having had our period of isolation, during which period we have elaborated and strengthened our principles, let us now enter the wide world and propagate among the masses the ideas which we consider as the basis of the coming development. If we had no choice between either to cease to be ourselves or to remain isolated, we most certainly should choose the latter, and lay our hopes on the mere infiltration of right ideas which always succeed in the long run. But great obstacles always yield before the firm will of resolute men, and the obstacles which we now meet in our way will yield to us, being resolved. The collective intelligence, the individual initiative, and a firm will must break the walls which are now skillfully erected by political intriguers between the toiling masses and the teachers of anarchist ideas. But these walls will be broken just as the walls which formerly separated us from the social democratic masses have been broken. and it is only in the great working masses supported by their energies, applied by them to real life, that our ideas will attain their full development. And the more we remain ourselves, the less we let ourselves be influenced by the surroundings, the purer we keep the grand ideas which humanity has always endeavored to realize, and which we, having learned them from the unspoken ideal of the masses, now strive to bring to life within the masses. The purer we keep these ideas, the greater will be their effect. Our aim is very grand, and the very obstacles must stimulate the energy to realize it. History shows us that the anarchists have now remained the sole bearers of the socialist ideal which inspired the great movement of the International 20 years ago. All parties have deserted the red flag, in proportion as they felt themselves nearer to power. This red flag, the hope of the toiling and suffering masses, is now our inheritance. Let us keep it firm, unstained, and let us live for it and, if necessary, die for it, as our brethren of Chicago did. The Workers' Congress of 1896. Translation by James Barbowen. This article from Le Temps Nouveau, August 1895, sees Kropotkin discuss anarchist attitudes to the planned London Congress of the Second International in 1896. It summarizes his views on how a genuine labor congress should be organized. Last Sunday, the comrades of the Freedom Group from London, along with a few friends, met to discuss whether they should attend the Workers' Congress which will take place in August 1896 in London. The fact is that in England, much as everywhere else, there are anarchist comrades who are members of workers' groups and who may be delegated by their trades unions to present an anarchist perspective with regard to the agenda items of the Congress. The groups in question are not going to stand by, arms folded, watching while the politicians magic the workers' movement away to invisibility. Neither are they willing to observe, without voicing their disapproval, the egotistical relationships often established between the best remunerated workers and those who have less, or indeed those who are not paid at all because they do not work. These groups plan to work together with anarchists of other countries with regard to what they need to do to introduce into the workers' unions anarchist ideas and to drive out the reactionaries from their lairs. The advances recently achieved in this way are particularly encouraging. In certain unions, and particularly in America, the greatest push for workers' resistance comes from those who are outside of the organized trades, and they are in fact leading the unionized workers, as was recently observed in the latest railway workers' strike. This new spirit of revolt that animates the working classes imposes an obligation upon those of us who do not think ourselves better than the ignorant masses just because we are anarchists and they are not yet, an obligation to do everything possible to spread the anarchist idea among the working masses. We must also show solidarity with the idea of the general strike, in contrast to the politicians who are using every means at their disposal to suppress it until the next Congress. We know that the Congress will be completely stage-managed by these very politicians. The German Social Democrats, who dominate with their organizing committee, have therefore taken precautions to stop anyone coming to disrupt them in their petty discussions of parliamentary irrelevancies with a decree, put forward by these gentlemen, announcing that anyone who does not advocate parliamentary politics will be excluded from the Congress. We therefore need to be clear exactly what it is we want to achieve there. The unanimous opinion of the assembled comrades was that we should definitely attend the Congress, and that we should do so in large numbers. However, before doing anything, all anarchist groups in London will be called together to discuss this question. If the Congress were billed as a social democratic Congress, the anarchists would of course not attend. Why would we want to disrupt the social democrats when they are discussing their own private business, or when they are reaffirming among themselves that Marx alone discovered socialism, the philosophy of history and all the rest? However, the Congress has been billed as a universal workers' congress, and so either the trades unions alone will be admitted, but no political socialist or revolutionary group will be allowed in unless they are a trade union or an unemployed workers' union, or all the socialist and revolutionary groups who wish to attend should be admitted. Essentially, it does not make any more sense for just the workers' groups along with the social democrats to be admitted, rather than having a Congress composed of workers' unions, social democrats, along with the anarchists and all the socialist tendencies. It is prejudicial to insist that the workers' groups should be social democrats and work for the election of politicians. Nevertheless, this is precisely what these gentlemen have done. If you are an anarchist, delegated by a trades union, as agreed 8 months in advance, you will be allowed in. If you are a social democrat who does not belong to any workers' union, but you simply belong to a social democratic party, you will also be allowed in. Your social democrat opinions will open doors for you. But if you are an anarchist who does not belong to a workers' union and you arrive as a representative of your anarchist group, then you will not be allowed in. Your anarchist opinions will close doors for you. If all the workers' parties and workers' groups accept this resolution, we might as well bow to the basest human instincts. However, this is precisely what we will not do. The Dutch Workers' Party, for example, does not accept it. This party says, as do we, either we have a Congress for workers or a Congress for the Social Democratic Party, or better still, we have a Workers' Congress which opens its doors to both anarchists and social democrats. However, don't have the workers believe that the majority of workers have signed up to the parliamentary tactics of so-called socialist democrats. The American Party doesn't want it either, as is shown by their decision to take no further part in politicking. The Spanish too, in all probability, would not want some kind of Marxist exclusivity, and the Italians the same. In effect, as their votes are conducted by nationality, Liebknecht will once again have to put himself forward, this time as the representative from the Workers' Party of Brazil, or perhaps from the Sandwich Islands. 155 Thus, at the anarchists' meeting in London, we will propose to issue 2 manifestos. 1. Addressed to all the European, American, and Australian anarchists, will propose that they discuss the question of the Congress. The other, addressed to the British trade unionists, will be intended to open their eyes and to thwart the plans of the organizers of this comedy that they want to stage on the workers' backs. Additionally, the anarchist newspapers are requested to open up their columns to these discussions. 156. 155 At the 1893 Congress of the Second International held at Zurich, one of the mandates from Brazil was held by the leading German social democrat Wilhelm Liebknecht. Editor. 156 The anarchists did organize to attend the 1896 Congress of the Second International, although they were expelled by the Marxist majority, led by the German Social Democrats. For an excellent discussion of this event see Davide Turcato, the 1896 London Congress, Epilogue or Prologue, 110 to 125, New Perspectives on Anarchism, Labor and Syndicalism, the Individual, the National and the Transnational, edited by David Barry and Constance Bantman, Cambridge Scholars Publishing, 2010. The Development of Trade Unionism. This lecture was delivered in the Memorial Hall on January 24, 1898 and later published in Freedom, March 1898. In it Kropotkin sketches both the origins of and a possible future for trade unions. He urges them to have a constructive policy based on workers' management of production. A few months ago I was delivering a number of lectures on socialism and anarchism in the cities of the eastern United States of America. These were attended to a great extent by American workers belonging to the trade unions, especially when delivered in the big industrial centers. That gave the idea to our New York comrades of convening a big meeting in the Cooper Union Hall, and to invite representatives of trade unions and as many members of trade unions as possible. It was done and we had a splendid meeting on the eve of my departure. At this meeting, Comrade McCry read a short message from the Trade Unionists of America to be transmitted to their English comrades. It was accepted unanimously and I was requested to convey it. I was much prouder of carrying it than I would have been of carrying any political message of any importance, which, in fact, I would not have accepted at all. It would be presumptuous of me, having stayed so short a time in America, to come here to tell you of the movement there. It would have required wider knowledge and more serious study, and moreover a journey to the western states where trade unionism takes quite a different character to the nibbling unionism of the eastern states. I can only say that it is full of youth and of force, and that happily the differences between Americans and the Bohemians, Poles, Hungarians, and other strangers are disappearing. When, in the strike at Hazleton 157 such strangers were massacred recently, it produced such indignation in New York that the American trade unionists called a great meeting and told the police who were present such things as to what would happen if they, the Americans, were attacked as the poor Bohemians had been, that not one single paper of the middle class cared to report it. My intention is to speak from a more general standpoint. I have not much to say which you may not know already, but perhaps some general views may not be out of place. Everyone feels, in this country, that some change in the present organization, aims and methods of the trade unions is absolutely imposed by the Union of International Capitalism. For many years, in the medieval towns, the workers of all nationalities were united in unions, and very often it is said that the guilds of old have given origin to the trade unions of today. Perhaps it is true, but the modern trade unions are absolutely different from the old guilds. They cover but a very small part of the field covered by the unions of old. The workers of a guild considered themselves as the masters of the industry, not as men hired to do the work without any interest in the management of the concern. They did not consider themselves as outsiders to industry, they considered rather the others, the capitalists, as the outside and useless element. They used to buy all raw material and to sell the produce. They managed the industry entirely, and the cities were nothing but the unions of these unions, the amitas between these unions. When they had to export something, they did not leave it to someone going to find new markets in Africa, nor in China. It was the city which carried on the export, it was the city which was considered the first, the great consumer. Moreover, the guild was supreme in its own concerns, it was autonomous. If any dispute arose between two workers of the same guild, it was to the arbiters, or judges, if you like, nominated by the guild, it had to be referred. If any dispute arose between two workers of different unions, it was referred to the persons elected by these two unions, who if they disagreed could call in the nominee of a third to decide. It had its own militia, it would join with the others in war if it liked, and such wars were, of course, wars of defense, not of conquest. It was a brotherly organization of production, of distribution, of mutual support and of defense of the citizen. What is the modern trade union in comparison with this? What was the result? That in these medieval cities of the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, such extraordinary progress was made as has never been equaled. You know how all this disappeared, how states and kings took possession of the funds of these guilds, how the king conquered the cities and imposed his judges on them and his laws, how the cities were crushed, and how for 2 centuries, the 17th and the 18th, all industries in Europe went backwards, were destroyed where they had flourished. One union however was not crushed, that of the men engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, the men who continued to work in their silent studies, who were adding new discoveries to the old ones. In the medieval universities men had made experiments which led ultimately to the steam engine, chemistry and other new sciences sprang into being, man's force in the long run was increased 100-fold. If we were to take some books on modern industry, we should be told that the 19th century is a beautiful illustration of what can be achieved under capitalist organization. Look what industry was 100 years ago, look what it is now. And who has made it? The capitalist. The reality is that it is science which has made it. It was under the influence of the ideas circulating at the end of the last century that man has accomplished the prodigies we see now. Capitalism has not helped, but hindered it. What the capitalists did to promote it we know helped with a legislation which pauperised the population, which expelled the peasant from the land which he and his ancestors had cultivated, sent their agents travelling all over England stealing children for the factories of Lancashire and Yorkshire. That was what the capitalist invented for the organization of large industry. What was the worker to do under such circumstances? Legislation in the hands of the monopolising classes, and these workers driven to the factories to compete with their children. In their small secret societies they fought this Moloch, but they could only try to prevent capitalists from crushing them altogether. They were hanged for strikes, they were deported to Australia. All they could imagine at that horrid time was a policy of resistance. Not a constructive policy, not a destructive one, simply a policy of conserving only the little they could maintain. This policy has been continued too long. To this policy the trade unions continue to adhere, although the conditions have changed and it is time to come forwards with new demands of a destructive and constructive order. Already in the commencement there were men who undertook a greater task, who understood that that would not be enough, that it would be necessary to carry on a policy of active reconstruction. Already in the beginning, Robert Owen, the man to whom we socialists owe infinitely more than most of us think, a man who really foresaw the future development of socialism better than many of his successors, had started an international society for discussing these questions, and had constituted the great trades union, the union of all trades. You know what the attitude of the government was towards these unionists. They were met with deportation and hard labor, crushed down by prosecution, and for a while again they had to return to their little committees, their little councils in secret, to carry on merely a passive resistance. Then came the great movement on the continent of 1848. But again the workers were crushed down, and again all hope disappeared from the hearts of the workers. In the 60s began a new movement. The International Workingmen's Association. This has now been forgotten, yet it succeeded in bringing together several millions of workingmen all over Europe. It put all the great problems into discussion, and gave some solution for each, which was not inspired by books but by a knowledge of life and work. In a few years this association seemed to become a tremendous power. The journalists of the capitalist world attended its congresses and hastened to wire from them that things were still quiet, the dreaded revolution was not coming off this time. The International Workingmen's Association, growing constantly in power, finally led the French government to begin that struggle which resulted, alas, again in the crushing of the workers' movement. The Commune of Paris was an attempt of the working class to try something new, something constructive in socialism and communism. It was crushed out in blood of the 30,000 workers killed in the streets. 100,000 were deported. Driven back again, all the workers could do was to fight step by step for the rights of combination and of striking, a fight which has still to be kept up. Men are still condemned for picketing in this country. Look at the money still spent in defending this, the soul of a strike. Yet gradually an immense work has been done. Progress has been made since these years when almost everything seemed crushed, when the only light we saw gleaming was maintained by the trade unionists of this country. At the time of the dockers' strike an attempt was made to create an international union. An 8-hours-day movement was begun in Chicago, when the 5 anarchists were hanged. The May Day movement was started. A great meeting was held in Hyde Park in 1891, and great hopes were awakened all over the world in regard to its success, which could be carried out by the workers themselves in their unions. Unhappily, it drifted into parliamentary channels. So much was talked about an 8-hours bill, and gradually it has faded away. It was a fact of the greatest importance when the engineers again began this movement. We have had several months of resistance, and you know how it has ended. The capitalists have united all over the world. They went to Germany, France, and Austria to get help in crushing the English engineers. This defeat, for if it is not a victory it is a defeat, what does it show? That it is time to come out of those conditions of 40 years ago when the trade unionists could do no more than timidly offer a passive resistance, and to enter a new period of constructive activity. When anything is brought up just now, something to be done for the workers, our ruling classes have but one answer to it. The housing of the poor, for instance. Tons of matter have been written about this. When anything is proposed, what do they say? Wait. Wait a little. Wait a bit. Wait. You have your children educated in the schools. This may be pretty good, but your children go hungry. You are told to wait, Wait, wait. You would be pauperist, remember, if they were fed. The problem of the unemployed? The land going out of cultivation? In every direction there is a problem standing, and when you ask for a solution to it, they have no answer for us but wait. Wait a little. Wait a bit. Wait. Let us see what the political economists say. Wait. No, we must not wait. Are the workers of England now less intelligent than in the time of the guilds, that they could not manage industries as their forefathers did? They tell us you could not manage, you could not organize them. I must be very much mistaken if you could not manage them as well as your masters. The capitalists are continually complaining that they cannot manage industries well enough to be productive, they are too poor to pay you a living wage. Well, if they cannot manage industry without exploiting us, so let them go. We don't want them, we can manage better than they have done yet. I advise everybody to read in this connection the book of Edward Bellamy's, Equality. Here you will find a brilliant proof of the uneconomical organization of the present day. He does not criticize it from the standpoint of morality, of Christianity, he shows simply that it is the most uneconomical system you could imagine, the most wasteful. The idea is growing amongst the workers that it is not for them to be considered outsiders in industry. You are told that you have nothing to say in the management of these things, the present is a good time to begin saying you have, that it is the capitalist who is the outsider, and that the organization of industry must be taken into the hands of the workers. This is one movement in which you have only to be logical, to come to the necessary conclusion imposed upon you by the managers of industry themselves. Then you see the cooperative movement, since it has organized a market, moving on now towards production, socialist ideas are penetrating it, many of the people in it are returning to its old conception, that they should combine not for laying aside a few shillings by the end of the year, but for the taking over of all industries which are now in the hands of the capitalists. And we see a third movement growing more and more, in the attempt of the cities to organize such things as the tramways, gas, the water supply, and so on. It is a childish movement yet, and will remain so as long as it continues in the hands of governing bodies. But bring it to its logical conclusion, let it take its full development, and it will be that the people themselves take possession of the territory, of the city, of its houses, of all the city contains for the satisfaction of all needs of the population. Take these three different movements, and let them take their logical development. Imagine a trade union movement not only for increasing wages and reducing hours, but inspired by the grander idea of getting rid of the drones and taking possession of the works. Imagine the cooperative movement, inspired, too, by a grander idea, aiming not only at a small benefit to the members of the society, but at organizing the distribution and production of all the country. Imagine the third movement emerging from its present childish phase, growing to become a man the people, and this man asserting his rights on the territory, the houses, all the necessaries for satisfying the needs of the whole population. 158 Who has made all that is valuable in a city? The inhabitants themselves. And if it be the presence and labor of the people round it, why should it be the property of a private individual? Why should not the city take into its possession everything that stands upon the ground of the city and the city itself, those values created by its inhabitants, not today or yesterday but by many centuries of work? Imagine that these three movements, instead of always seeking a governor or even a dictator, instead of stopping halfway, take their entire development, combine amongst themselves, with freedom not for the whole city or union only but for every separate part of it. Imagine these things, and we have, not yet the social revolution, but the beginning of the social revolution. I appeal to you members of the trade unions now. Hitherto you have admitted the right of the employer to consider the factory, the mine, as something which belonged to him alone. You have treated with him, but you have always recognized his right, the right of giving you such or such wages, of producing as he liked, of opening or closing it. The great change in ideas which must be produced is that trades unions should no longer recognize that right, that they should recognize that which results from the labor of all cannot belong to any separate individual. What we have all worked for and produced, what everyone has contributed to, no one has a right to take into his own hands. For you, the trade unionists of England, it is time to recognize that these changes are not for the 21st century but for the immediate future. It is time to combine your efforts in these three directions, and joining hands across frontiers and oceans, to proclaim that at last is arriving the emancipation of the workers. 157 In August 1897, workers were laid off at strip mines in Pennsylvania, the pay of the remaining employees cut and fees raised for workers residing in the company towns. In response, nearly all the miners joined the United Mine Workers, UMW, and within 2 days almost all the mines in the region had closed due to the spreading strike. The first wave of the strikes ended on August 23, after the company agreed to union demands. A second broke out 2 days later, and Slav miners refused to scab and joined the strike instead. The company quickly agreed to raise pay but went back on their promises and the strikes resumed in September. The mine owners' private armed force proved too small to break the strike, so the owners appealed for help from the Luzerne County Sheriff. On September 10, about 300 to 400 unarmed strikers, nearly all of them Slavs and Germans, marched to a coal mine at the town of Latimer to support a newly formed UMW union. When the demonstrators reached Latimer, they were met by the sheriff and 150 armed deputies who opened fire on the unarmed crowd, killing 19 miners. In spite of medical evidence at a later trial showing all had been shot in the back, the sheriff and his deputies were acquitted. The Latimer massacre was a turning point in the history of the UMW, witnessing a dramatic upsurge of more than 10,000 new members. It helped end a long-standing myth about the docility of non-English speaking miners, and just 3 years later the union would be powerful enough to win very large wage increases and significant safety improvements for miners throughout the region. Editor 158 Kropotkin returned to this in a later article entitled Municipal Socialism in the December 1902 issue of Freedom, and reprinted in Act for Yourselves. Editor. From Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. These extracts from Mutual Aid, 1902, show Kropotkin discussing strikes and unions as examples of mutual aid under capitalism. This shows that his most famous work, a work of popular science, did not, as some claim, ignore class struggle. Mutual aid amongst ourselves. The mutual aid tendency in man has so remote an origin, and is so deeply interwoven with all the past evolution of the human race, that it has been maintained by mankind up to the present time, notwithstanding all vicissitudes of history. It was chiefly evolved during periods of peace and prosperity, but when even the greatest calamities befell men, when whole countries were laid waste by wars, and whole populations were decimated by misery, or groaned under the yoke of tyranny, the same tendency continued to live in the villages and among the poorer classes in the towns. It still kept them together, and in the long run it reacted even upon those ruling, fighting, and devastating minorities which dismissed it as sentimental nonsense. And whenever mankind had to work out a new social organization, adapted to a new phasis of development, its constructive genius always drew the elements and the inspiration for the new departure from that same ever-living tendency. New economical and social institutions, in so far as they were a creation of the masses, new ethical systems, and new religions, all have originated from the same source, and the ethical progress of our race, viewed in its broad lines, appears as a gradual extension of the mutual aid principles from the tribe to always larger and larger agglomerations, so as to finally embrace one day the whole of mankind, without respect to its divers creeds, languages, and races. For the last 300 years, the conditions for the growth of such institutions of mutual support have been as unfavorable in the towns as they have been in the villages. It is well known, indeed, that when the medieval cities were subdued in the 16th century by growing military states, all institutions which kept the artisans, the masters, and the merchants together in the guilds and the cities were violently destroyed. The self-government and the self-jurisdiction of both, the guild and the city, were abolished. The oath of allegiance between guild brothers became an act of felony towards the state, The properties of the guilds were confiscated in the same way as the lands of the village communities, and the inner and technical organization of each trade was taken in hand by the state. Laws, gradually growing in severity, were passed to prevent artisans from combining in any way. For a time, some shadows of the old guilds were tolerated. Merchants' guilds were allowed to exist under the condition of freely granting subsidies to the kings, and some artisan guilds were kept in existence as organs of administration. Some of them still drag on their meaningless existence. But what formerly was the vital force of medieval life and industry has long since disappeared under the crushing weight of the centralist state. In Great Britain, which may be taken as the best illustration of the industrial policy of the modern states, we see the Parliament beginning the destruction of the guilds as early as the 15th century, but it was especially in the next century that decisive measures were taken. Henry VIII not only ruined the organization of the guilds, but also confiscated their properties, with even less excuse and manners, as Talman Smith wrote, than he had produced for confiscating the estates of the monasteries. 159 Edward VI completed his work 160, and already in the second part of the 16th century we find the Parliament settling all the disputes between craftsmen and merchants, which formerly were settled in each city separately. The Parliament and the King not only legislated in all such contests, but, keeping in view the interests of the Crown in the exports, they soon began to determine the number of apprentices in each trade and minutely to regulate the very techniques of each fabrication, the weights of the stuffs, the number of threads in the yard of cloth, and the like. With little success, it must be said, because contests and technical difficulties which were arranged for centuries in succession by agreement between closely interdependent guilds and federated cities lay entirely beyond the powers of the centralist state. The continual interference of its officials paralyzed the trades, bringing most of them to a complete decay, and the last century economists, when they rose against the state regulation of industries, only ventilated a widely felt discontent. The abolition of that interference by the French Revolution was greeted as an act of liberation, and the example of France was soon followed elsewhere. With the regulation of wages the state had no better success. In the medieval cities, when the distinction between masters and apprentices or journeymen became more and more apparent in the 15th century, unions of apprentices, Gesellenverband, occasionally assuming an international character, were opposed to the unions of masters and merchants. Now it was the state which undertook to settle their griefs, and under the Elizabethan statute of 1563 the justices of peace had to settle the wages, so as to guarantee a convenient livelihood to journeymen and apprentices. The justices, however, proved helpless to conciliate the conflicting interests, and still less to compel the masters to obey their decisions. The law gradually became a dead letter, and was repealed by the end of the 18th century. But while the state thus abandoned the function of regulating wages, it continued severely to prohibit all combinations which were entered upon by journeymen and workers in order to raise their wages, or to keep them at a certain level. All through the 18th century it legislated against the workers' unions, and in 1799 it finally prohibited all sorts of combinations, under the menace of severe punishments. In fact, the British Parliament only followed in this case the example of the French Revolutionary Convention, which had issued a draconic law against coalitions of workers, coalitions between a number of citizens being considered as attempts against the sovereignty of the state, which was supposed equally to protect all its subjects. The work of destruction of the medieval unions was thus completed. Both in the town and in the village the state reigned over loose aggregations of individuals, and was ready to prevent by the most stringent measures the reconstitution of any sort of separate unions among them. These were, then, the conditions under which the mutual aid tendency had to make its way in the 19th century. Need it be said that no such measures could destroy that tendency? Throughout the 18th century, the workers' unions were continually reconstituted. 161 Nor were they stopped by the cruel prosecutions which took place under the laws of 1797 and 1799. Every flaw in supervision, every delay of the masters in denouncing the unions was taken advantage of. Under the cover of friendly societies, burial clubs, or secret brotherhoods, the unions spread in the textile industries, among the Sheffield cutlers, the miners, and vigorous federal organizations were formed to support the branches during strikes and prosecutions. 162 The repeal of the combination laws in 1825 gave a new impulse to the movement. Unions and national federations were formed in all trades 163, and when Robert Owen started his Grand National Consolidated Trades Union, it mustered 500,000 members in a few months. True that this period of relative liberty did not last long. Prosecution began anew in the 30s, and the well-known ferocious condemnations of 1832 to 1844 followed. The Grand National Union was disbanded, and all over the country, both the private employers and the government in its own workshops began to compel the workers to resign all connection with unions, and to sign the document to that effect. Unionists were prosecuted wholesale under the Master and Servant Act, workers being summarily arrested and condemned upon a mere complaint of misbehavior lodged by the master. 164 strikes were suppressed in an autocratic way, and the most astounding condemnations took place for merely having announced a strike or acted as a delegate in it, to say nothing of the military suppression of strike riots, nor of the condemnations which followed the frequent outbursts of acts of violence. To practice mutual support under such circumstances was anything but an easy task. And yet, notwithstanding all obstacles, of which our own generation hardly can have an idea, the revival of the unions began again in 1841, and the amalgamation of the workers has been steadily continued since. After a long fight, which lasted for over 100 years, the right of combining together was conquered, and at the present time 1902 nearly 1/4 part of the regularly employed workers, i.e., about 1,500,000, belong to trade unions. 165. As to the other European states, sufficient to say that up to a very recent date, all sorts of unions were prosecuted as conspiracies, and that nevertheless they exist everywhere, even though they must often take the form of secret societies, while the extension and the force of labor organizations, and especially of the Knights of Labor, in the United States and in Belgium, have been sufficiently illustrated by strikes in the 90s. It must, however, be borne in mind that, prosecution apart, the mere fact of belonging to a labor union implies considerable sacrifices in money, in time, and in unpaid work, and continually implies the risk of losing employment for the mere fact of being a unionist. 166 There is, moreover, the strike, which a unionist has continually to face, and the grim reality of a strike is, that the limited credit of a worker's family at the baker's and the pawnbroker's is soon exhausted, the strike pay goes not far even for food, and hunger is soon written on the children's faces. For one who lives in close contact with workers, a protracted strike is the most here trending sight, while what a strike meant 40 years ago in this country, and still means in all but the wealthiest parts of the continent, can easily be conceived. Continually, even now, strikes will end with the total ruin and the forced emigration of whole populations, while the shooting down of strikers on the slightest provocation, or even without any provocation 167 is quite habitual still on the continent. And yet, every year there are thousands of strikes and lockouts in Europe and America, the most severe and protracted contests being, as a rule, the so-called sympathy strikes, which are entered upon to support locked-out comrades or to maintain the rights of the unions. And while a portion of the press is prone to explain strikes by intimidation, those who have lived among strikers speak with admiration of the mutual aid and support which are constantly practiced by them. Everyone has heard of the colossal amount of work which was done by volunteer workers for organizing relief during the London dock laborers' strike, of the miners who, after having themselves been idle for many weeks, paid a levy of 4 shillings a week to the strike fund when they resumed work, of the miner widow who, during the Yorkshire Labour War of 1894, brought her husband's life savings to the strike fund, of the last loaf of bread being always shared with neighbours, of the Radstock miners, favoured with larger kitchen gardens, who invited 400 Bristol miners to take their share of cabbage and potatoes, and so on. All newspaper correspondents, during the great strike of miners in Yorkshire in 1894, knew heaps of such facts, although not all of them could report such irrelevant matters to their respective papers. 168. Cooperation, especially in Britain, is often described as joint stock individualism, and such as it is now, it undoubtedly tends to breed a cooperative egotism, not only towards the community at large, but also among the cooperators themselves. It is, nevertheless, certain that at its origin the movement had an essentially mutual aid character. Even now, its most ardent promoters are persuaded that cooperation leads mankind to a higher harmonic stage of economical relations, and it is not possible to stay in some of the strongholds of cooperation in the North without realizing that the great number of the rank and file hold the same opinion. Most of them would lose interest in the movement if that faith were gone, and it must be owned that within the last few years broader ideals of general welfare and of the producers' solidarity have begun to be current among the cooperators. There is undoubtedly now a tendency towards establishing better relations between the owners of the cooperative workshops and the workers. Conclusion. It will probably be remarked that mutual aid, even though it may represent one of the factors of evolution, covers nevertheless one aspect only of human relations, that by the side of this current, powerful though it may be, there is, and always has been, the other current, the self-assertion of the individual, not only in its efforts to attain personal or caste superiority, economical, political, and spiritual, but also in its much more important although less evident function of breaking through the bonds, always prone to become crystallized, which the tribe, the village community, the city, and the state impose upon the individual. In other words, there is the self-assertion of the individual taken as a progressive element. It is evident that no review of evolution can be complete, unless these two dominant currents are analyzed. However, the self-assertion of the individual or of groups of individuals, their struggles for superiority, and the conflicts which resulted therefrom, have already been analyzed, described, and glorified from time immemorial. In fact, up to the present time, this current alone has received attention from the epical poet, the analyst, the historian, and the sociologist. History, such as it has hitherto been written, is almost entirely a description of the ways and means by which theocracy, military power, autocracy, and, later on, the richer classes' rule have been promoted, established, and maintained. The struggles between these forces make, in fact, the substance of history. We may thus take the knowledge of the individual factor in human history as granted, even though there is full room for a new study of the subject on the lines just alluded to, while, on the other side, the mutual aid factor has been hitherto totally lost sight of, it was simply denied, or even scoffed at, by the writers of the present and past generation. It was therefore necessary to show, first of all, the immense part which this factor plays in the evolution of both the animal world and human societies. Only after this has been fully recognized will it be possible to proceed to a comparison between the two factors. Politics and Socialism. In this article published in Freedom, February to May 1903, Kropotkin contrasts the dismal results of Marxism on the workers' movement to the ideas of revolutionary unionism anarchists have advocated since the First International. It subsequently appeared as a Freedom Press pamphlet. It was in 1871, immediately after the defeat of France by the Germans, and of the Paris proletarians by the French middle classes, that a conference of the International Working Men's Association, secretly convoked by Marx and Engels instead of the usual annual congress, and the composition of which had been cleverly manipulated for the purpose, met at London. This conference decided that the Working Men's Association, which had hitherto been a revolutionary association for organizing the international struggle of labor against capitalism, should become henceforward a series of national organizations for running social democratic candidates in the different parliaments. 30 years have passed since the step was taken, and we can fully appreciate by this time the results of the new tactics. The main argument in favor of it was that the working men were not prepared to accept the ideas of socialism, that consequently a long preparatory period was required in order to spread these ideas, and that to say nothing of the prestige of members of parliament periods of elections, when everyone's interest in public affairs is awakened, are the best moments for spreading broadcast socialist ideas. To this the working men, especially those of France and Spain, replied that the International Working Men's Association, such as it was, had already been excellent for the propaganda of socialism. In less than 3 years it had awakened the conscience of the workers' interests all over Europe, it had done more for the theoretical elaboration of the principles of socialism, and for the practical application of socialistic principles, than 50 years of theoretical discussions. It had immensely contributed to the spreading of the idea of international solidarity of interest amongst the workers of all nations, and of an international support of their strikes, of international labor opposed to international capitalism. Besides, the strikes, especially when they attain great dimensions and are supported internationally, awake general attention, and are infinitely better opportunities for spreading broadcast socialist ideas than electoral meetings, in which, for the very success of the election, socialists will often be compelled to compromise with the middle classes to parliament and to practice with them. In the struggles for political power socialism would soon be forgotten. It was foretold for some spurious teachings in which radical political reforms would be mixed up with some palliative legislation in favor of labor, thus creating a confusion in the minds, from which the middle classes only would profit, while palliative laws, hours of labor, compensation for accidents, and so on, might be enforced upon the parliaments in a much more effective form if the labor unions took everywhere the great extension which an international propaganda in this direction could give them. It is for a good reason that we are here restating these arguments at such a length. Every one of them has had, within the last 30 years, its full confirmation. See what has become of theoretical socialism not only in this country, but in Germany and Belgium as well, owing to the extension taken by the party which takes part in the elections under the etiquette of socialism. There is less of it left than there ever was in a Fabian pamphlet. Who speaks now of socialism, with the exception of the anarchists, who precisely therefore are described as utopians, if not as fools? In the years 1869 to 1871, you could not open one single socialist paper without finding on its very first page this discussion: whether we must, and if we must, how shall we expropriate the owners of factories, the mines, the land. Then, and this was especially important, every legislative measure, every political event was discussed from the point of view, whether it was leading to, or leading away from, the aim in view, the social revolution. Of course, everyone was extremely interested in obtaining shorter hours and better wages for every branch of trade, everyone passionately took the part of strikers all over the world. The International was indeed a permanent international strike, an international conspiracy, if you like, for reducing hours, increasing wages, obtaining respect for the workers' freedom, and limiting the powers of capital in every direction. Of course, everyone was passionately interested, too, in widening political liberties, and this is why the International was frankly anti-imperialist. But it was also something else. It undertook, above all, the spreading of those ideas and the conquest of those rights which neither the old-type trade unions nor the political radicals sufficiently cared for. The Labour Party, 30 years ago, had its own special functions, in addition to trade unionism and radicalism, and these were socialism, the preparation of the social revolution. But where is this now? All gone. What is now described as socialism, all of them are socialists now, is the most incoherent mixture of trade unionism, which trusts no more to itself and looks for a John Gorst 169 to make its business with Toryism, the paternal state to whom you must look for every improvement of your conditions, with state capitalism, state monopoly of railways, of banks, of the sale of spirits, of education, etc., is preached and fought for by the Socialist Party of Free Switzerland, with Fabianism, nay, even occasionally with imperialism. When socialists declare in the German Reichstag that let the state only wage a war, they will all fight as well as the Junkers. Add to this all sorts of theories built up with bits of metaphysics for persuading the workers that a social revolution is bosh, that socialism is only good for 100 years hence. And those who talk about it now are dangerous utopians, that all capitals must first be concentrated in a few hands which every intelligent man sees they never will, and that the peasant owners must disappear, and all become even more miserable than they are now, before socialism becomes possible. This is what has now taken the place of the distinctly expressed idea: the land, the mines, the factories, everything that is wanted for living must return to the community, which by local action and free agreement, must organize free communistic life and free communistic production. Is this progress? If the working men of Europe and America had only the so-called socialist and social democratic parties to rely upon for the triumph of the socialist idea, the general position would be really desperate. We certainly are the first to recognize that the Social Democratic Party in Germany is doing excellent Republican propaganda, and that, as a Republican party, it splendidly undermines the authority of the petulant William. 170. We gladly acknowledge that the parliamentary socialists in France are thorough radicals, and that they do excellent work for the support of radical legislation, thus continuing the work of Clemenceau and Rank, with the addition of some genuine interest in the working classes. They are radicals, sympathetic to the workers. But who is doing work in the socialist direction? Who is working for bringing the masses nearer and nearer to the day when they will be able to take hold of all that is needed for living and producing? Who contributes to the spreading of the spirit of revolt among the slaves of the wage system? Surely not the parliamentarian. There is only one possible reply to this question: it is the labor movement in France, in Spain, in America, in England, in Belgium, and its beginnings in Germany, and the anarchists everywhere, who, despite all the above-mentioned dampers, despite all the confusion that is being sown in the ranks of labor by clever bourgeoisie, despite all the propaganda of quietness and all the advice of deserting their fighting brothers, continue the old, good, direct fight against the exploiters. The great and desperate colliers' strike in America has done more to shake the authority of trusts, and to show the way to fight them, than all the talk in the talking assemblies. The attempts at general strikes in Belgium, despite the opposition of the politicians, at Milan, despite the treason of the leaders, at Barcelona, at Geneva, and in Holland, have done much more for spreading conviction in the necessity of the expropriation of the exploiters than anything that has been said in or out of a parliament by a parliamentary leader. The refusal of 400 Geneva militia soldiers to join the ranks, and the attitude of those 15 who have been bold enough to tell the Marshal Court that they would never join the ranks of their battalions for fighting against their brother workers, such facts of revolt are doing infinitely more for the spreading of true socialism than anything that has been, or will ever be, said by those socialists who seek their inspirations in economical metaphysics. Of course, it is those anarchists whom the would-be socialists hate so much for not having followed them in their middle-class evolution. Of course, it is those blessed anarchists who have their hand in these labor movements, and go to prison like Bertoni 171 in Geneva and scores of our brothers in France and in Spain. Yes, it is true they have a hand in these labor movements, and 8,000 workers on strike in Madrid shouted, the other day, "Long live anarchism!" This is true. But they are proud to see that the workers trust them more than they trust their gloved representatives. 2. We have seen in our last article how socialism has been circumscribed and minimized since it became the watchword of a political party, instead of, as formerly, the popular labor movement. Nowadays, when socialism is spoken of, all that is meant is, state railways, state monopoly of banks and spirits, perhaps, in a remote future, state mines, and plenty of legislation intended to slightly protect labor without doing the slightest harm to capitalism and at the same time bringing labor as much as possible into a complete submission to the present middle-class government of the state. State arbitration, state control of the trade unions, state armies for working the railways and the bakeries in the case of strikes, and like measures in favor of the capitalists, are, as is known, necessary aspects of labor legislation, in accordance with the well-known program of Disraeli, John Gorst, the People, and like Tory Democrat swindlers. To understand socialism, as it was understood 30 years ago, that is, as a deep revolution which would free man by reconstructing the distribution of wealth, consumption and production on a new basis, is now described by the neo-socialists as sheer nonsense. We have now scientific socialism, and if you would know all about it, read a few authorized version pamphlets, in which the guessings which Fourierists, Owenites, and Saint Simonians used to make 60 years ego concerning the concentration of capital, the coming self-annihilation of capitalism, and like naive predictions retold in a far less comprehensible language by Engels and Marx, are represented as so many great scientific discoveries of the German mind. Only, alas, owing to these would-be discoveries, the teaching which formerly, by its communistic aspirations, inspired the masses and attracted the best minds of the 19th century, has become nothing but a mitigated middle-class state capitalism. To speak now of the social revolution is considered by the scientific socialist a crime. Vote and wait. Don't trouble about the revolution, revolutions are mere inventions of idle spirits. Only criminal anarchists talk of them now. Be quiet, and vote as you are told to. Don't believe these criminals who tell you that owing to the facilities of exploitation of the backward races all over the world, the numbers of capitalists who climb on the necks of the European working man are steadily growing. Trust to the neo-socialists, who have proved that the middle classes are going to destroy themselves, in virtue of a law of self-annihilation, discovered by their great thinkers. Vote. Greater men than you will tell you the moment when the self-annihilation of capital has been accomplished. They will then expropriate the few usurpers left, who will own everything, and you will be freed without ever having taken any more trouble than that of writing on a bit of paper the name of the man whom the heads of your fraction of the party told you to vote for. To such shameful nonsense the politician socialists have tried to reduce the great revolution which calls for the energies of all the lovers of freedom and equality. And in the meantime reaction tries to take the fullest advantage of these suicidal preachings. It concentrates its forces all over the world. Why should it not? Where is the revolutionary party which might be capable of appealing to the people against its oppressors? And so it takes hold of all the channels of power which the present state provides for the ruling middle classes. Look at education. They destroy with a sure and clever hand all that had been done in 1860 to 1875 for wresting instruction out of the hands of the clergy. Why should they not, when it was the once menacing but now tamed socialist politicians who have helped at the last election the Conservatives to be so powerful in Parliament? The school board teacher had ceased to tell the poor, "Suffer, it's the will of the Creator that you should be poor." On the contrary, he told them, "Hope, try yourselves to shake off your misery." The slum mother began to get into the habit of going to the school board teacher to tell of her needs and sorrows, instead of going to the parson, as she formerly did down then with the school boards. And why not? Why should they not dare anything, when they know that it was the socialists, the politicians who had helped them to win such a power in Parliament? Even in France, where they ostensibly fight to free the schools from the clergy, the best and largest colleges are in the hands of the Jesuits within a stone's throw of the Chamber of Deputies. Everywhere the middle class return to religion, everywhere they work to bring the clergyman, with his ignorance and his eternal fire, back to the school, and the working men are told to take no interest in these matters, to laissez-faire and to study John Gorst's program of paternal state legislation. There was in the years 1860 to 1875 a powerfully destructive force at work, the materialistic philosophy. It produced the wonderful revival of sciences, and led to the wonderful discoveries of the last quarter of a century. It induced men to think. It freed the minds of the workers. Down, then, with materialism, is now the outcry of the middle classes. Long live metaphysics, long live Hegel, Kant, and the dialectic method. Why not? They know that in this direction, too, the reaction will find no opposition from the neo-socialists. They are also dialecticians, Hegelians. They also worship economic metaphysics, as has been so well shown by Warlam Cherksov in his pages of socialist history. Happily enough, there is one element in the present life of Europe and America which has not yielded to political corruption. It is the labor movement, so far as it has hitherto remained foreign to the race for seats in Parliament. It may be that here and there the workers belonging to this movement give support to this or that candidate for a seat in a parliament or in a municipality, but there are already scores of thousands of working men in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Holland, and probably in England too, who quite consciously refuse to take any part, even for fun, in the political struggle. Their main work lies in quite another direction. With an admirable tenacity they organize their unions, within each nation and internationally, and with a still more admirable ardor they prepare the great coming struggle of labor against capital, the coming of the international general strike. One may judge of the terror which this movement, ostensibly prepared by the workers, inspires in the middle classes, by the terrible prosecutions which have not stopped even at torture which they have carried on against the revolutionary trade unions in Spain. 172 One may judge of that terror by the infamous repression of the Milan insurrection which was ordered by King Umberto 173, or by the measures which were going to be taken against railway strikers in Holland. 174 These measures, as is known, were prevented by the splendid act of international solidarity accomplished by the British Dock Labourers Union, and immediately followed by the menacing declarations of the general unions of the French syndicates. It hardly need be said that all the parliamentary socialists of France, Germany, Spain, headed by the famous Alexander Milrand and Jean Jaurès 175, 1 year ago this last was for the general strike, now he writes long articles against it, bitterly oppose this idea of a general strike. But the movement spreads every month, and every month it gains new support and wins new sympathies. 3. Our first intention was to conclude the series of articles by a general review of the so-called labor-protecting legislation in different countries, and to show how far this legislation is due to the socialist politicians on the one side, and to the direct pressure exercised by labor agitation on the other. Such a study would have been deeply interesting. Not that we should attribute to this legislation more importance than it deserves. We have often proved that any such law, even if it introduces some partial improvement, always lays upon the worker some new chain, forged by the middle-class state. We prefer the ameliorations which have been imposed by the workers upon their masters in a direct struggle, they are less spurious. However, it is also easy to prove that even those little and always poisoned concessions which have been made by the middle classes to the workers and which are now represented as the very essence of practical, scientific socialism, stand in no relation to the numerical forces of the political socialist parties. Such concessions as the limitation of the hours of labor, or of child labor, whenever they represent something real, have always been achieved by the action of the trade unions, by strikes, by labor revolts, or by menaces of labor war. They are labor victories, not political victories. If there were a work in which the conditions of labor and the recent labor legislation were given for each country, it would have been easy to prove the above assertion by a crushing evidence of data. But no such work exists, and consequently we have to mention but a few striking facts. Our readers will see on another page what a substantial reduction of the hours of labor in the mines was achieved by the great miners' strike of Pennsylvania, and, by the way, the effect which the strike has had upon other branches of American industry. That such hours as 12 hours, every day of the week, including Sundays, should have existed in Pennsylvania, we need not wonder when we are reminded that every year the eastern states receive thousands of fresh immigrant miners from Germany and Austria, where, notwithstanding the presence of so many Democrat socialists in Parliament, the hours of labor are outrageously long. But precisely because there are no such political go-betweens in the United States, the Pennsylvania strike could last long enough to end in a substantial victory for the laborers. The 12-hours day exists no more in the mines of Pennsylvania. 176. The same applies to Britain. All the little victories which the working men have won for the last 50 years were won by the force of their trades unions and not of socialist politicians. Of course, it would not be fair to compare the conditions of labor in Britain and in Germany, two countries, one of which has no social democratic party in its parliament, but has a number strongly organized trade unions, while the other has no less than 53 social democratic representatives in the Reichstag, and boasts of 2 million social democratic electors, but is only just beginning to develop, in opposition to the politicians, its trade union movement. It would not be fair to insist upon the incomparably better conditions of labor in this country, because the labor movement and industry itself are so much older in England. But still we can ask, what results have numerous social democratic deputies obtained from Parliament for the protection and personal emancipation of the laborer in Germany? The nullity of such results is simply striking, especially in comparison with the promises which have been made, and the hopes which were cherished by many sincere working men. Everyone remembers the 8-hours-day movement which was started in Europe in 1889–90. Beginning at Chicago, in 1887, where it cost the lives of 5 of our best anarchist brothers, it came to Europe in the shape of a 1st of May demonstration, a sort of one-day general strike of all working men which had to be made for the propaganda of an 8-hours day. The enthusiasm of the first demonstration in Hyde Park on May 1, 1890, must be fresh in the minds of many, and by this time we surely would have been in a fair way towards the realization of that demand, were it not for the political socialists who saw in the 8-hours movement a plank to step on for getting into Parliament, and did their best to nip the movement in the bud. The attitude of the German socialist politicians at the time was most typical. They were in mortal fear lest the 8-hours movement should become a labor movement, over which they would have no control. They hated the very idea of a general strike for the purpose of reducing the hours of labor, and they hammered into the workers' heads, legal 8 hours, legal 8 hours. They said, only vote for us, and for those whom we shall recommend to you. Discipline. And then you will see. In 1891 you will have the 11-hours day, in such a year a 10-hours day, then a 9-hours day, and in 1903 you will have the 8-hours day, without having all the troubles and the sufferings of the strikes. This is what Engels and Liebknecht promised them and printed plainly in their papers. Well, up to now they have not yet got even the 9-hours day and the weekly half-holiday. In Russia, the despotic government of the Tsar, under the pressure of strikes, has passed directly from a 13 and 14 hours working day to one of 11 hours, even though it still treats strikes as rebellions. But where is the 8-hours law in Germany? As distant in the future as it is in Russia. Much more distant, at any rate, than it is in Spain, which has only a handful of impotent social democrats in Madrid, but has, in return, powerful labor organizations in all its leading industries. Spain is especially instructive on this account. Since the times of the foundation of the International, it has had strong labor organizations in Catalonia, keeping in close touch with the anarchists, and always ready to support their demands by strikes, and sometimes by revolts. Everyone remembers, of course, the continual strikes, labor wars would even be more correct, which took place so many times at Barcelona, the desperate measures to which the government resorted against the Catalonian working men during the Montjuic tortures, and the latest attempts at a general strike. Now, the result of all this is that the 8-hours day has been fought for long since, more than 10 years ago, and introduced in all the building trades of Barcelona, and although it was lost during the Montjuic prosecutions, it was recovered again 2 years ago, and is nearly general now in these and several other trades. Moreover, we have read during the past few days in the daily telegrams that in Aragon the 9-hours day, now in force there, is to undergo a further reduction. Does it not compare favorably with the promised legal 9-hours day in Germany? Happily enough, the German workers begin to lose faith in the promises of the politicians. Their trade unions, which were formerly so bitterly opposed by the Marxists, are meekly courted by them now, since they number over 1 million men. This is the figure given by the Reformers' Yearbook, and they seem to be so little under the influence of the social democratic leaders that, after all they have heard from them about the uselessness of strikes and the wickedness of a general strike, they sent the other day their hearty congratulations and promises of support to their Dutch brothers who had proclaimed the general strike in Holland. As to the intellectual and social movement which is going on in connection with the more advanced trade unions in Germany, it seems to be a subject of deep interest. Striking facts could be mentioned from the labor history of France to show how the young labor organizations, the strikes, and the labor revolts were instrumental in wresting from the middle-class rulers a number of concessions, but space forbids us to mention more than one fact. Up to 1883, trade unions and all sorts of associations of more than 19 persons were strictly forbidden in France. Only in 1883, the restriction was abolished by the law of the syndicates, and from that time began the present labor movement, the agricultural syndicates, 1,300,000 members now, the labor exchanges, and the rest. And if you ask any politician, what induced, in 1883, the opportunist ministry to take this far-reaching step? You will be told that it was the anarchist movement at Lyon, for which 50 of us were imprisoned in 1882, the unemployed processions in Paris under the Black Flag, during one of which Louise Michel pillaged a baker's shop 177, and perhaps above all that, the secret labor organizations which sprang up and rapidly spread among the miners of Mont-Soleil mines and in all the mining basin, and resulted in a series of explosions. Guesde and his friends, at that time, were still most hopelessly putting forward their candidatures after each strike. The conclusion is self-evident. We saw what results socialist politics have given for theoretical propaganda. Just as the name of republic, which formerly meant social equality, after it was taken up by middle-class politicians, was gradually deprived by them of its social meaning, and was shaped into a sort of middle-class rule, so also the word socialism has become in the bands of the socialist politicians the preaching of some sort of mitigated middle-class exploitation. They are all socialists now, but socialism is gone, and the most confused ideas prevail now among the social democrats concerning the sense of this great war cry of the workers. And now we find that although parliamentary action has always been represented as the means for obtaining small concessions to the advantage of the worker, these concessions, however insignificant they may be, have been won, all of them, by strikes, such as the match girls, the miners, the dock laborers, and so on, and by the standing menace of still more serious labor wars. The presence of a number of more or less socialistic deputies in Parliament does not, it appears now, dispense the working man in the least maintaining his trade organizations in full mental and material readiness for war. On the contrary, it is only by the constant menace of a declaration of war, and by real war and in proportion to this readiness that the workers have won any victories, while the tactics of the politicians have always been to weaken the anti-capitalist labor organizations, under the pretext of political concentration and discipline. As to this country, by their abominable tactics, prompted by Engels and Marx, of arraying at election times all their forces against the radicals and the liberals, which was equal to supporting the conservatives, they have done their best to pave the way for the present imperialism, and they have got their heavy share of responsibility for the heavy blows which the conservative government has struck lately at the security of the labor organizations. It is never too late to mend, but it takes some time to mend the harm that has been done by mistaken politicians. Trade Unionism and Parliamentarism. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This article from Le Temps Nouveau, October 13, 1906, sees Kropotkin discussing how Marxist social democracy came to recognize the importance of militant trades unionism. He indicates how unions, created as a means of fighting exploitation, could be the building blocks of a socialist economy. The wire service brings us news of an important decision that has just been taken by the German Social Democratic Party at its recent Congress in Mannheim. But first, the telegraph from the Reuter agency, verbatim, then, by 386 votes to 65, the Congress passed the second part of the resolution, which states that the trades unions, syndicates, are indispensable organizations if the social conditions of the working class are to be improved, and that they are no less indispensable than the Social Democratic Party itself. As a result, it is often vital to the two organizations that they should act in concert with one another in their struggle. In order to make sure of this unity of thought and deed, it is declared an absolute necessity that the trade union movement should be imbued with the spirit of social democracy. There we have it then, the German Social Democratic Party, which has over many long years, as we have attested here, fought against the independent organization of trades, which, in the past, declared that it was useless in comparison with social democracy, and which for a long time sought to absorb it, has been obliged to concede the indispensable necessity of a powerful trade union organization flanking the Social Democratic Party. It even goes so far as to state that trade union organization is every bit as indispensable as the Social Democratic Party itself. It is also added that it is absolutely necessary that the trade union movement should be imbued with the spirit of social democracy, but that is merely a pious wish. Besides, that wish is a far cry from the ambitions of earlier times, which were, initially, to absorb the trade union organization, or at least to direct it with a conductor's baton. This is understandable, for even though the trade union organization in Germany may be ultra-moderate, and this was plain enough from its resolution at the Cologne Congress, it refused to let itself be governed by the parliamentary leaders of social democracy. Some trade unions are inspired by the authoritarian, parliamentary socialists, some are imbued with a bourgeois spirit, finally, some are independent unions that hate the bosses and stand ready to fight them tooth and nail on the economic terrain. But all three types have been established entirely separately from the socialist politicians. Of late their numbers have swollen vastly in Germany like everywhere else, and the latest figures speak of about 1 million unionized workers in Germany, organized outside of the political parties. These are the million men whose right to exist the social democratic leaders have at last acknowledged. They ask only of them that they let themselves be absorbed by the political organization. They end up conceding that the trade union organization must remain separate and independent of the political organization. All they ask of them now is that they act in concert with one another in their struggle and collaborate when the occasion arises. This is plainly the best means, the only means of establishing effective collaboration in place of the frictions that persisted as long as the leaders of social democracy sought to conquer the trade unions and lay down the law to them. But there is more. The same phenomenon is being repeated everywhere. The workers are noticing that they were on the wrong road when they allowed the social democratic politicians to seize their professional organizations 178 and make of them a weapon in the parliamentary struggle. The fundamental idea of the French and English workers when they first came together in 1864 to found the International Working Men's Association, had been to constitute a formidable workers' force that might impose its will on the managers of industry and extract from them, first, improved working conditions, better pay, reductions in working hours, healthier factories, less dangerous machinery, and so on, but also ultimately, wrest the very organization of industry from their hands. For make no mistake about it, way back in 1830, when Robert Owen founded the Grand National Consolidated Trade Union in England, aiming even then for it to become international, the idea was already emerging among the English workers to make their unions more than merely a tool for bettering wages. They must, of necessity, become bodies that would, one day, take the entire organization of each branch of industry into their hands. That was Owen's fundamental idea. From 1830 onwards, the English workers pursued that plan. When they drew up the unprecedentedly complex tables governing the entire wages scale in the many branches of weaving, they were, so to speak, organizing the weaving industry. To date those tables, painstakingly revised from year to year, have governed that industry. When the English miners agreed to the sliding scale l'échelle mobile for wages, which hinges upon the sale prices of the various types of coal, they were behaving as, so to speak, co-managers, co-partners, co-participants, of the mining industry. They were taking the first step towards becoming co-owners. And this idea has never been abandoned by the English trade unionists. When they got together in 1864 with the Proudhonian, French mutualists in order to lay the foundations of the International, their central idea was, as a first step, to build up a force capable of imposing better working conditions on the bosses, but also indeed primarily to create among the working classes the union structures that might someday replace the bosses and take into their own hands the production and management of every industry. It took all the might of the bourgeoisie descending upon the International, it took the defeat of France in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 and the impossibility, for the French, of membership in the International. Finally, it took the entire statist and parliamentary infatuation of the Germans as they learned the rudiments of socialism and, sad to relate, the spirit of intrigue of Engels and Marx, in order to replace the core idea of the International, the trade union idea, with another notion, that of making the workers' unions into a machine for winning social democrat seats in parliament. In short, it took an enormous sleight of hand, substituting social democracy for socialism. Parliamentary social democracy has been tried out pretty much everywhere over the last 30 years. Pretty much everywhere an attempt has been made by political social democracy to destroy the trade union movement, to hinder it, then dominate it. It was actually looking as if it had succeeded in this. But just when it was thought that it had succeeded, lo and behold, the workers' movement of the old French-English International of 1864 reappears. The trades unions are raising their heads again, they are reorganizing and expanding everywhere and are everywhere shrugging off the tutelage of the politicians. This is natural. Each of them pursues a different goal. German social democracy wants government socialism, every man a functionary as Paul Bruce puts it, or, to put it another way, government capitalism, of which the state-owned railways offer us a foretaste. Meanwhile, the trade unions, which trace their origins back to Owen's movement, to the French socialists and to the International of 1864 to 1871, pursue a quite different goal. Their idea is to discover a means for the workers, organized by trades, to seize all branches of industry, and to prepare the means whereby they themselves can manage these industries for the benefit of society. That idea, which some have sought to kill off so as to replace it with the notion of state capitalism, lives on in the masses of the English trade unions, even though the workers may be loath to voice their thoughts in the face of all the cant they hear about self-styled scientific socialism. But ever since the great dock strike of 1889 in London raised some hope, the English workers openly expressed the idea of the docks being seized by the Dockers' Union and the General Labourers' Union managing their operation. Furthermore, the English Cooperative Union wrote me one day, "Comrade, could you not provide us with a detailed article about how railway workers' unions might run the entire British rail network themselves, without the states laying hands on the railways?" That was where their eyes were directed. Not at the system of Count Sergei Witt or the King of Italy, which vests ownership in the state and makes the state the manager of the transportation industry, but all the workers, engineers, stokers, etc., managing that industry themselves. And they are right. This is the future. For it is not going to be the ministers but rather the workers themselves who will see to the honest management of industry. So the needs of the moment, the demands of the everyday battle between the worker and the boss, the thousand-fold clashes of this hidden fight that the workers must wage in every workshop, every factory, every mine are so plain to be seen that there cannot be the slightest doubt as to the utter necessity for workers' unions completely independent of the political parties, socialist or otherwise. Each worker realizes this on a daily basis. He knows it. Just let the trades unions falter tomorrow, and the gains made will again be subject to the whim of the bosses. But there is also an anticipation of the needs of the immediate future. One way or another, socialization of the means of production is in the cards. Everyone can sense that it is coming. And each worker will understand that none but the workers themselves can handle the management of industries on the day we begin to socialize them. So how could the immense task of all the preparatory work be left to writers and lawyers and bourgeois, even should these be guided by the best of intentions? The emancipation of the workers must be the workers' own doing, that much is recognized. But the environment in which that liberation will be conducted should also be the environment of the workers themselves. Letter to the Voice of Labor. This letter to the syndicalist newspaper The Voice of Labor, February 9, 1907, sees Kropotkin stressing the importance of a revolutionary labor movement. He places developments in Britain into an international context. Dear friends, to my great regret I am again in bed and cannot be present tomorrow at the Voice of Labor meeting. I am the more sorry for it, as I wanted to tell you why my warmest greetings and hopes go to the new paper, founded by our English comrades. The free organization of labor, independent of all parliamentary parties, and aiming at the direct solution by the working men themselves, and through their own unions of the immense social problem which now stands before civilized mankind, such a labor organization, wide and powerful, has become the necessity of the moment. This is why the same idea which prevailed in 1830 at the foundation of the great Grand National Consolidated Trades Union of Robert Owen, in the International Working Men's Association of the 60s, has again been revived in France, in Switzerland, in Spain, where it survived all prosecutions, and now it grows even in Germany. The working men realize the great mistake they committed when they substituted parliamentary politics for the direct action of the labor organizations in enforcing their demands upon the land and capital-owning classes. And the working men of all these countries return once more to that type of labor organization which was formed for a direct pressure in the socialist direction upon landlordism and capitalism in these isles at 3 different periods during the last 100 years. Labor returns to it, after having lost 40 years in trying to use in its service the various forms of advanced parties in Parliament, and ascertained that this was a failure. They don't turn their backs on radicalism, but while they see in it a weapon to oppose Toryism in politics, they will have their own weapon to fight capitalism. The English Voice of Labor is thus a sign of movement which is going on all over Europe, and our English paper will take its place by the side of the series of French, Swiss, and Spanish syndicalist and labor papers, bearing the same, or very similar names. A fortnight ago I saw in Paris several of the active members of the great labor movement, and on all sides I saw the greatest hopes being based on that new force which is known as the revolutionary syndicalist movement. All the active energies of the young generation go to it. This movement has certainly its dangers, but one thing is certain. If such a movement had attained a serious development at the time when the Chartist agitation began in this country, or when the revolution of 1848 broke out in France, both movements would not have ended as fruitlessly as they did in France, in fantastical national workshops which drove the Paris proletarians to despair and ended in the June massacres, and in this country in the supremacy of the middle classes and the postponement of social reforms for generations to come. The whole history of Europe would have taken a different turn if the proletarians had come then to the definite idea of a direct action through their own unions for the solution of the great problem of labor and supply. Let us greet, then, this new movement which permits the workers to work out themselves the main lines upon which the emancipation of labor will have to be accomplished. Let us hope, also, that the Voice of Labor, finding an echo amongst the British working men, will accomplish its part of the great work that devolves upon us. Yours fraternally, P. Kropotkin. Bromley, Kent, February 1. Anarchists and Trade Unions. This article from Freedom, June 1907, sees Kropotkin summarizing his views on anarchist participation in the labor movement. It was originally published in Le Temps Nouveau, May 1907, as part of a discussion on anarchism and trade unionism. Kropotkin reproduces a draft of a letter he had sent to one of his opponents in the debate, Lagardelle, to dispel false impressions being raised against him, namely that he had attacked trade unionism, before expanding on anarchist activity in trade unions. All notes by Kropotkin were added after he wrote the letter in 1898. Dear comrades, I had agreed to write a preface to our pamphlet, Anarchists and Syndicates, before having read it. Now, after reading it, I see that I should have to write, not a preface, but a criticism, and a very plain-spoken one, upon certain facts. Instead of limiting themselves to arguments which might be adduced in favor of taking a more active part in trade union work, the authors have set forth general ideas on anarchy that I cannot agree with, and besides they have subjected those who differ from them to little pinpricks which I do not approve of. The conception of anarchy that existed in the collectivist and federalist international is certainly not that of present-day comrades, and not mine, page 10. An entire evolution has taken place during the last 30 years, a retrogression, some will perhaps say a forward movement, according to my opinion. Between the Idée sur l'organisation sociale of the Jura Federation, and La Société Nouvelle, La Conquête du Pain, etc. 179, there is a whole generation which, to my mind, has neither trod the same ground nor gone back, and which would have been welcomed by Bakunin himself had he lived in our time. 180. The conception anarchist because communist is your own. Well, it has perhaps the advantage of making communism the more important, but at least admit that it is not shared by a great number of anarchists, that for many liberty is as dear as bread. I am one of those 181, that there are many who call themselves anarchists although communists, and that there are absolutely sincere comrades who believe communism and anarchism to be incompatible, which in no wise hinders many of them thinking there is much to be done in trade unions. 182. In the third part of your pamphlet you allow yourself to be carried away so far by your argument that you make several assertions which you would find it difficult to prove. No doubt on entering a trade union an anarchist makes a concession just as he does when he goes to register the name of his newspaper, or when he asks for permission to hold a meeting in Trafalgar Square, even when he signs the lease of his lodging or of his cooperative farm, or when he allows himself to be handcuffed without retaliating with his fists. To style ideologists those who demonstrate that there is a concession is neither just nor justifiable. Without these ideologists you would be flogged in prison, as is still the custom in England. On entering a trade union you make a concession, and when you say that the concession is less than is generally believed, you are right, but let us not deny that it is a concession, like those mentioned above, asking for authorization, lease, handcuffs, which make us hate the present system the more. On entering a trade union you are certainly carried away by your surroundings, as in Parliament 183. Only the difference between a trade union and a parliament is that one is an organization for fighting capital, while the other, Parliament, be it well understood, is an organization to uphold the state and authority. The one sometimes becomes revolutionary, the other never does. The one, Parliament, represents centralization, the other, the trade union, represents autonomy, etc. The one, Parliament, is repugnant to us on principle, the other is a modifiable or a modified side of a struggle that most of us approve of. If trade unions set up a social democratic hierarchy, we could not enter them before having demolished it. In short, there is enough for anarchists to say about the use of endeavoring to wrest trade unions from dabblers in politics, and to inspire them with broader and more revolutionary ideas, without striving, for all that, to limit their possibility of action to those who have their own special conception of anarchism. I know anarchists of all shades who have taken part in workmen's unions. Once they work at a trade, it is natural that they should associate themselves with comrades in the factory, without asking whether they understand socialism or anarchism in a particular way. That has nothing to do with the case. Here, at page 8, my original letter ends. Probably I should not have added much to it. As to the date, I had written on this rough copy, Trade Unions and Anarchists. April 1898. Now that I have answered M. Lagardel's little insinuation, I shall take it upon myself to ask him a question. Was there nothing more interesting to say about trade unionism than to talk of this letter? Is he reduced to this? Supposing I had been a rabid enemy of trade unionism, would this in any way have altered the relation between anarchy and the trade union movement? Are they only personal relations? And would it not be precisely the duty of a man who pretends to be scientific, to study the relations between anarchist ideas and those of the French syndicalism? And lastly, if M. Lagardelle absolutely wished to speak of my ideas on the labor movement, had he not, if it really interested him, my articles in Le Revolte, La Revolte, and Les Temps Nouveaux? As I am not French, they can easily be recognized by their style. In perusing these papers between the years 1886 to 1898, I find one or two articles in each number during times of trade union struggles, leading articles and notes on the labor movement in which I always return to the same ideas. Workmen's organizations are the real force capable of accomplishing the social revolution after the awakening of the proletariat has been accomplished, first by individual action, then by collective action, by strikes and revolts extending more and more, and where workmen's organizations have not allowed themselves to be dominated by the gentlemen who advocate the conquest of political power, but have continued to walk hand in hand with anarchists as they have done in Spain, they have obtained, on the one hand, immediate results, an 8-hour day in certain trades in Catalonia, and on the other have made good propaganda for the social revolution, the one to come, not from the efforts of those highly placed gentlemen, but from below, from workmen's organizations. I have perhaps annoyed my readers by returning too often to this subject, but I now ask myself if it would not be useful to make a selection of these articles and publish them in a volume. What is most important is, that if we consult the collection of newspapers that followed the Bulletin de la Fédération Jurassienne and l'Avant-Garde 184 till the Temps Nouveau, we see that the anarchists have always believed that the working class movement organized in each trade for the direct conflict with capital, today in France it is called syndicalism and direct action, constitutes true strength, and is capable of leading up to the social revolution and realizing it, by the transformation based on equal rights of consumable commodities and production. Those of us who have believed in this during the last 35 years have simply remained faithful to the original ideas of the International, as it was conceived in 1864 by the French, in opposition to Marx and Engels, and such as was always applied in Catalonia, in the Bernese Jura, in eastern Belgium, and partly in Italy. The International was a great syndicalist movement which determined everything that these gentlemen give out that they have discovered in syndicalism. We anarchists do not pretend to have discovered a new idea or a new religion. We say we have simply remained faithful to the practical idea that inspired the third awakening of the French proletariat and of the Latin proletariat in general. We have refused to associate ourselves with the juggling away of this idea, which was done by Germans and a few French Jacobins at the Hague Congress in 1872, when, profiting by defeat of the French proletariat, they tried to cause the International to deviate from its economic struggle, and to drive it into conquering governing power in the bourgeois state. And now that the proletariat, disgusted with parliamentary social democracy, returns to the old idea of direct international conflict against capital, and that some gentlemen are again endeavoring to divert this movement, so as to make of it their political stepping stone, we shall oppose them as we opposed their forerunners, so as to always uphold the same idea, the enfranchisement of the proletariat by direct and aggressive action against the exploiters. 1886 to 1907, Glimpses into the labor movement in this country. This article from Freedom, October 1907, sees Kropotkin looking back at his time in Britain and the development of its labor movement over that time. It is significant for his comments on anarchists having advocated syndicalist tactics in the First International and the negative impact of parliamentarism on the workers' movement, themes he expressed on many occasions. Looking through the files of Freedom, since its first appearance in October 1886, till the present date, we gather through it the whole history of the labor movement in this country for the last 21 years. A history full of meaning and of lessons for the future. For we see in it how a movement, full of a youthful revolutionary energy, of great ideals and broad conceptions, and full of promises of a complete renovation of society, was brought, step, by its own faults, to abandon all these ideals and to become what it is now, an occasional patching up, by means of bureaucratic parliamentary legislation, of a few of the most crying injustices from which labor is suffering, a picking up, out of the masses of the workers, of the few of those who render themselves acceptable to the bourgeoisie and are taken into its ranks, a truce between the representatives of the exploited workers and the exploiters, on the understanding that both of them shall exploit, for their common benefit, the black and the yellow races, and both shall share, more or less, in the toll levied by England upon the industrially backward nations. Compromise all round. A science worked out to support compromise. Socialism brushed aside, and social democracy slipped instead, which means submissive acceptance by the working men of the capitalist exploitation, with but a few limitations conceded from time to time by a capitalist legislature against some of its most offensive forms. To tell the history of the degradation of a great and mighty movement, and to tell how the anarchists and their English organ, freedom, endeavored to oppose that degradation, would require, of course, more than a few columns. Therefore, we shall limit ourselves to a few broad outlines. In 1886, the year when freedom was founded, a most enthusiastic socialist movement was going on in this country. It was a socialist, not a social democratic movement, whose ideal was that of a society entirely reconstructed on the basis of a social revolution, the working men's organizations entering in possession of all that is necessary for the production of wealth, the land, the mines, the railways, the factories, and working them in the interests of the community. A severe industrial crisis which had broken out in 1886, throwing out of employment great numbers of workers, both skilled and unskilled, contributed to render the movement still more acute. A small riot even took place in London, when, after a Trafalgar Square meeting, a crowd rushed towards Regent Street, breaking a few windows in the shops, and compelling the smart ladies to alight from their carriages. 185. Contrary to what is currently said about the British workers, they received with eagerness, all over the country, the teachings of socialism. Their only doubts were as to how to organize production when it would be wrested from the hands of the capitalists. State ownership of factories, mines, and so on, which the Marxist Social Democrats began to preach, did not appeal to the British workers as it appealed to the Germans. Benevolent Caesarism, state capitalism, state ownership of industries, and paternal government socialism, such as was patronized by Tory Democrats, did not find much response with the British working men, who had been educated in the ideas of Robert Owen and his followers, and they eagerly looked for some such solution of the social question as would tend to transmit the socialized instruments of production into the hands of the organized working men themselves. Even till now this idea is still alive with them, and this makes the weakness of social democracy and the intellectual force of anarchism in England. Those of us who, on our lecturing tours, came into close contact with the working men masses in the provinces, felt strongly the existence of such a need, and freedom did its best to answer to it. Unfortunately, in the whole English socialist movement of those years there was no one who was sufficiently familiar with the immense English socialist literature of the Owenite times, so as to bring the teachings of the modern socialists into direct connection with the ideas advocated by Godwin, Robert Owen, and later on by British socialists and anarchists in the 30s and the 40s. This was especially regrettable in our case, as it would have been so easy to show the relation of our anarchist communism with the ideas of our British forefathers, and to resume their traditions, especially in all matters concerning the land question and agriculture. The movement had already divided by that time into three main sections: the Social Democratic Federation, the Socialist League, and the Fabians. But the Social Democratic Federation, up to 1889, remained a revolutionary body. It organized large popular demonstrations which found a wide response in the poorest masses. All the language of its speakers was revolutionary, and when Hindman 186 once asked me what I thought of the Federation, I could but answer him, "Very good, because mark it, you are yet scores of miles away from Parliament, but the day that you shall approach it within a measurable distance, that day your party will become as noxious for the revolutionary movement, and as insignificant for socialism, as German social democracy already is." However, at that time the British Social Democrats took a revolutionary attitude, and in 1887, when we held meetings in favor of our condemned Chicago anarchist brothers, the Social Democratic speakers by our side used the same language as we did. They did the same at our commune celebrations, which brought us all together. They were miles away then from Parliament. The change came in 1889 and in 1890. A striking and a sudden change. After some preparatory work, accomplished chiefly by socialists, amongst the dock labourers of London, and by several Irishmen amongst the dockers of Scotland, there broke out the great strike in the London docks. The strike was a wonderful lesson in many respects. It demonstrated to us the practical possibility of a general strike. Once the life of the port of London had been paralysed, the strike spread wider and wider, bringing all sorts of industries to a standstill, and threatening to paralyse the whole life of the 5 millions of Londoners. Another lesson of this strike was in showing the powers of the working men for organizing the supply and distribution of food for a large population of strikers. The demonstration was quite conclusive. But a third lesson, too, was deduced from the dockers' strike by the Labour and Socialist politicians. Some of the Socialists, especially Burns until at 187 were brought by it into prominence, and Burns could reckon with certainty upon being elected to Parliament at the next election in his constituency of Battersea with the support, of course, of the liberal middle classes, who at once appreciated his organizing capacities, his love of order, and especially his moderation. Burns prepared then for his election. This was the beginning of the decay of the whole socialist movement in this country. The candidature of Burns provoked the first real split in the Social Democratic Federation, soon followed by other splits, and the whole tone of the movement suddenly went down. Petty electoral considerations took the place of the outspoken revolutionary language of the previous years. To preach revolution became a crime. To speak of socialism pure and simple was to indulge in utopias. A reduction of the hours of labor and labor legislation became quite sufficient topics of discussion. Social democracy, that is, a compromise with the middle classes for sharing political power with them in a middle-class state, took the place of socialism. In the meantime the middle classes rallied. When the first fears inspired in them by the labor movement were over, they perceived the weak point of its armor. It was parliamentarism. And into that weak point of the armor they thrust their poisoned weapon. They went on saying to the workers, "What, are you talking of revolution? Leave that to the hungry Frenchies. How could we live, 30 millions of us, on the produce of our small islands? We have something better than that to do. We have to achieve the industrial and capitalistic conquest of the world. See, we gave a mere trifle of money as a loan to Egypt, and now all the country is ours. See, the millions we get therefrom in the shape of interest for moneys which we never lent otherwise than in the shape of imaginary transfers on paper in our banks. And you, fools, talk of a revolution. Go to Egypt as our functionaries, save there, and we shall see we get an equally profitable use for your savings. Come to help us in the conquest of new countries in Africa and Asia. Send a few of yours to share with us the government of the masses." And they consolidated in the meantime under the name of a unionist party their imperialist battalions, and spent extravagant sums of money in fostering imperialism by every possible means. And they succeeded in thus bribing the better-to-do portion of the working men. The first symptoms of the coming change were seen at the famous demonstration of 1890, when the poorest masses of the East End marched to the West End, to show their poverty and to demonstrate and muster their forces. It was the trade unionists who undertook to marshal that demonstration and to maintain order. And one could see then, how, immediately after that demonstration, which separated the moderate and better off trade unionists from the poorer masses, the whole socialist movement felt the effect of cold water thrown upon it. Freedom at that time recognized perfectly well these facts and their result. And when, in the year 1890, the 1st of May movement reached this country, and the workers rushed in their hundreds of thousands to the 1st of May demonstration, with the hope of bringing out in this way a general strike and obtaining a great victory, cold water was again thrown on their enthusiasm by their leaders, who came to say, "No general strike. A general strike is general nonsense. Send us to Parliament, and we shall get you in due time the legal 8 hours." Freedom fiercely combated that policy, but the force was theirs. They won the day and they buried the 8-hour movement. Then came the disturbed years of 1890 to 1895. The furious prosecutions directed against the anarchists in France and Spain brought about retaliation. The most violent means had to be resorted to by the anarchists in order to conquer the very right to live and to work, without being hunted down by the police from spot to spot like so many outlaws. In this country the struggle never attained the violence it had attained in France and Spain. But even here we have had in 1892-94 the abominable condemnation of the Walsall comrades for a plot hatched by the Scotland Yard agents, the prosecution of the Commonweal in 1892, the prosecution of our friend Cantwell for an open-air speech, and so on. 188. The ferocious prosecutions which were now started in all countries against the anarchists had necessarily the effect of thinning our ranks. Most of the middle-class people who formerly sympathized with anarchism turned the cold shoulder to us now, the timid withdrew. Abominable exceptional laws were passed against the anarchists on the continent, and several advanced papers ceased to appear. In this country, Commonweal, which had lately become an anarchist paper, had to stop its publication. Freedom had also to stop in January 1895, for the next 4 months. Anarchist propaganda was rendered more and more difficult, and in proportion as the voice of the revolutionary wing of socialism was less heard, the politicians won ground more and more. However, at that very same time the leading ideas of anarchism, becoming better known in a wider public, decidedly won sympathies in wide circles of thinking men. Some of the greatest writers of our own time openly expressed themselves in favor of anarchism. And while the middle-class sympathizers, frightened by violence, left our ranks, much sympathy was won for our ideas amidst the working classes, even though most of the sympathizers did not dare openly to show their inclination, still less to join the circles, whose activities were more and more hampered by prosecutions and police interference. It is interesting to note that about the same time as these ferocious prosecutions of the anarchists took place, a new element was introduced into the anarchist propaganda, viz., propaganda work in the labor organizations, the syndicates especially in France, and a wide propaganda of the general strike as well as of direct action of the workers against their exploiters. Revolutionary anarchist communist propaganda within the labor unions had always been a favorite mode of action in the Federalist or Bakuninist section of the International Working Men's Association. In Spain and in Italy it had been especially successful. Now it was resorted to, with evident success, in France, and Freedom eagerly advocated this sort of propaganda, carefully taking note of its successes all over the world. For this country our paper especially insisted upon what might have been attained by direct action in the 8-hour movement, if the workers decided at a 1st of May demonstration not to work more than 8 hours from the very next day, and to abandon work about 4 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, the labor movement went in the meantime, both in this country and on the continent, deeper and deeper into the quagmire of parliamentarian politics. All the efforts of the labor leaders were now directed towards gaining seats in parliament, and to compelling the middle-class liberals to promise them their support at the next elections. The result of such a suicidal policy is fresh in the memories of all. For 10 years we had a conservative government which twice brought the country to the verge of ruinous wars, first with the United States, and next with France, and finally waged a barbarous, unprovoked war against the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. 189 It demolished the work that had been done in the early 70s for putting education on a secular basis, and it finally threatened to strike at the very root the efficacy of the trade unions, by rendering them responsible for the losses sustained by the employers in consequence of strikes. That government was overthrown at last, at the very moment when it was going to throw the country into a war with Germany, as recklessly engaged in as it had begun the war in Africa. And what was most significant, it was overthrown owing to a combined effort of the working classes, who seemed to have realized at last how foolish they had been when they played into the hands of the Tory imperialists at the 2 previous elections. It is self-evident that the conditions which we have briefly described were not favorable for the creation in this country of an anarchist party. The last 21 years were years of a general triumph of the middle-class ideals and policy over the socialist ideals. All that could be done by the anarchists was consequently to keep high the banner of anarchism, to spread as widely as possible the ideas of a free, no-government organization of communism, and to counterbalance as much as we could the centralistic, bureaucratic ambitions of social democracy. In this respect, freedom has undoubtedly accomplished a task which will live. It has helped to shatter these ideas, and it has done something towards keeping alive amidst the British workers those ideas of free communism of which the foundations had been laid by our forefathers in the very heart of the nation. And we may be certain now, that when a new revival of socialist agitation comes, as it came in 1884–86, it will bear the seeds of communism as against collectivism, and of anarchism as against state socialism. Letter to Alexander Berkman. This 1908 letter to leading American anarchist Alexander Berkman sees Kropotkin reiterate his position that libertarians must participate actively in the workers' movement and that revolutions are the product of class struggle, not individual acts. Dear Berkman, you are quite right in taking a hopeful view of the progress of our ideas in America. It would have been far greater, I am sure, if the American anarchists had succeeded in merging themselves into the mass of the workingmen. So long as they remain a handful, aristocratically keeping apart from the mass of the working men, they may display the most heroic devotion to the cause of labor as you did, dear, good friend. Their efforts will remain fruitless and their teachings will appeal more to the intellectual bourgeois who rebels against certain restraints in art, in relations between man and woman, than to the worker. They will remain the same bourgeois and will do nothing to remove the oppression of the rich upon the poor, of the owner on the proletarian, the ruler upon the ruled one. I was lately in Paris, and on all sides I heard and saw that, at last, the work that we began as a handful only in 1878 is bearing fruit. The mass, the great mass, those who made the revolution, those who are the only ones to make them, the workers, begin to display in their deepest layers that feeling of discontent and restlessness which is a true sign of some great movement coming. And when I asked, where is the comrade I knew in 1886? Where this other? This third? Where all of them? The reply was invariably the same, but it is he, who is the moving soul of the revolutionary fraction of the carpenters, he of the joiners, they of all that movement, that thou hast seen, Peter, the other day at the Toulouse Congress. And so of Lyon? So of Vienne? Of Mont-Soleil mines. These ones died in exile, these ones, the few, have retired, but all those who still live are men, still all are in the labor movement and stir its lowest layers. Some of our comrades who work in the labor organization, of course, will turn bureaucrats. Some already are, and we combat them openly and frankly in the Temps Nouveau and the Revue Risveglio of Geneva. But the great number are there, working, stirring, after having abandoned the groups where they were invaded by all sorts of middle-class tramps who came to express there the most terrific paradoxes, only better to sell afterwards, most of them their pen, their bureaucratic talents, their passive obedience to the middle classes. It is the classes which made the revolutions, not the individuals. Nay, even the really revolutionary-minded individuals, if they remain isolated, turn toward this individual. But anarchism of the bourgeois, which is nothing but the Epicureans' let it go of the economists, spiced with a few terrific phrases of nihilism good to frighten the Philistines, which it would really be time to leave to the Nitsekists, the German Slavists, and all the familiar arch-Philistinists. I write at high-pressure speed and jot down these remarks not for print but for you personally, dear old Berkman. Answering your question about the Mother Earth lecture series, I have not yet finished my book on the Great French Revolution, though I hope to send to the printer tomorrow the revised first proofs of the last sheets. The book grew to 720 or 750 pages. But it will give matter for discussion. The views I have are different from the orthodox ones, and the book will be, I suppose, violently attacked. The historians, the men of the trade, will surely attack it on matters of detail. They don't like Cossack intruders. But let it be. The real revolutionist will find in this many years' work matters enough for reflection, and research if he likes research and can afford to do it, and sad reflection, too, when he comes thinking, let us say, of the Russian Revolution, or the coming revolutions everywhere. Where are we in the coming struggles? Personal heroism to any amount. Christian saints could envy it, so great, so widespread it was. But where are the hero and the masses? The hero mostly does not know them, they hardly understand him, and the town hero will not know the country masses, which he leaves to the parliamentary agitators to be put asleep by them by doses and doses of Duma opium. But enough, dear friend. You ask me to write something special for your series. It is impossible. I must terminate works already began, works in hand, and they will be bigger works. Translate from Temps Nouveau, if you find something interesting. Much brotherly love. Peter Kropotkin. Syndicalism and Anarchism. In this two-part article, which was published in Freedom, July and August 1912, Kropotkin discusses the history of syndicalism and its relationship with anarchism. He notes its links with the libertarian wing of the First International and iterates that while syndicalism is a long-standing libertarian tactic, anarchism is wider than it. We are asked on many sides, what is syndicalism? What are its relations to anarchism? And we shall do our best to answer these questions. True, they were answered in our columns a few months ago by one of our friends, Anarchist Methods in Revolutionary Syndicalism, Freedom, November 1911, but it is always interesting to return to this important subject, and to examine it under its different aspects. Syndicalism is, in fact, only a new name for tactics long since resorted to with profit by the British workers, that of a direct struggle of labor against capital on the economic field. Such a struggle was their favorite weapon, and in that above-mentioned Freedom article it was pointed out that already in the first half of the 19th century the British workers, even without possessing the vote, obtained great economic advantages, created a powerful trade union organization, and even forced the governing classes to recognize their claims, 1869-76, in labor legislation, including an extended political franchise. Direct struggle on the economic field thus proved to be an efficient weapon for obtaining both economic results and some political concessions. This idea was so strong in England that already, in 1830 to 1831, Robert Owen tried to found a great grand national consolidated trades union and an international organization of labor for the direct struggle against capital. Only the ferocious prosecutions of the British government compelled him to abandon this idea. Then came the Chartist movement, which took advantage of the widely spread and powerful, partly secret organizations of labor, to obtain some substantial political concessions. And the British workers received their first political lesson. They soon saw that though they heartily supported the political agitation, this agitation gave them no economic advantages save those which they themselves imposed upon their masters and their legislators by strikes and revolts. They saw how fallacious it was to trust to Parliament for any serious improvement of their conditions. The French working men came to exactly the same conclusion. The Revolution of 1848, which gave France a republic, convinced them of the utter inefficacy of political agitation, and even of political victories, for achieving any vital change in the conditions of labor, if the working men themselves were not prepared to impose them upon the rich by their own direct action. It also gave them another lesson. The French workmen saw how utterly helpless were their intellectual leaders when they had to find out the new forms which industrial production ought to take in society so as to give labor its due and put an end to the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists. Both in the Luxembourg Commission, which sat for this particular purpose on April, May, and June 1848, and in the Chamber elected in 1849, where there sat over 100 social democratic deputies, the workers saw this helplessness of the leaders. They thus understood that the working men themselves had to work out the main lines which the social revolution had to take, in order to be practical and fruitful. Direct struggle of labor against capital, and the necessity of the workmen themselves to work out the new forms which an organization without capitalist exploitation should take, these, then, were the two great lessons that the workers had learned, especially in the two countries most advanced in their industrial development. Consequently, when in 1864–66 the old idea of Robert Owen was at last realized, and an international organization of labor was started. The new organization embodied these two fundamental principles. When the International Working Men's Association was founded at London by representatives of British trade unionists and French working men, chiefly followers of Proudhon, who had come to the Second International Exhibition, the association loudly proclaimed that the emancipation of the workers must be their own work, and that henceforth they intended to fight the capitalists by means of big strikes, fought with international support. Thus, the first two acts of the International, which produced a tremendous sensation in Europe and inspired a salutary fear in the middle classes, were two great strikes, one at Paris, supported by the English trade unions, and another at Geneva, in the building trade, supported by British and French workers. Worse than that, the working men at the congresses of the International were no longer discussing the trash with which nations are amused by their rulers in the representative institutions. They discussed the fundamental question of a revolutionary reconstruction of society, and launched the idea which has since proved so fruitful, the idea of a general strike. As to the political form which a society reorganized by a social revolution might take, the Latin federations of the International openly parted with the idea of a centralist state. They distinctly pronounced themselves in favor of an organization based on the federation of free communes and agricultural territories, getting rid of capitalist exploitation, and federating to constitute larger territorial and national units. The two main principles of modern syndicalism, direct action, as they say now, and the elaboration of new forms of social life based on the federation of the labor unions, these two principles were at the outset the leading principles of the International Working Men's Association. However, already then there were within the association two different currents concerning political action which divided the workers of different nations, the Latin current and the German current. The Frenchmen in the International were chiefly followers of Proudhon, and Proudhon's leading idea was: get rid of the present bourgeois state organization, and put in its place your own organization of labor unions, which will themselves organize all that is substantial in society. The production of all that is needed for life, the equitable exchange of all the products of human labor, and the distribution and consumption of what has been produced, it is you, working men, who must organize it. Then you will see that very little will remain for the state. Production of all that is needed, an equitable exchange of produce, and its equitable consumption, these are labor problems, which you alone can solve. And if you solve them, what remains to your present rulers and to their hierarchy of functionaries which constitutes the state? Nothing that you yourselves could not organize. But among the French founders of the International there were also men who had fought for the Republic and the Commune. They understood that political action must not be ignored, that it is not a matter of indifference to the proletarians whether they are under a monarchy, a republic, or a commune. They knew by their own experience that the triumph of the conservatives or the imperialists means a backward movement in all directions and an enormous expenditure of energy by the workers to fight the aggressive capitalist policy, such as the Taft-Vale or the Osborne decisions, which we have had lately. They were not indifferent to politics, but they refused to see in electoral agitation, in electoral successes, and in the seesaw of political parties an instrument for the emancipation of labor. Accordingly, the French, the Italian, and the Spanish workers agreed to put in the statutes these words: all political action must be subordinated to the economic. As to the English workers, there were among them a number of Chartists who had lived for political struggles. And the Germans had not yet had the experience of two republics as had the Frenchmen. They laid faith in the coming parliament of the future German Empire. Even La Salle 190 had paid, it is now known, a tribute to some faith in a socialist emperor of that united Germany which he saw coming. Consequently, neither the English nor the Germans would part entirely with parliamentary action. They still had faith in it, and they put in the English and German text of the same statutes: all political action must be subordinated to the economic as a means. The old idea of trusting to bourgeois parliaments had thus reappeared. The result was that when Germany had triumphed over France in the War of 1870–71, When France lay helpless after a crushing defeat, and 35,000 of the Paris proletarians, the flower of the French workers, had been murdered by the bourgeois armies after the fall of the Commune, when the International Working Men's Association was forbidden in France, Marx and Engels and their supporters tried to introduce the old political action into the life of the International, in the shape of the labor candidature. Thereupon a cleavage took place in the International, which hitherto had inspired such enthusiastic hopes in the proletarians and such terror in the rich. The Latin federations Italy, Spain, the Jura, and Eastern Belgium, France was represented by a few refugees only, refused to accept the new course. They then constituted their own federated union, and since that time these federations inclined more and more towards revolutionary unionism, later on syndicalism, and towards anarchism, while Germany took the lead in the development of a political social democratic party, the more so as Bismarck had introduced universal suffrage for the elections to the Parliament of the German Empire, constituted by the victorious war. 40 years have now passed since that division took place in the International, and we can judge its results. We shall analyze them more in detail in a next issue. But already here we can point out the striking sterility of all that was done during these 40 years by those who pinned their faith to what they described as the conquest of power in the present middle-class state. Instead of conquering the state, as they believed they would, they have been conquered by the bourgeois state. They are its tools, they serve to maintain the power of the upper and middle classes over the workers. They are the docile tools of church and state, of capitalism and monopoly. And all over Europe and America we see growing a new movement, a new force in the labor movement, a force which reverts to the old principles of the International, direct action, direct struggle of labor against capital, and the workers recognizing that it is they who have to free themselves, not the parliaments to free them. Of course, this is not anarchism. We go further. We say that the workers will never attain their emancipation if they do not abandon the fallacy of the state. We say that they must throw overboard the fallacy of centralization and hierarchy, and the fallacy of state-nominated functionaries maintaining law and order, the law made by the rich against the poor, and the order which means submission of the poor to the rich. But during all these 40 years the anarchists have worked in common with those workers who took their emancipation in their own hands and who resorted to the direct struggle as a means of preparing for the final struggle of exploited labor against the hitherto triumphant rule of capital. For the last 40 years the anarchists have combated those who amused the workers with resultless electoral agitation. And they have worked all the time to awaken amongst the toiling masses a desire to work out those principles upon which the trade organizations could take possession of the docks, the railways, the mines, the factories, the land, and the stores, and work them in the interest, no more of a few capitalists, but of society as a whole. 191. Many episodes of this action of ours were given in the aforementioned Freedom article of November 1911. But we hope to return once more to this interesting subject. 2. In our first article on syndicalism and anarchism, it was shown how, in this country since the years 1820 to 1830, and in France after the unsuccessful political revolution of 1848, the efforts of a considerable section of the workers were directed towards a direct struggle of labor against capital, and to an endeavor to create for that purpose the necessary labor organizations. It was also shown how this idea became, in the years 1866 to 1870, the leading idea of the newly created International Working Men's Association, but how, after the defeat of France in 1870, the paralysis of its revolutionary forces after the fall of the Paris Commune, and the triumph of Germany, the political element got the upper hand in the International, and became for a time the dominating element in the labor movement. Since that time, the two currents have continued to develop, each of them in that direction which was already implied in its program. Political labor parties were organized in all constitutional states. They did their best to increase as rapidly as possible the number of their representatives in their respective parliaments, and as was foreseen from the outset, their representatives, hunting for votes, inevitably reduced their economic programs, so as to have them limited by this time to such minor restrictions of the rights of the employers as only give a new force to the capitalists and help them to maintain the present conditions. At the same time, as the socialist politicians combated the representatives of the political bourgeois radicalism, who competed with them for labor votes, they helped against their own will to give a new lease to triumphant reaction all over Europe. Their ideology itself, that is, the ideas and the ideals they were spreading among the masses, was modeled in accordance. They were resolute partisans of state centralization, as against local autonomy and the independence of the smaller nations, and they worked out a philosophy of history to support these foregone conclusions. They threw cold water on the hopes of the masses, preaching to them, in the name of historical materialism, that no substantial change is possible in the socialist direction until the number of capitalists has been reduced by their mutual competition 192, and they left unnoticed the fact, which becomes so striking now in all industrial countries, that, owing to the growing facilities for exploiting the peoples that are backward in industries, the English, the French, the Belgian, and other capitalists are now exploiting the labor of hundreds of millions of men in Eastern Europe, Asia, and Africa, the result being that the number of people living upon the work of other people, far from being gradually reduced in the chief industrial countries of Europe, goes on increasing in an appalling proportion. And with the increase of their numbers grow also the numbers of those who are interested in the maintenance of the present capitalistic state. Finally, the advocates of political agitation for the conquest of power in the present state bitterly opposed everything that could spoil their chances of acquiring political power. They excluded from the international socialist congresses all those who dared to criticize the results of their parliamentary tactics. 193 They deprecated strikes, and later on, when the idea of the general strike began to penetrate even into their congresses, they wildly opposed it by all possible means. For full 40 years these tactics have been pursued, and now it is evident to everyone that all over Europe the working men have had enough of it. Many turn away from it in disgust. This is the reason why we hear so much now of syndicalism. However, during these 40 years the other current, the direct struggle of labor against capital, also continued to develop, notwithstanding all the persecutions of the governments and the denunciations of the capitalist politicians. It would be an extremely interesting history to show the steady development of this current and to analyze its relations, intellectual and personal, with the political social democratic parties on the one hand and the anarchists on the other. But the time has not yet come to write such a work, and, after all, perhaps it is better that it should not be written now. It would divert attention towards personal influences, while it is the influence of the great currents of modern thought and the growth of self-consciousness among the working men of America and Europe, independent of the influence of the intellectual leaders, which has to be examined, if a real history of the syndicalist movement be written. All we need say at the present moment is, that quite independently of the teaching of the socialists, in virtue of the very fact that masses of working men were brought together in the industrial centers, and that they had retained from times past the tradition of their professional, i.e., trade unions, both open and secret, they continually organized unions, in order to put a bridle on the ever-growing exploitation and on the haughtiness of the employers. And in proportion as the organized masses of workers grew larger and stronger, and more conscious of the great struggle that is the very essence of the life of civilized nations since the great French Revolution, their anti-capitalist tendencies became more and more definite. During the last 40 years, while all possible effort was made by the political leaders in different countries to prevent the revolts of labor, and to subdue those of them which were of a menacing character, precisely during these years we saw the labor revolts growing more widely spread, more violent, and more significant of the intentions of the workers. More and more they lost the character of mere outbursts of despair. More and more, when we came into contact with the workers, we saw ripening among them a dominating thought, which could be expressed almost in a word, full of deep sense: go. Leave us, you captains of industry, if you cannot manage the industries so as to give us a living wage and security of employment. Go. If you are so short-sighted and so incapable of coming to a common understanding among yourselves, that you rush like a flock of sheep into every new branch of production which promises you the greatest momentary profits, regardless of the usefulness or noxiousness of the goods you produce in that branch. Go. If you are incapable of building your fortunes otherwise than by preparing interminable wars, and squandering a good third of what is produced by every nation in armaments for robbing other robbers, go. If all that you have learned from the marvelous discoveries of modern science is that you see no other way of obtaining one's well-being but out of that squalid misery to which 1/3 of the population of the great cities of this extremely wealthy country are condemned, go. And a play go both your houses if that is the only way you can find to manage industry and trade. We, workmen, will know better how to organize production, if we only succeed in getting rid of you, the capitalist pest. These are the ideas which were budding, were thought over, and were discussed in the workers' dwellings all over the civilized world, and these were the ideas which resulted in those tremendous upheavals of labor which we saw every year in Europe and the United States, in the shape of dockers' strikes, railway strikes, miners' strikes, and weavers' strikes, until at last they began to take the shape of general strikes which soon took the character of great struggles of the elements of nature, and in comparison with which all the petty parliamentary struggles were such pitiful child's play. And while the Germans were jubilating with red flags and torchlights at their steadily increasing electoral successes, the more experienced nations of the West were silently pursuing an infinitely more serious task, the task of the inner organization of labor, and the thoughts which worried them were of a far more serious nature. They asked themselves, what would be the outcome of the now inevitable world conflict between labor and capital? What new forms of industrial life and social organization would come out of this conflict? This is the true origin of the syndicalist movement, which the ignorant politicians discover now as something new to them. For us, this movement is not new. We greeted it when its tendencies were expressed in the program of the International Working Men's Association. We defended it in the International, when the German political revolutionists assailed it and saw in it an obstacle to their conquest of political power. We advised the workmen of all nations to do as the Spaniards did when they kept the trade unionist organizations in close touch with the sections of the International. And since that time we have followed with deep sympathy all the phases of the labor movement, knowing that, whatever the conflicts between labor and capital may be in the near future, it is this movement which will open the eyes of society at large to its duty towards the producers of all riches, the only movement that will induce thinking men to find a way out of the blind alley into which the recent development of capitalism has been driving our generation. Of course, the anarchists have never imagined that it was they who gave to the syndicalist movement its present conception of its duties towards the regeneration of society. They have never put forward the absurd pretension of being the leaders of the great movements of thought which lead mankind to a progressive development. But what we may claim for ourselves in full confidence is, that we understood from its beginnings the immense importance of the ideas which now constitute the leading aim of syndicalism. These are the ideas which were developed in this country by Godwin, Hodgkin, Gray, and their followers, and in France by Proudhon, namely, the idea that labor organizations for production, exchange, and consumption must take the place of the present capitalist exploitation and of the state, and that other idea, that it is the duty, the function, of the labor organizations to work out this new form of society. These two fundamental ideas are not our inventions. They are nobody's invention. Life itself has dictated them to 19th-century civilization, and upon us lies the duty of realizing them in life. Our pride is only that we have understood them, that we defended them through those dark years when they were trampled underfoot by the social democratic politicians and their would-be philosophers, and that we still intend to remain true to them. Revolutions. In any case, what we learn today from the study of the Great Revolution is, that it was the source and origin of all the present communist, anarchist, and socialist conceptions. We have but badly understood our common mother, but now we have found her again in the midst of the sans-culottes, and we see we have to learn from her. Humanity advances by stages, and these stages have been marked for several hundred years by great revolutions. After the Netherlands came England with her revolution in 1648 to 1657, and then it was the turn of France. Each great revolution has in it, besides, something special and original. Which of the nations will take upon herself the terrible but glorious task of the next great revolution? One may have thought for a time that it would be Russia. But if she should push her revolution further than the mere limitation of the imperial power, if she touches the land question in revolutionary spirit, how far will she go? Will she know how to avoid the mistake made by the French assemblies, and will she socialize the land and give it only to those who want to cultivate it with their own hands? We know not. Any answer to this question would belong to the domain of prophecy. The one thing certain is, that whatsoever nation enters on the path of revolution in our own day, it will be heir to all our forefathers have done in France. The blood they shed was shed for humanity, the sufferings they endured were borne for the entire human race, their struggles, the ideas they gave to the world, the shock of those ideas, are all included in the heritage of mankind. All have borne fruit and will bear more, still finer, as we advance towards those wide horizons opening out before us, where, like some great beacon to point the way, flame the words liberty, equality, fraternity. Conclusion: the Great French Revolution. From the Great French Revolution, 1789 to 1793. These three chapters of Kropotkin's classic history of the French Revolution express the core aspects of his ideas. The first, chapter 2, shows its focus as a popular account, with the working people taking center stage. The next two, XXIV and XXV, discuss the directly democratic neighborhood assemblies created in the struggle and their relation to subsequent libertarian ideas. They show Kropotkin's desire to present history from the bottom up as well as learning lessons for future revolts. Action. But what of the people? What was their idea? The people, too, had felt to a certain extent the influence of the current philosophy. By 1,000 indirect channels the great principles of liberty and enfranchisement had filtered down to the villages and the suburbs of the large towns. Respect for royalty and aristocracy was passing away. Ideas of equality were penetrating to the very lowest ranks. Gleams of revolt flashed through many minds. The hope of an approaching change throbbed in the hearts of the humblest. Something was to be done by some great folk for such poor ones, she did not know who, nor how, but God send us better, said an old woman, in 1789, to Arthur Young 194, who travelled through France on the eve of the Revolution. That something was bound to bring an alleviation of the people's misery. The question whether the movement which preceded the Revolution, and the Revolution itself, contained any element of socialism has been recently discussed. The word socialism was certainly not in either, because it dates only from the middle of the 19th century. The idea of the state as capitalist, to which the social democratic fraction of the great socialist party is now trying to reduce socialism, was certainly not so much in evidence as it is today, because the founders of social democratic collectivism, Vidal and Pecker, did not write until the period between 1840 and 1849. But it is impossible to read the works of the pre-revolutionary writers without being struck by the fact that they are imbued with ideas which are the very essence of modern socialism. Two fundamental ideas: the equal rights of all citizens to the land, and what we know today under the name of communism, found devoted adherents among the more popular writers of that time, Mabley, Darganson, and others of less importance. 195 Manufacturing production on a large scale was in its infancy, so that land was at that time the main form of capital and the chief instrument for exploiting human labor, while the factory was hardly developed at all. It was natural, therefore, that the thoughts of the philosophers, and later on the thoughts of the revolutionists, should turn towards communal possession of the land. Did not Mabley, who, much more than Rousseau, inspired the men of the Revolution, declare about 1768, in his Tout sur l'ordre naturel et essentiel des sociétés, that there should be equal rights to the land for all, and communist possession of it? The rights of the nation to all landed property, and to all natural wealth, forests, rivers, waterfalls, and sea. Was not this the dominant idea of the pre-revolutionary writers, as well as of the left wing of the revolutionary masses during the period of upheaval? Unfortunately, these communistic aspirations were not formulated clearly and concretely in the minds of those who desired the people's happiness. While among the educated middle classes, the ideas of emancipation had taken the form of a complete program for political and economic organization, these ideas were presented to the people only in the form of vague aspirations. Often they were mere negations. Those who addressed the people did not try to embody the concrete form in which their desiderata could be realized. It is even probable that they avoided being precise. Consciously or not, they seemed to say, what good is there in speaking to the people of the way in which they will be organized later on? It would only chill their revolutionary ardor. All they want is the strength to attack and to march to the assault of the old institutions. Later on we shall see what can be done for them. Are there not many socialists and anarchists who act still in the same way? In their hurry to push on to the day of revolt they treat as soporific theorizing every attempt to throw some light on what ought to be the aim of the revolution. It must be said, also, that the ignorance of the writers city men and bookmen for the most part counted for much in this. Thus, in the whole of that gathering of learned or experienced businessmen who composed the National Assembly, lawyers, journalists, tradesmen, and so forth, there were only 2 or 3 legal members who had studied the feudal laws, and we know there were among them but very few representatives of the peasants who were familiar by personal experience with the needs of village life. For these reasons the ideas of the masses were expressed chiefly by simple negations. Let us burn the registers in which the feudal dues are recorded. Down with the tithes. Down with Madame Veto. 196 Hang the aristocrats. But to whom was the freed land to go? Who were to be the heirs of the guillotined nobles? Who was to grasp the political power when it should fall from the hands of Monsieur Veto, the power which became in the hands of the middle classes a much more formidable weapon than it had been under the old regime? This want of clearness in the mind of the people as to what they should hope from the revolution left its imprint on the whole movement. While the middle classes were marching with firm and decided steps towards the establishment of their political power in a state which they were trying to mold according to their preconceived ideas, the people were hesitating. In the towns, especially, they did not seem to know how to turn to their own advantage the power they had conquered. And later, when ideas concerning agrarian laws and the equalizing of incomes began to take definite form, they ran foul of a mass of property prejudices, with which even those sincerely devoted to the cause of the people were imbued. A similar conflict was evoked by the conceptions of the political organization of the state. We see it chiefly in the antagonism which arose between the governmental prejudices of the Democrats of that time and the ideas that dawned in the hearts of the people as to political decentralization, and the prominent place which the people wished their municipalities to take both in the division of the large towns and in the village assemblies. This was the starting point of the whole series of fierce contests which broke out in the convention. Thence, too, arose the indefiniteness of the results obtained by the revolution for the great mass of the people in all directions, except in the recovery of part of the land from the lords, lay, and clerical, and the freeing of all land from the feudal taxes it formerly had to pay. But if the people's ideas were confused on constructive lines, they were, on the other hand, extremely clear on certain points in their negations. First of all, the hatred felt by the poor for the whole of the idle, lazy, perverted aristocracy who ruled them, while black misery reigned in the villages and in the dark lanes of the great towns. Next, hatred towards the clergy, who by sympathy belonged more to the aristocracy than to the people who fed them. Then, hatred of all the institutions under the old regime, which made poverty still harder to bear because they denied the rights of humanity to the poor. Hatred for the feudal system and its exact iains, which kept the laborer in a state of servitude to the landowners long after personal serfdom had ceased to exist. Lastly, the despair of the peasant who in those years of scarcity saw land lying uncultivated in the hands of the lord, or serving merely as a pleasure ground for the nobility while famine pressed hard on the villages. It was all this hatred, coming to a head after long years as the selfishness of the rich became more and more apparent in the course of the 18th century. And it was this need of land, this land hunger, the cry of the starving in revolt against the Lord who refused them access to it that awoke the spirit of revolt ever since 1788. And it was the same hatred, and the same need, mingled with the hope of success, which stimulated the incessant revolts of the peasants in the years 1789 to 1793, revolts which enabled the middle class to overthrow the old regime and to organize its own power under the new one, that representative government. Without those risings, without that disorganization of authority in the provinces which resulted in never-ceasing Jacques-rise, without that promptitude of the people of Paris and other towns in taking up arms, and in marching against the strongholds of royalty whenever an appeal to the people was made by the revolutionaries, the middle classes would certainly not have accomplished anything. But it is to this true fount and origin of the revolution, the people's readiness to take up arms, that the historians of the revolution have not yet done justice, the justice owed to it by the history of civilization. The districts and the sections of Paris. We have seen how the revolution began with popular risings ever since the first months of 1789. To make a revolution it is not, however, enough that there should be such risings more or less successful. It is necessary that after the risings there should be left something new in the institutions, which would permit new forms of life to be elaborated and established. The French people seem to have understood this need wonderfully well, and the something new, which was introduced into the life of France, since the first risings, was the popular commune. Governmental centralization came later, but the revolution began by creating the commune autonomous to a very great degree, and through this institution it gained, as we shall see, immense power. In the villages it was, in fact, the peasants' commune which insisted upon the abolition of feudal dues, and legalized the refusal to pay them. It was the commune which took back from the lords the lands that were formerly communal, resisted the nobles, struggled against the priests, protected the patriots and later on the sans-culottes, arrested the returning émigrés, and stopped the runaway king. In the towns it was the municipal commune which reconstructed the entire aspect of life, arrogated to itself the appointing of the judges, changed on its own initiative the apportioning of the taxes, and further on, according as the revolution developed, became the weapon of sans-culottism in its struggle against royalty and against the royalist conspirators, the German invaders. Later still, in the year 2 of the Republic, it was the communes that undertook to work out equalization of wealth. And it was the Commune of Paris, as we know, that dethroned the king, and after August 10 became the real center and the real power of the revolution, which maintained its vigor so long only as that commune existed. The soul of the revolution was therefore in the communes, and without these centers, scattered all over the land, the revolution never would have had the power to overthrow the old regime, to repel the German invasion, and to regenerate France. It would, however, be erroneous to represent the communes of that time as modern municipal bodies, to which the citizens, after a few days of excitement during the elections, innocently confide the administration of all their business, without taking themselves any further part in it. The foolish confidence in representative government, which characterizes our own epoch, did not exist during the Great Revolution. The commune which sprang from the popular movement was not separated from the people. By the intervention of its districts, sections, or tribes, constituted as so many mediums of popular administration, it remained of the people, and this is what made the revolutionary power of these organizations. Since the organization and the life of the districts and the sections is best known for Paris 197, it is of the city of Paris that we shall speak, the more so as in studying the life of the Paris sections we learn to know pretty well the life of the thousands of provincial communes. From the very beginning of the revolution, and especially since events had roused Paris to take the initiative of rebellion in the first days of July 1789, the people, with their marvelous gift for revolutionary organization, were already organizing in view of the struggle which they would have to maintain, and of which they at once felt the import. The city of Paris had been divided for electoral purposes into 60 districts, which were to nominate the electors of the second degree. Once these were nominated, the districts ought to have disappeared, but they remained and organized themselves, on their own initiative, as permanent organs of the municipal administration, by appropriating various functions and attributes which formerly belonged to the police, or to the law courts, or even to different government departments under the old regime. Thus they rendered themselves necessary, and at a time when all Paris was effervescing at the approach of July 14 they began to arm the people and to act as independent authorities, so much so that the permanent committee, which was formed at the Hôtel de Ville by the influential middle classes, had to convoke the districts to come to an understanding with them. The districts proved their usefulness and displayed a great activity in arming the people, in organizing the National Guard, and especially in enabling the capital to repulse an attack upon it. After the taking of the Bastille, we see the districts already acting as accepted organs of the municipal administration. Each district was appointing its civil committee, of from 16 to 24 members, for the carrying out of its affairs. However, as Sigismund Lacroix has said in the first volume of his Actes de la Commune de Paris pendant la Révolution 198, each district constituted itself how it liked. There was even a great variety in their organization. One district, anticipating the resolutions of the National Assembly concerning judicial organization, appointed its justices of peace and arbitration. But to create a common understanding between them, they formed a central corresponding bureau where special delegates met and exchanged communications. The first attempt at constituting a commune was thus made from below upward, by the federation of the district organisms. It sprang up in a revolutionary way, from popular initiative. The Commune of August 10 was thus appearing in germ from this time, and especially since December 1789, when the delegates of the districts tried to form a central committee, the Bishop's Palace. 199. It was by means of the districts that henceforth Danton, Marat, and so many others were able to inspire the masses of the people in Paris with the breath of revolt, and the masses, accustoming themselves to act without receiving orders from the national representatives, were practicing what was described later on as direct self-government. 200. Immediately after the taking of the Bastille, the districts had ordered their delegates to prepare, in consultation with the mayor of Paris, Bailly, a plan of municipal organization, which should be afterwards submitted to the districts themselves. But while waiting for this scheme, the districts went on widening the sphere of their functions as it became necessary. When the National Assembly began to discuss municipal law, they did so with painful slowness. At the end of 2 months, says Lacroix, the first article of the new municipality scheme had still to be written. 201. These delays naturally seemed suspicious to the districts, and from this time began to develop a certain hostility, which became more and more apparent, on behalf of part of the population of Paris and the official council of its commune. It is also important to note that while trying to give a legal form to the municipal government, the districts strove to maintain their own independence. They sought for unity of action, not in subjection to a central committee, but in a federative union. Lacroix says, the state of mind of the districts displays itself both by a very strong sentiment of communal unity and by a no less strong tendency towards direct self-government. Paris did not want to be a federation of 60 republics cut off haphazard each in its territory. The commune is a unity composed of its united districts. Nowhere is there found a single example of a district setting itself up to live apart from the others. But side by side with this undisputed principle, another principle is disclosed, which is, that the commune must legislate and administer for itself, directly, as much as possible. Government by representation must be reduced to a minimum. Everything that the commune can do directly must be done by it, without any intermediary, without any delegation, or else it may be done by delegates reduced to the role of special commissioners, acting under the uninterrupted control of those who have commissioned them. The final right of legislating and administrating for the commune belongs to the districts, to the citizens, who come together in the general assemblies of the districts. We thus see that the principles of anarchism, expressed some years later in England by W. Godwin, already dated from 1789, and that they had their origin, not in theoretic speculations, but in the deeds of the great French Revolution. There is still another striking fact pointed out by Lacroix, which shows up to what point the districts knew how to distinguish themselves from the municipality and how to prevent it from encroaching upon their rights. When Brissac came forward on November 30, 1789 with a scheme of municipal constitution for Paris, concocted between the National Assembly and a committee elected by the Assembly of Representatives, the Permanent Committee of the Paris Commune, founded on July 12, 1789, the districts at once opposed it. Nothing was to be done without the direct sanction of the districts themselves 202, and Brissac's scheme had to be abandoned. Later on, in April 1790, when the National Assembly began to discuss the municipal law, it had to choose between two proposals, that of an assembly free and illegal, after all of delegates from the districts, who met at the Bishop's Palace, a proposal which was adopted by the majority of the districts and signed by Bailly, and that of the legal council of the Commune, which was supported by some of the districts only. The National Assembly decided in favor of the first. Needless to say that the districts did not limit themselves municipal affairs. They always took part in the great political questions of the day. The royal veto, the imperative date, poor relief, the Jewish question, that of the mark silver 203, all of these were discussed by the districts. As the mark of silver, they themselves took the initiative in the matter, by convoking each other for discussion and appointing committees. They vote their own resolutions, says Lacroix, and ignoring the official representatives of the Commune, they are going themselves on February 8, 1790, to present to the National Assembly the first address of the Paris Commune in its sections. It is a personal demonstration of the districts, made independently of any official representation, to support Robespierre's motion in the National Assembly against the mark of silver. 204. What is still more interesting is that from this time the provincial towns began to put themselves in communication with the Commune of Paris concerning all things. From this there developed a tendency to establish a direct link between the towns and villages of France, outside the national parliament, and this direct and spontaneous action, which later became even more manifest, gave irresistible force to the revolution. It was especially in an affair of capital importance, the liquidation of the church property, that the districts made their influence felt, and proved their capacity for organization. The National Assembly had ordained on paper the seizing of the church property and the putting it up for sale, for the benefit of the nation, but it had not indicated any practical means for carrying this law into effect. At this juncture it was the Paris districts that proposed to serve as intermediaries for the purchase of the property, and invited all the municipalities of France to do the same. They thus found a practical method of applying the law. The editor of the Actes de la Commune has fully described how the districts managed to induce the Assembly to entrust them with this important business, who speaks and acts in the name of that great personality, the Commune of Paris, demands Lacroix. And he replies, the Bureau de Ville, Town Council, in the first place, from whom this idea emanated, and afterwards the districts, who have approved it, and who, having approved it, have got hold of the matter in lieu of the town council, for carrying it out, have negotiated and treated directly with the state, that is to say, with the National Assembly, and at last effected the proposed purchase directly, all contrarily to a formal decree, but with the consent of the Sovereign Assembly. What is even more interesting is that the districts, having once taken over this business, also took no heed of the old Assembly of Representatives of the Commune, which was already too old for serious action, and also they twice dismissed the town council that wanted to interfere. The districts, Lacroix says, prefer to constitute, with a view to this special object, a special deliberate assembly, composed of 60 delegates, and a small executive council of 12 members chosen by these 60 representatives. 205. By acting in this way, and the libertarians would no doubt do the same today, the districts of Paris laid the foundations of a new, free, social organization. 206. We thus see that while reaction was gaining more and more ground in 1790, On the other side, the districts of Paris were acquiring more and more influence upon the progress of the revolution. While the assembly was sapping by degrees the power, the districts, and afterwards the sections of Paris were widening by degrees the sphere of their functions in the midst of the people. They thus prepared the ground for the revolutionary Commune of August 10, and they soldered at the same time the link between Paris and the provinces. Municipal history, says Lacroix, is made outside official assemblies. It is by means of the districts that the important acts in the communal life, both political and administrative, are accomplished. The acquisition and selling the national estates, biens nationaux, goes on, as the districts had wished, through the intermediary of their special commissioners. The National Federation is prepared by a meeting of delegates to whom the districts have given a special mandate. The Federation of July 14 is also the exclusive and direct work of the districts, their intermediary in this case being an assembly of delegates from the sections for concluding a federative compact. 207. It has often been said that the National Assembly represented the national unity of France. When, however, the question of the fate of the Federation 208 came up, the politicians, as Jules Michelet has observed, were terrified as they saw men surging from all parts of France towards Paris for the festival, and the Commune of Paris had to burst in the door of the National Assembly to obtain its consent to the fete. Whether it liked or not, the Assembly had to consent, Michelet adds. Besides, it is important to note that the movement was born first, as Butches and Roux had already remarked 209, from the need of assuring the food supply to Paris, and to take measures against the fears of a foreign invasion. That is to say, this movement was partly the outcome of an act of local administration, and yet it took, in the sections of Paris 210 the character of a national confederation, wherein all the cantons of the departments of France and all the regiments of the army were represented. The sections, which were created for the individualization of the various quarters of Paris, became thus the instrument for the federated union of the whole nation. The sections of Paris under the new municipal law. Our contemporaries have allowed themselves to be so won over to ideas of subjection to the centralist state that the very idea of communal independence, to call it autonomy, would not be enough, which was current in 1789, seems strange nowadays. M. L. Fubert 211, when speaking of the scheme of municipal organization decreed by the National Assembly on May 21, 1790, was quite right in saying that the application of this scheme would seem today a revolutionary act, even anarchic, so much the ideas have changed, and he adds that at the time this municipal law was considered insufficient by the Parisians, who were accustomed, since July 14, 1789, to a very great independence of their districts. The exact delimitation of powers in the state, to which so much importance is attached today, seemed at that time to the Parisians, and even to the legislators in the National Assembly, a question not worth discussing and an encroachment on liberty. Like Proudhon, who said the Commune will be all or nothing, 212, the districts of Paris did not understand that the Commune was not all. A commune, they said, is a society of joint owners and fellow inhabitants enclosed by a circumscribed and limited boundary, and it has collectively the same rights as a citizen. And, starting from this definition, they maintained that the Commune of Paris, like every other citizen, having liberty, property, security, and the right to resist oppression, has consequently every power to dispose of its property, as well as that of guaranteeing the administration of this property, the security of the individuals, the police, the military force, all. The Commune, in fact, must be sovereign within its own territory, the only condition, I may add, of real liberty for a commune. The third part of the preamble to the municipal law of May 1790 established, moreover, a principle which is scarcely understood today, but was much appreciated at that time. It deals with the direct exercise of powers, without intermediaries. The Commune of Paris, so says this preamble, in consequence of its freedom, being possessed of all its rights and powers, exercises them always itself directly as much as possible, and as little as possible by delegation. In other words, the Commune of Paris was not to be a governed state, but a people governing itself directly when possible without intermediaries, without masters. It was the General Assembly of the section, and not the elected communal council, which was to be the supreme authority for all that concerned the inhabitants of Paris. And if the sections decided to submit to the decision of a majority amongst themselves in general questions, they did not for all that abdicate either their right to federate by means of freely contracted alliances, or that of passing from one section to another for the purpose of influencing their neighbors' decisions, and thus trying by every means to arrive at unanimity. The permanence of the General Assemblies of the sections, that is, the possibility of calling the General Assembly whenever it was wanted by the members of the section and of discussing everything in the General Assembly, this, they said, will educate every citizen politically, and allow him, when it is necessary, to elect, with full knowledge, those whose zeal he will have remarked, and whose intelligence he will have appreciated. 213. The section in permanence, the forum always open, is the only way, they maintained, to assure an honest and intelligent administration. Finally, as Fubert also says, distrust inspired the sections, distrust of all executive power. He who has the executive power, being the depository of force, must necessarily abuse it. This is the opinion of Montesquieu and Rousseau, adds Fubert. It is also mine. The strength which this point of view gave to the revolution can be easily understood, the more so as it was combined with another one, also pointed out by Fubert. The revolutionary movement, he writes, is just as much against centralization as against despotism. The French people thus seem to have comprehended from the outset of the revolution that the immense work of transformation laid upon them could not be accomplished either constitutionally or by a central power. It had to be done by the local powers, and to carry it out they must be free. Perhaps they also thought that enfranchisement, the conquest of liberty, must begin in each village and each town. The limitation of the royal power would thus be rendered only the more easy. The National Assembly evidently tried all it could to lessen the power of the districts, and to put them under the tutelage of a communal government, which the national representatives might be able to control. Thus the municipal law of May 27 to June 27, 1790 suppressed the districts. It was intended to put an end to those hotbeds of revolution, and for that purpose the new law introduced a new subdivision of Paris into 48 sections, active citizens only being allowed to take part in the electoral and administrative assemblies of the new sections. The law had, moreover, taken good care to limit the duties of the sections by declaring that in their assemblies they should occupy themselves with no other business than that of the elections and the administration of the civic oath. 214. But this was not obeyed. The furrow had been plowed more than a year before, and the sections went on to act the districts had acted. After all, the municipal law was itself obliged to grant to the sections the administrative attributes that the districts had already arrogated to themselves. We find, therefore, under the new law the same 16 commissioners whom we saw in the districts elected and charged not only with police and even judicial functions, but also trusted by the administration of the department with the reassessment of the taxes in their respective sections. 215. Furthermore, if the Constituent Assembly abolished the permanence, that is to say, the right of the sections to meet without a special convocation, it was compelled nevertheless to recognize their right of holding general assemblies, at the demand of 50 active citizens. 216. That was sufficient, and the citizens did not fail to take advantage of it. For instance, scarcely a month after the installation of the new municipality, Danton and Bailey went to the National Assembly, on behalf of 43 out of the 48 sections, to demand the instant dismissal of the ministers and their arraignment before a national tribunal. The sections parted with none of their sovereign power. Although they had been deprived of it by law, they retained it, and proudly displayed it. Their petition had, in fact, nothing municipal about it, but they took action, and that was all. Besides, the sections, on account of the various functions they had assumed, became of such importance that the National Assembly listened to them and replied graciously. It was the same with the clause of the municipal law of 1790, which entirely subjected the municipalities to the administration of the department and the district for all that concerned the functions they should have to exercise by delegation from the general administration. 217 Neither the sections nor the Commune of Paris nor the provincial communes would accept this clause. They simply ignored it and maintained their independence. Generally speaking, the sections gradually took upon themselves the part of being centers of revolutionary initiative, which had belonged to the districts, and if their activity relaxed during the reactionary period which France lived through in 1790 and 1791, it was still, as we shall see by the sequel, the sections which roused Paris in 1792 and prepared the revolutionary Commune of August 10. By virtue of the law of May 21, 1790, each section had to appoint 16 commissioners to constitute their civic committees, and these committees, entrusted at first with police functions only, never ceased, during the whole time of the revolution, extending their functions in every direction. Thus, in September 1790, the Assembly was forced to grant to the sections the right which the Strasbourg sections had assumed in August 1789, namely, the right to appoint the justices of the peace and their assistants, as well as the prud'hommes, conciliation judges. And this right was retained by the sections until it was abolished by the revolutionary Jacobin government, which was instituted on December 4, 1793. On the other hand, these same civic committees of the sections succeeded, towards the end of 1790, after a severe struggle, in obtaining the power of administering the affairs of the charity bureaus, as well as the very important right of inspecting and organizing the distribution of relief, which enabled them to replace the charity workshops of the old regime by relief works, under the direction of the sections themselves. In this way they obtained a great deal. They undertook by degrees to supply clothes and boots to the army. They organized milling and other industries so well that in 1793 any citizen, domiciled in a section, had only to present him or herself at the sectional workshop to be given work. 218 A vast powerful organization sprang up later on from these first attempts, so that in the year 1793 to 1794, the section tried to take over completely the manufacture as well as the supply of clothing for the army. The right to work, which the people of the large towns demanded in 1848, was therefore only a reminiscence of what had existed during the Great Revolution in Paris. But then in 1792 to 93, it was organized from below, not from above, as Louis Blanc, Vidal, and other authoritarians who sat in the Luxembourg from March till June 1848 intended it to be. 219. There was something even better than this. Not only did the sections throughout the revolution supervise the supply and the sale of bread, the price of objects of prime necessity, and the application of the maximum when fixed by law, but they also set on foot the cultivation of the waste lands of Paris, so as to increase agricultural produce by market gardening. This may seem paltry to those who think only of bullets and barricades in time of revolution, but it was precisely by entering into the petty details of the toiler's daily life that the sections of Paris developed their political power and their revolutionary initiative. But we must not anticipate. Let us resume the current of events. We shall return again to the sections of Paris when we speak of the Commune of August 10, 1848 to 1871. In this speech, delivered by Kropotkin at the Commune celebration in March 1898, he sketches the two key revolutions of 19th-century France, that of 1848 and of 1871. Kropotkin draws from these popular revolts the lessons anarchists learned from them. It was published in Freedom in April 1898. We are here tonight to commemorate two great events, the 50th anniversary of the Revolution of 1848 in Europe and the 27th anniversary of the Commune Revolution of 1871 at Paris. We have so often commemorated the 18th of March, so often spoken of this uprising that he who will consult our papers for the last 10 or 11 years will find in the commemoration articles and speeches nearly all that can be said about that great event. A most instructive booklet could be made of these commune speeches and papers. I will say, therefore, a few words on the Revolution of 1848. To begin with, no proper history of that movement has ever been written, not even by radicals, not even by socialists. Up till now all histories of revolutionary movements were written according to the following receipt. The misery of the people was great, the people revolted. It was partially successful, but ultimately defeated, there was great bloodshed, quite useless. The people was defeated because it was not organized, was not sufficiently disciplined. They went too far in their demands. What can be deduced from such books and pamphlets? Be disciplined. Don't go too far in your demands. Obey your leaders. Make no unsuccessful movement. Such a view, however, is utterly false in three respects. False as regards the time before the revolution. False as regards the revolution itself. False as regards its consequences. Before every revolution times are undoubtedly bad. Popular misery is a source of discontent. But everything is not bad all round during the years which precede a revolution. Revolutions have never been and never will be a result of sheer despair. Sudden misery and crises may prevail in the years which precede a revolution, but these years are also always years of hope. It is hope, not despair, which prepares revolutions. The downtrodden peasants, workers, or nationalities begin to hope in the possibility of a better future. In the name of that hope, agitation spreads amidst the peasants, the workers, the citizens, the downtrodden nationalities. It was the hope of getting rid of British rule which inspired the Irish 100 years ago, in 1798. Hope which took hold of the minds in Europe in 1848. Hope which moved the Paris workers in 1871. Another feature. No revolution falls upon us from the skies. Each of them has been prepared in two ways. The revolution may be purely political in its course and results, as the March Revolution in Berlin was to a great extent. But be it purely political or even purely nationalist, it was a socialist, a communist movement of ideas, a movement in the economical sphere which in every case has prepared it. Masses of people have never been nor will be set into motion on merely political grounds. This is a lesson of history which ought to be impressed upon all those who live under the illusion that the political institutions of a country may be changed, or independence may be won, in the name of political liberty alone. There must be a distinct economical issue in view for the people if you expect that people to act in a revolutionary way. The clearer the issue the better, but it must be there. So it was in France in 1789, the abolition of rural and municipal serfdom and of obligations resulting therefrom. So it was in 1848. The years 1830 to 1848 were years of a most extensive socialist propaganda in Western Europe. The number of socialist and especially communist books, papers, and pamphlets which were circulated during those years in this country and in France was enormous. These books, papers, and pamphlets are forgotten, ignored by our generation. This ignorance is the only reason why we hear so much of scientific socialism as being of recent creation, whilst there is not, in the so-called scientific socialism, one single assertion, general or of detail, which would not have been developed, even more scientifically, and always with more lucidity, in the English and French literature of 1830 to 1848. Every year we discover in Robert Owen, in William Thompson, in Proudhon, and in a mass of writers unearthed but lately, every one of the ideas which are enunciated now as new discoveries, in a less metaphysic garb but in a more scientific shape. These were wonderful years, when an immense amount of socialist and anarchist thought were thrown out into the world, and circulated in scores of thousands of copies. And these ideas bore their fruit. Not one single revolution has ever broken out in the world without having been prepared by scores of partial outbreaks. Revolutions are not military parades. It is the mass of the people which comes on the scene in a revolution, and masses of people have never been moved except by scores of partial, preliminary outbreaks. Hundreds of partial peasants' outbreaks took place in France before the people of Paris took the Bastille on July 14, 1789. Scores of small outbreaks and machine wars took place in this country before 48, and even in downtrodden Germany, the little fighting which took place at Berlin on the 18th of March 1848 was preceded by several outbreaks of weavers and coal miners, only now brought to the memory of our generation by our friend Hauptmann. 220. In France, the reign of Louis Philippe was an uninterrupted series of political conspiracies of the Blanquists, and of laborers' outbreaks, of which the Lyon insurrection broke out with the watchword, "To live working, or to die fighting." 221. As to Italy, I hardly need to mention the countless attempts of Mazzini and his followers to shake off the Austrian yoke, and the hundreds of popular outbreaks which took place in the provinces belonging to the Pope or ruled by the Austrians. The leading feature of the revolution of 1848 was, first of all, that it was European, not merely national. No sooner had it broken out in Rome than it spread to France, to Vienna, to Berlin. It began a new era. It showed that henceforward insurrections may still remain local and national, but that revolutions of any serious moment will henceforward be international. They will spread, like wildfire, to several countries at once. Even insular England was in 1848 on the verge of a revolution, which was only averted by rapid concessions to popular agitation. Henceforward, revolution will not kept back by frontiers. In each country, of course, they will take their own character, but they will be European, not local. At the next revolutionary outburst, Germany, which is now in the state that France was 50 years ago, will probably make its revolution of 1848, she will try state socialism in a unitarian, centralist republic. Russia may make her revolution of 1789, but France, owing to the beacon that was planted by the Commune of Paris in 1871, and to the subsequent growth of communist ideas, will already proceed with the dismemberment of the state, and will try something better than state socialism. Her revolution will bear traces of anarchist ideas. Spain, and also possibility Italy, will follow her more or less in that new phase of human development. When we now read the French Republican literature of the 40s, we clearly see that for the Republican of those times, the Republic was not a mere change in the forms of government. People lived then under the illusion that the moment that France would get rid of kings, and have a national parliament elected by universal suffrage, convinced equality would come out by itself, through legislation, through the popular government, in the popular state, the Volksstaat, as German Social Democrats say up to the present date. The state would put an end to the prevailing misery. The state, that is the national parliament, would reorganize industry, by aiding the workingmen's associations to become the owners of the factories. The state would send armies of workers to bring under culture new lands and cultivate them in accordance with science. You know well these fancies, be it only through Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto, which remains a sort of Bible for the German Social Democrats. 50 years ago, these illusions were shared in France by nearly all socialists, as they are now shared in Germany. Federalist ideas were then repudiated in France as an incarnation of reaction, just as they are now repudiated in Germany. The worship of the Convention of 1793, and the Jacobin Club, which were represented as having made the Great Revolution, while in reality they were obstacles to whatever really had been achieved in the economic field by the French peasants and workers. The worship of what they described as the dictature of the people, but what was really a dictature of the few against the people, was supreme. Whatever has been done by the people itself in the country or in the revolutionary municipalities, the taking of the land and the destruction of feudal servitude, was either totally ignored, or represented as the work of paid agents of reaction. In this state of mind, Frenchmen nominated their revolutionary provisory government in 1848. In this state of mind, they elected a National Assembly. The disappointment was terrible. No revolution in the facts of real life having taken place in the provinces, no revolution whatever in economical relations having taken place even in Paris, the revolutionary work having been left to a national representation, this representation became the weapon of the anti-socialist reaction. In vain the people of Paris tried to impress more advanced ideas upon that body. Once in power, it organized the middle-class volunteers, and while it relegated the two socialist members of the provisional government Louis Blanc and Albert Elivrier 222 to a ministry or committee of reforms in the Luxembourg Palace, it lost no time in organizing the military power which was to be used to crush a possible outbreak. Louis Blanc and Albert, supported by a committee of workers, had to face the insoluble problem of organizing state production. Isolated as they were from the masses, which alone would have given the inspiration for a revolutionary change in the ways and means of production, they soon were driven to simply organize relief works. Unemployed from all provinces rushed in scores of thousands to Paris. Revolutionists would have seen in the mass of the best workers of Paris the element for taking possession de facto, irrespective of the sanction of the chamber of all that was necessary for living and producing, to vivre en travaillant, to live working, as the Lyon weavers said. But the state socialist Louis Blanc, a worshipper of order and discipline, gradually dropped into relief works for unemployed and into states aid to cooperative societies, while the government adroitly sent its own man, Thomas, to render even these relief works as unpopular as possible. 223. The workers of Paris, on the proclamation of the Republic, had sent a deputation to the government to offer 3 months of misery to the service of the Republic. They hoped that something would be made for them in the meantime. But when the government felt itself strong enough, it discharged the relief works brigades, and ordered part of them to be marched to Algeria. The alarm bell began to ring on the tower of Saint-Sulpice, calling the proletarians to arms, as Herzen wrote. Barricades grew up. General Cavaignac reconnoitred the position. The fight began. The proletarians fought with the energy of despair, but the troops, gorged with brandy, excited against the robbers, fought this time and, after a bloody fight which lasted for 3 days, the proletarians were defeated. 224. Massacres and transportations by the thousand began. Men, women, and children were shot by the hundred. A dark, gloomy night set over Europe. A wild, black reaction began. Even socialist ideas were wiped out of the minds of the next generation. We began rebuilding that glorious building like men who come to the buried site of an old city and begin to build a new one, almost unconscious of the treasures of architecture buried under the loam and rubbish accumulated above them. Another unsuccessful revolution. The wiseacres say. But there is no such thing as an unsuccessful revolution. We were told all sort of nonsense about that revolution. But here we are now, several 100,000 in Europe and America, commemorating today that revolution, inspiring us with its ideals, with its heroism, and how many hundreds of young ones amongst us will take tonight the silent catch to live for it, and to die for it. And then, how many men fell in the street battle in Berlin? Not 100. Much less than the Russian youth lost within the last 20 years. And what was the result? Serfdom was done away with in Germany. After 1848, it could be withheld no longer. Personal servitude was abolished and, by the way, a blow was given to absolute rule. In Italy, where pre-revolutionary movements were far more important, the result was infinitely greater. The rule of the Pope and Church over large populations was done away with. But do you know what the rule of the priests meant? Read Lilly's article in the last number of the 19th century. 225 Inquisition reigned in full, up to the revolution in the Pope's states. For a blasphemous word the tortures of the Church, strappado 226 and fire, were applied. Why? Even in Switzerland, in the German cantons which had not been touched by the great French Revolution of the last century, physical torture, the thumbscrew, was officially recognized as a necessary part of the preliminary inquest. And I will ask the Russians who may be in this hall how many more years serfdom would have lasted in Russia, if our best men Herzen and Bakunin had not lived through the revolution of 1848 and taken in it a lively part. If a whole generation, the men of the 40s, had not grown up out of that revolution from which our next generation, the Chernyshevskys, the Mikhailovs, the Dobrolubovs 227 drew their inspiration? That revolution has changed the very face of Europe, the way of thinking itself on the continent. And they, the formalists, talk of unsuccessful revolutions. But new ideas had to germinate in order to make communism realizable. Before 1848, communism too much appealed to sentiment, to brotherly feelings, to moral principles. It required a Proudhon to come forward and to say, I don't ask you to love your brothers, you won't, you hate those whom you exploit. I ask you to count. I speak to you in the name of arithmetic, and prove to you by arithmetic that your system is wrong, an idea still fuller developed, as you know, by Marx. And it required again a Proudhon to come forward with his general idea of the revolution of the 19th century and his federative principle, and, analyzing that revolution of 1848, to prove that it must have failed because it undertook the impossible to make the social revolution through a governing body. 228. The social revolution is an economic revolution and not a political one. He proved it must attack the system of property, not the system of elections. And when the self-government question came under discussion, he exclaimed and proved, the commune will be all or she will be nothing. 229. This was what the Commune of Paris of 1871 attempted to realize. At a time when the Jacobinist centralization ideas were revived and made a fearful havoc even within the International Workingmen's Association, everyone paying a tribute to them, the Paris workers made a new step and planted a new banner in the revolutionary movement, the Commune. The Commune, supreme in its entire economical and political life. The Commune becoming all, after having so long been nothing, nothing but a parcel of the state. Let every other part of France do as they like, call in a king if they believe still in his divine powers. Let them support any church and all churches they like. We, Paris, don't want to be governed by them, nor do we pretend to govern them. This principle was so new that even in the advanced camp of the socialists it was not understood. And yet, it was the principle of the revolution of the communes in the 12th century which was now proclaimed by the workers of Paris, and was to become henceforward the watchword of the social revolution. Why should Paris, Lyon, Saint-Étienne be kept back in their progress towards communism by the backward stay of the populations of Brittany and Western France altogether? Why should it be dragged backwards, obey a king whom you believe in, give up our children to the priest, and never make a move in the communist direction, only for the sake of belonging to the same state as you? To exchange with you our produce, to feed rate with you for building a railway or a canal, or for repulsing a common enemy, well and good. But why should we obey the rulers whom you choose still to impose upon yourselves? We are strong enough to live by ourselves. This was the new principle which proclaimed the people of Paris on the 18th of March in 1871. A principle so little understood at that time that for years after the Commune, we anarchists had to sustain the most bitter polemics and have partly still against the leaders of social democracy who treated us as fools for expressing such ideas. Even now, how many will not see that this was the fundamental idea of the March uprising of Paris, so admirably well worded in the proclamation of the Committee of the National Guard? The conditions in which the Commune was proclaimed with German armies at its door, after a crushing national defeat and with the mistake of a centralist power for Paris which was made at the outset, the Commune could not live long enough to pass from the principle it had proclaimed to its application. Quite a forest of state prejudices had to be cleared in Paris itself. They had to be weeded out of the hearts of the very best men who gave themselves heart and soul to the movement, before the principle could produce what it was worth. The Commune lived but 70 days, and a fortnight after its proclamation, the Versailles government already began to massacre all prisoners whom its soldiers could occasionally lay hands on, in the battle or by treachery. A desperate fight against the Prussians of Versailles absorbing all the thoughts of the population, it necessarily brought into prominence men of a military turn of mind in preference to those who saw the salvation of the Commune in sweeping communist measures for the masses. Some such measures were taken, nevertheless, and the general approval they met with on behalf of the toilers of Paris only proved how much more popular the Commune would have been had she resorted to measures of that sort from the outset. But the socialist movement was so young yet. It only began to revive within the last 3 or 4 years to 71. But that wild beast, Galifet 230, who has on his own conscience, if he has any, which I doubt, the massacre of at least some 10,000 men, women, and children, this sort of France which is still alive, understood perfectly well the filiation between 1848 and 1871. When he ordered the massacre of columns of prisoners of workers, of course he always ordered the greybeards to be shot first. They have seen June 48, he said. I will not speak of these massacres. You must read them yourselves. And now, looking upon the 27 years which we have lived since, I see two things: a revolution which would try to establish state socialism in France, by means of a central government, as it was done in 48, is no more possible. No such attempt will be made. The next revolution in France, whose date no one can foresee, will break out in many centers at once. It will start with the proclamation of communes, each of which will try to find its own solution for the social question. The same in Spain, and very much the same in Italy. As to the growth of socialist and anarchist ideas, you know it. They spread everywhere, penetrate in all classes of society, pervade European thought. And more the idea which we are preaching becomes generally accepted. The social revolution must begin with organizing consumption, not production. Well-being must be secured for every inhabitant of the territory, and production must be regulated in accordance with the needs of consumption, not vice versa. These are the conquests which we owe to our fathers of 1848, to our predecessors of 1871. The Paris Commune. Translation by Nicholas Walter. This famous text summarizes what Kropotkin considered the key lessons of the revolt of 1871. Based on 3 articles from Le Revolt, 1880, 1881 and 1882, it was published in Words of a Rebel, and its conclusions were that political and economic transformation must occur at the same time, and that even local government was not capable of handling the many problems facing a popular revolt or the creation of a new social system. Only mass activity and participation could achieve lasting change. The theory of the state and the practice of the commune. On March 18, 1871, the people of Paris rose against a despised and detested government, and proclaimed the city independent, free, belonging to itself. This overthrow of the central power took place without the usual stage effects of revolution, without the firing of guns, without the shedding of blood upon barricades. When the armed people came out into the streets, the rulers fled away, the troops evacuated the town, the civil servants hurriedly retreated to Versailles carrying everything they could with them. The government evaporated like a pond of stagnant water in the spring breeze, and on March 19, the great city of Paris found herself free from the impurity which had defiled her, with the loss of scarcely a drop of her children's blood. Yet the change thus accomplished began a new era in that long series of revolutions by which the peoples are marching from slavery to freedom. Under the name of the Paris Commune a new idea was born, to become the starting point for future revolutions. As is always the case, this fruitful idea was not the product of some individual's brain, of the conceptions of some philosopher, it was born of the collective spirit, it sprang from the heart of a whole community. But at first it was vague, and many of those who acted upon and gave their lives for it did not look at it in the light in which we see it today. They did not realize the full extent of the revolution they were inaugurating, of the fertility of the new principle they were trying to put into practice. It was only after they had begun to apply it that its future significance slowly dawned upon them. It was only afterwards, when the new principle came to be thought out, that it grew definite and precise and was seen in all its clearness, in all its beauty, its justice, and the importance of its results. From the time that socialism had taken a new leap forward during the 5 or 6 years which preceded the Commune, One question above all preoccupied the theoreticians of the approaching social revolution. This was the question of knowing what would be the form of political organization of society most favorable for that great economic revolution which the present development of industry is forcing upon our generation, and which must bring about the abolition of individual property and the taking into common of all the capital accumulated by previous generations. The International Working Men's Association gave this reply. The organization, it said, must not be confined to a single nation, it must extend over artificial frontiers. And soon this great idea sank into the hearts of the people and took fast hold of their minds. Though it has been hunted down ever since by the united efforts of every kind of reactionary, it is alive nevertheless, and when the voice of the rebellious peoples destroys the obstacles to its development, it will reappear stronger than ever before. But it still remained to know what should be the component parts of this vast association. To this question, two answers were given, each the expression of a distinct current of thought. One said the people's state, the other said anarchy. The German socialists advocated that the state should take possession of all accumulated wealth and give it to workers' associations and, further, should organize production and exchange, and generally watch over the life and activities of society. To which the socialists of the Latin race, strong in revolutionary experience, replied that it would be a miracle if such a state could ever exist, but if it could, it would surely be the worst of tyrannies. This ideal of the omnipotent and beneficent state is merely a copy from the past, they said, and they opposed it with a new ideal anarchy, that is, the total abolition of the state and social organization from the simple to the complex by means of the free federation of popular forces, of producers and consumers. It was soon admitted, even by a few statists less imbued with governmental prejudices, that anarchy certainly represents a much better sort of organization than that aimed at by the people's state, but, they said, the anarchist ideal is so far off that just now we cannot trouble about it. On the other hand, the anarchist theory lacked a concrete and at the same time simple formula to show plainly its point of departure, to embody its conceptions, and to indicate that it was supported by a tendency actually existing among the people. The federation of workers' unions and consumers' groups extending over frontiers and independent of existing states still seemed too vague, and at the same time it was easy to see that it could not take in the whole diversity of human requirements. A clearer formula was needed, one more easily grasped, one which had a firm foundation in the realities of life. If the question had merely been how best to elaborate a theory, we should have said that theories, as theories, are not of so much importance. But so long as a new idea has not found a clear, precise form of statement, growing naturally out of things as they actually exist, it does not take hold of men's minds, does not inspire them to enter upon a decisive struggle. The people do not fling themselves into the unknown without some positive and clearly formulated idea to serve them, so to speak, as a springboard at the starting point. As for this starting point, they must be led up to it by life itself. For 5 months Paris, isolated by the siege, had drawn on its own livelihood, and had learned to know the immense economic, intellectual, and moral resources it disposes of. It had caught a glimpse of its strength of initiative and understood what it meant. At the same time it had seen that the chattering gang which had seized power had no idea how to organize either the defense of France or its internal development. It had seen the central government at cross purposes with every manifestation of the intelligence of the great city. It had understood more than that, the powerlessness of any government to guard against great disasters or to smooth the path of rapid revolution. During the siege it had suffered frightful privations of the workers and defenders of the city, alongside the insolent luxury of the idlers, and thanks to the central government it had seen the failure of every attempt to put an end to this scandalous system. Each time that the people wished to take a free leap forward, the government added weight to their chains and tied on a ball, and naturally the idea was born that Paris should set itself up as an independent commune, able to put into practice within its walls what was dictated by the will of the people. This word, the commune, then came from all lips. The commune of 1871 could be nothing but a first attempt. Beginning at the close of a war, hemmed in between two armies ready to join hands and crush the people, it dared not unhesitatingly set forth upon the path of economic revolution. It neither boldly declared itself socialist, not proceeded with the expropriation of capital or the organization of labor, nor did it even take stock of the general resources of the city. Neither did it break with the tradition of the state, of representative government, and it did not seek to establish within the commune that organization from the simple to the complex which it inaugurated by proclaiming the independence and free federation of the communes. Yet it is certain that if the Paris Commune had lived a few months longer it would inevitably have been driven by the force of circumstances towards both these revolutions. Let us not forget that the bourgeoisie took 4 years of a revolutionary period to change a limited monarchy into a bourgeois republic, and we should not be astonished that the people of Paris did not cross with a single bound the space between the anarchist commune and the government of robbers. But let us also bear in mind that the next revolution, which in France and certainly in Spain as well will be communalist, will take up the work of the Paris Commune where it was checked by the massacres of the Versailles army. The Commune was defeated, and we know how the bourgeoisie avenged itself for the fright the people had given it in shaking off the yoke of their rulers. It proved that there really are two classes in modern society: on one side, the man who works and gives up to the capitalist more than half of what he produces, and passes too easily over the crimes of his masters; on the other, the idler, the well-fed, animated by the instincts of a wild beast, hating his slave, ready to massacre him like game. After shutting the people of Paris in and blocking up all the exits, they let loose the soldiers, brutalized by barrack life and drink, and told them publicly, "Kill these wolves and their young." And they said to the people, "Whatever you do, you shall perish. If you are caught with arms in your hands, death. If you lay down your arms, death. If you use them, death. If you beg for mercy, death. Whichever way you turn, right, left, forward, back, up, down, death. You are not merely outside the law, but outside mankind. Neither age nor sex shall save you or yours. You shall die, but first you shall taste the agony of your wife, your sister, your mother, your daughters, your sons, even in the cradle. Before your eyes the wounded man shall be taken out of the ambulance and hacked with bayonets or beaten with rifle butts. He shall be dragged alive by his broken leg or bleeding arm and flung into the gutter as a groaning, suffering bundle of rubbish. Death. 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 231. And then, after this insane orgy over the piles of corpses, after this mass extermination, came the petty yet atrocious vengeance which is still going on: the cat o' nine tails, the thumbscrews, the irons in the ship's hold, the whips and truncheons of the warders, insults, hunger, all the refinements of cruelty. Will the people forget this hangman's work? Overthrown, but not conquered, the Commune is reborn today. It is no longer only a dream of the vanquished, caressing in their imagination the lovely mirage of hope. No. The Commune is today becoming the visible and definite aim of the revolution rumbling beneath our feet. The idea is sinking into the masses, it is giving them a rallying cry, and we firmly count on the present generation to bring about the social revolution within the Commune, to put an end to the ignoble bourgeois exploitation, to rid the people of the tutelage of the state, and to inaugurate in the evolution of the human race a new era of liberty, equality, and solidarity. Popular aspirations and popular prejudices in the Commune. 10 years already separate us from the day when the people of Paris, overthrowing the traitor government which had seized power at the downfall of the empire, set themselves up as a commune and proclaimed their absolute independence. 232. And yet it is still towards that date of March 18, 1871, that we turn our gaze. It is to it that our best memories are attached. It is the anniversary of that memorable day that the proletariat of both hemispheres intends to celebrate solemnly, and tomorrow night hundreds of thousands of workers' hearts will beat in unison, fraternizing across frontiers and oceans, in Europe, in the United States, in South America, in memory of the rebellion of the Paris proletariat. The fact is that the idea for which the French proletariat spilt its blood in Paris, and for which it suffered in the swamps of New Caledonia, is one of those ideas which contain a whole revolution in themselves, a broad idea which can cover with the folds of its flag all the revolutionary tendencies of the peoples marching towards their emancipation. To be sure, if we confined ourselves to observing only the concrete and palpable deeds achieved by the Paris Commune, we would have to say that this idea was not wide enough, that it covered only a very small part of the revolutionary program. But if on the contrary we observe the spirit which inspired the masses of the people at the time of the movement of March 18, the tendencies which were trying to come to the surface and didn't have time to enter the realm of reality because, before coming into the open, they were already smothered under the piles of corpses, we shall then understand the whole significance of the movement and the sympathy it arouses within the masses of both hemispheres. The Commune enraptures hearts not by what it did but by what it intended to do one day. What was the origin of this irresistible force which draws towards the movement of 1871 the sympathy of all the oppressed masses? What idea does the Paris Commune represent? And why is this idea so attractive to the workers of every land, of every nationality? The answer is easy. The revolution of 1871 was, above all, a popular one. It was made by the people themselves. It sprang spontaneously from within the masses, and it was among the great mass of the people that it found its defenders, its heroes, its martyrs, and it is exactly for this mob character that the bourgeoisie will never forgive it. And at the same time the moving idea of this revolution, vague, it is true, unconscious perhaps, but nevertheless pronounced and running through all its actions, is the idea of the social revolution, trying at last to establish after so many centuries of struggle real liberty and real equality for all. It was the revolution of the mob marching forward to conquer its rights. Attempts have been made, it is true, and are still being made to change the real direction of this revolution and to represent it as a simple attempt to regain the independence of Paris and thus to constitute a little state within France. But nothing can be less true. Paris did not try to isolate itself from France, any more than to conquer it by force of arms. It did not try to shut itself up within its walls like a monk in a cloister. It was not inspired by a narrow, parochial spirit. If it claimed its independence, if it wished to prevent the interference of the central power in its affairs, it was because it saw in that independence a means of quietly working out the basis of future organization and bringing about within itself a social revolution, a revolution which would have completely transformed the whole system of production and exchange by basing them on justice, which would have completely modified human relations by putting them on a footing of equality, and which would have remade the morality of our society by giving it a basis in the principles of equity and solidarity. Communal independence was then but a means for the people of Paris, and the social revolution was their end. This end would have certainly been attained if the revolution of March 18 had been able to take its natural course, if the people of Paris had not been slashed, stabbed, shot and disemboweled by the murderers of Versailles. To find a clear and precise idea, comprehensible to everyone and summing up in a few words what had to be done to bring about the revolution, such was indeed the preoccupation of the people of Paris from the earliest days of their independence. But a great idea does not germinate in a day, however rapid the elaboration and propagation of ideas during revolutionary periods. It always needs a certain time to develop, to spread throughout the masses, and to translate itself into action, and the Paris Commune lacked this time. It lacked more than this, because 10 years ago the ideas of modern socialism were themselves passing through a period of transition. The Commune was born, so to speak, between two eras in the development of modern socialism. In 1871 the authoritarian, governmental, and more or less religious communism of 1848 no longer had any hold over the practical and libertarian minds of our era. Where could you find today a Parisian who would agree to shut himself up in a Phalansterian barracks? 233 On the other hand, the collectivism which wished to yoke together the wage system and collective property remained incomprehensible, unattractive, and bristling with difficulties in its practical application. And free communism, anarchist communism, was scarcely dawning, it scarcely ventured to provoke the attacks of the worshippers of governmentalism. Minds were undecided, and the socialists themselves didn't feel bold enough to begin the demolition of individual property, having no definite end in view. Then they let themselves be fooled by the argument which humbugs have repeated for centuries: let us first make sure of victory, after that we shall see what can be done. First make sure of victory. As if there were any way of forming a free commune so long as you don't touch property. As if there were any way of defeating the enemy so long as the great mass of the people is not directly interested in the triumph of the revolution, by seeing that it will bring material, intellectual, and moral well-being for everyone. They tried to consolidate the commune first and put off the social revolution until later, whereas the only way to proceed was to consolidate the commune by means of the social revolution. The same thing happened with the principle of government. By proclaiming the free commune, the people of Paris were proclaiming an essentially anarchist principle, but, since the idea of anarchism had at that time only faintly dawned in men's minds, it was checked halfway, and within the commune people decided in favor of the old principle of authority, giving themselves a commune council, copied from the municipal councils. If, indeed, we admit that a central government is absolutely useless to regulate the relations of communes between themselves, why should we admit its necessity to regulate the mutual relations of the groups which make up the commune? And if we leave to the free initiative of the communes the business of coming to a common understanding with regard to enterprises concerning several cities at once, why refuse this same initiative to the groups composing a commune? There is no more reason for a government inside a commune than for a government above the commune. But in 1871 the people of Paris, who have overthrown so many governments, were making only their first attempt to rebel against the governmental system itself, so they let themselves be carried away by governmental fetishism and gave themselves a government. The consequences of that are known. The people sent their devoted sons to the town hall. There, immobilized, in the midst of paperwork, forced to rule when their instincts prompted them to be and to move among the people, forced to discuss when it was necessary to act, and losing the inspiration which comes from continual contact with the masses, they found themselves reduced to impotence. Paralyzed by their removal from the revolutionary source, the people, they themselves paralyzed the popular initiative. Born during a period of transition, at a time when the ideas of socialism and authority were undergoing a profound modification, emerging from a war, in an isolated center, under the guns of the Prussians, the Paris Commune was bound to perish. But by its eminently popular character, it began a new era in the series of revolutions, and through its ideas, it was the precursor of a great social revolution. The unheard of, cowardly, and ferocious massacres with which the bourgeoisie celebrated its fall, the mean vengeance which the torturers have perpetrated on their prisoners for 9 years, these cannibalistic orgies have opened up between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat a chasm which will never be filled. At the time of the next revolution, the people will know what has to be done, they will know what awaits them if they don't gain a decisive victory, and they will act accordingly. Indeed, we now know that on the day when France bristles with insurgent communes, the people must no longer give themselves a government and expect that government to initiate revolutionary measures. When they have made a clean sweep of the parasites who devour them, they will themselves take possession of all social wealth so as to put it into common according to the principles of anarchist communism. And when they have entirely abolished property, government, and the state, they will form themselves freely according to the necessities dictated to them by life itself. Breaking its chains and overthrowing its idols, mankind will march them towards a better future, no longer knowing either masters or slaves, keeping its veneration only for the noble martyrs who paid with their blood and sufferings for those first attempts at emancipation which have lighted our way in our march towards the conquest of freedom. From the Paris Commune to anarchist communism. The celebrations and public meetings organized on March 18 in all the towns where there are socialist groups deserve all our attention, not merely because they are a demonstration of the army of the proletariat, but more as an expression of the feelings which inspire the socialists of both hemispheres. They are polled in this way better than by all imaginable methods of voting, and they formulate their aspirations in full freedom, without letting themselves be influenced by electoral tactics. Indeed, the proletarians meeting on this day no longer confine themselves to praising the heroism of the Paris proletariat, or to calling for vengeance for the May massacres. While refreshing themselves with the memory of the heroic struggle in Paris, they have gone further. They are discussing what lessons for the next revolution must be drawn from the Commune of 1871, they are asking what the mistakes of the Commune were, not to criticize the men who made them, but to bring out how the prejudices about property and authority, which were at that time prevalent in the workers' organizations, prevented the revolutionary idea from coming to light, being developed and illuminating the whole world with its life-giving light. The lesson of 1871 has benefited the proletariat of the whole world, and, breaking with their old prejudices, the proletarians have said clearly and simply what they understand their revolution to be. It is certain from now on that the next rising of communes will not be merely a communalist movement. Those who still think that it is necessary to establish the independent commune and then within this commune attempt to carry out economic reforms are being left behind by the development of the popular mind. It is through revolutionary socialist actions, abolishing individual property, that the communes of the next revolution will assert and establish their independence. On the day when, as a result of the development of the revolutionary situation, governments are swept away by the people, and the camp of the bourgeoisie, which is maintained only by the protection of the state, is thrown into disorder on that day, and it is not far off, the insurgent people will not wait until some government decrees in its amazing wisdom some economic reforms. They will themselves abolish individual property by a violent expropriation, taking possession in the name of the whole people of all the social wealth accumulated by the labor of the previous generations. They will not confine themselves to expropriating the holders of social capital by a decree which would remain a dead letter, they will take possession of it on the spot and will establish their rights by making use of it without delay. They will organize themselves in the factories to keep them working, they will exchange their hovels for salubrious dwellings in the houses of the bourgeoisie, they will organize themselves to make immediate use of all the wealth stored up in the towns, they will take possession of it as if it had never been stolen from them by the bourgeoisie. Once the industrial baron who deducts profits from the worker has been evicted, production will continue, shaking off the restraints which obstruct it, abolishing the speculations which kill it and the muddle which disorganizes it, and transforming itself according to the needs of the moment under the impulse which will be given to it by free labor. People never worked in France as they did in 1793, after the land was snatched from the hands of the nobles, says Jules Michelet. People have never worked as they will on the day when work has become free, when every advance by the worker will be a source of well-being for the whole commune. On the subject of social wealth, an attempt has been made to establish a distinction between two kinds, and has even managed to divide the Socialist Party over this distinction. The school which today is called collectivist, substituting for the collectivism of the old International, which was only anti-authoritarian communism, a sort of doctrinaire collectivism, has tried to establish a distinction between capital which is used for production and wealth which is used to supply the necessities of life. Machinery, factories, raw materials, means of communication, and land on one side, and homes, manufactured goods, clothing, foodstuffs on the other, the former becoming collective property, the latter intended, according to the learned representatives of this school, to remain individual property. An attempt has been made to establish this distinction. But the good sense of the people has quickly got the better of it. They have realized that this distinction is illusory and impossible to establish. Unsound in theory, it fails before the reality of life. The workers have realized that the house which shelters us, the coal and gas which we burn, the nourishment which the human machine burns to maintain life, the clothing which man covers himself with to protect his existence, the book which he reads for instruction, even the pleasure which he gets, are so many integral parts of his existence, are just as necessary for the success of production and for the progressive development of mankind as machines, factories, raw materials, and other media of production. They have realized that to maintain individual property for this kind of wealth would be to maintain inequality, oppression, exploitation, to paralyze in advance the results of partial expropriation. Leaping the hurdles put in their way by theoretical collectivism, they are going straight for the simplest and most practical form of anti-authoritarian communism. In fact, in their meetings the proletarians are clearly asserting their right to all social wealth and the necessity of abolishing individual property as much in consumer goods as in those for further production. On the day of the revolution, we shall seize all wealth, all goods stored up in the towns, and we shall put them in common, say the spokesmen of the working masses, and the audiences confirm this by their unanimous approval. Let each person take from the store what he needs, and we may be sure that in the warehouses of our towns there will be enough food to feed everyone until the day when free production makes a new start. In the shops of our towns there are enough clothes to clothe everyone, stored there unsold, next to general poverty. There are even enough luxury goods for everyone to choose according to taste. That, judging by what is said at the meetings, is how the proletarian mass imagines the revolution, the immediate introduction of anarchist communism and the free organization of production. These 2 points are settled, and in this respect the communes of the revolution which is knocking on the door will no longer repeat the errors of their forerunners, which, by shedding their blood so generously, have cleared the way for the future. The same agreement has not yet been reached, though it is not far away, on another point, no less important, on the question of government. It is known that there are 2 schools of thought face to face, completely divided on this question. It is necessary, says one, on the very day of the revolution to set up a government to take power. This strong, powerful, and resolute government will make the revolution by decreeing this and that and by imposing obedience to its decrees. A sad delusion, says the other. Every central government, taking it on itself to rule a nation, being formed inevitably from disparate elements and being conservative by virtue of its governmental essence, would only be a hindrance to the revolution. It would only obstruct the revolution in the communes ready to go ahead, without being able to inspire backward communes with the spirit of revolution. The same within a commune in revolt. Either the commune government will only sanction things already done, and then it will be a useless and dangerous mechanism, or else it will want to take the lead. It will make rules for what has still to be worked out freely by the people themselves if it is to be viable. It will apply theories where the whole of society must work out new forms of common life with that creative force which arises in the social organism when it breaks its chains and sees new and wider horizons opening up in front of it. The men in power will obstruct this enthusiasm, without carrying out any of the things which they would have been capable of themselves if they had remained within the people, working out the new organization with them instead of shutting themselves up in government ministries and wearing themselves out in idle debates. A government will be a hindrance and a danger, powerless to do good, full of strength to do evil, so what is the point of it? However natural and correct this argument is, it nevertheless runs up against age-old prejudices stored up and given credit by those who have had an interest in maintaining the religion of government side by side with the religion of property and the religion of God. This prejudice, the last of the series, God, property, government, still exists and is a danger to the next revolution. But it can already be stated that it is in decline. We shall manage our business ourselves, without waiting for orders from a government, and we shall take no notice of those who try to force themselves on us as priests, proprietors, or government, the proletarians are already saying. So it is to be hoped that if the anarchist party continues to struggle vigorously against the religion of governmentalism, and if it does not itself stray from the path by letting itself be drawn into struggles for power, it is to be hoped, we say, that in the few years which still remain to us before the revolution the governmental prejudice will be shaken sufficiently not to be able any more to draw the proletarian masses into a false road. There is, however, a regrettable omission in the popular meetings which we want to point out. This is that nothing, or almost nothing, is done about the countryside. Everything is confined to the towns. The countryside might not exist for the workers in the towns. Even the speakers who talk about the character of the next revolution avoid mentioning the countryside and the land. They do not know the peasant or his desires, and they don't venture to speak in his name. Is it necessary to insist at length on the danger arising from this? The emancipation of the proletariat will not be even possible so long as the revolutionary movement does not include the villages. The insurgent communes will not be able to hold out for even a year if the insurrection is not at the same time spread in the villages. When taxes, mortgages and rents are abolished, when the institutions which levy them are scattered to the four winds, it is certain that the villages will understand the advantages of this revolution. But in any case it would be unwise to count on the diffusion of the revolutionary idea from the towns into the countryside without preparing ideas in advance. It is necessary to know here and now what the peasant wants, how the revolution in the villages is to be understood, how the thorny question of property in land is to be resolved. It is necessary to say to the peasant in advance what the town proletarian and his allies propose to do, that he has nothing to fear from the measures which will be harmful to the landowner. It is necessary that on his side the town worker gets used to respecting the peasant and to working in agreement with him. But for this the workers must take on the task of spreading propaganda in the villages. It is important that in each town there should be a small special organization, a branch of the Land League 234 for propaganda among the peasants. It is necessary that this kind of propaganda should be considered as a duty under the same heading as propaganda in the industrial centers. The beginning will be difficult, but let us remember that the success of the revolution is at stake. It will only be victorious on the day when the factory worker and the field laborer proceed hand in hand to the conquest of equality for all, bringing happiness to the country cottage as well as to the building of the large industrial areas. Commune of Paris. This speech, delivered by Kropotkin at South Place Institute on March 18, 1891, was published in Freedom in April 1891. In it, he stresses that while the Commune was anarchistic and communistic, it was neither anarchist nor communist enough to overcome the many problems it faced. Three separate periods must be distinguished in the history of the Commune: the first week before the elections, the 2 months of communal rule, and the last 10 days of popular rising, the Bloody Week. During the first and last we see the people at work. The middle is a period of parliamentary government. The first week is a period of great enthusiasm. The government is overthrown. Paris is free. She will follow her own lines of development. If the country follows her, so much the better, but if not, she will organize herself as she likes. The greatest hopes are roused in the downtrodden masses by the new conditions. It is a popular movement, without orders from above, without direction. One of the most radical revolutions in history has been accomplished. The revolutionary leaders, however, do not believe in the movement. They follow it because they are leaders, but without putting their hearts into it. They will remain true to it, to the last, to the bitter end. They will die like heroes. But they do not share the hopes of the masses, and what makes the movement great, like a great festival of emancipation, is the part taken in it by the whole population, that intelligent, artistic populace full of hope. For the next 2 months the people disappear. They have their government and leave it to arrange everything. The government is the most democratic imaginable. Workers, working class leaders, political revolutionists well known for their hatred of the imperial rule and the rule of Versailles, are gathered in the council of the Commune. They are honest, they are devoted to the revolution. But what a frightful confusion in this heterogeneous assemblage gathered in the Hôtel de Ville. Like all revolutionary governments, be they elected or self-nominated, the government of the Commune stands with one foot in the past, and the other in the future. Even those who look into the future do not trust it, they are timid, and, what is worse, they are overpowered by those who belong to the past. The city is without work. The workshops are silent, food is scarce and prices high. What must they do? Think of the million or so of people who have trusted their destinies to them. Feed them. Lodge them. Think of food supplies when those in stock are exhausted. But the majority of the government are men of the past, and they never have thought of that great problem, the problem of bread for the masses. They have fought in politics. They have fought against imperial oppression, against forms of government. They never have once thought how 1 million people live, work, produce and consume. Political liberty is all they know about. Food with them is a secondary question. And when the minority intends doing something to push forward the social problem, they are told by the majority, not now. Not under the Prussian guns. Not in the face of a Versailles army. But when then, if not precisely at this moment? And the minority spend the precious days and weeks in trying to convert the majority. Or they discuss the political measures which the majority presses upon them. Majority rule overrules them in the Council of the Commune. Remark, I do not criticize the majority or the minority. If I speak, it is for the future. The question is not whether the Commune was right or not, but what we shall have to do if we are in a similar movement. We know what the authoritarian socialist would say. He would say that the minority ought to have made a new coup d'état, a new change of government within the Commune, called the people to arms, overthrown the majority of politicians, arrested them, taken their place. So the Jacobins did in 1793, when they overthrew the Girondists. But that was impossible. That would have meant war within the Commune in the face of the German and Versailles enemies ready to take advantage of any dissension within the walls. Our answer is quite different. What men of initiative have to do when a like opportunity occurs is to remain with the people. They have no business in a council. Among the masses their initiative will be 1,000 times more powerful than if they had been mewed up in a revolutionary government. The masses, as I just said, were during the first weeks, inspired by some vague foresight of the future. They expected from the Commune a new move, an attempt at least at solving the great problem of bread for all. It was to aid the masses to make this next move that the energies of any man of initiative ought to have been devoted, to provoke in the masses a conception of what must be done to solve that question, and leaving unnoticed the rulers in the communal house, the men with the red scarf, to start amidst the masses and within the masses the work which might have been a new departure towards a socialist future. They did not do it. They did not feel the necessity of the move. They had not yet parted with the idea of government. They were not anarchist enough to be revolutionary. They were not socialist enough to care for the bread for all above all grand and beautiful things. They were children of the last century's great revolution, the middle-class revolution, not of the revolution of the 19th century, not of the popular revolution of our times. That revolution itself had not sufficiently ripened in men's minds. The defeat of the Commune was certain. She could not conquer, surrounded as she was by two armies, Prussian and French, joining hands before the common enemy, the Hydra of socialism. But the defeat might have been less crushing. But the legacy of the Commune might have been greater than it was. If the defeat was so crushing and the legacy to future generations so small, as we must frankly admit it was, this was because the Commune was not communistic enough, because the Commune was not anarchist enough. Socialist she was to a certain extent, but her socialism was that socialism which is now patronized by the middle classes, the socialism which simply works to diminish the hours of labor and to increase the wages of labor, without attacking capitalist rule at the root, the wage system. Anarchist she was to some extent against the state. She did not recognize the supremacy of a national parliament. She was anarchist too in the manner in which the people undertook her defense. Some free scope to popular initiative was left, and the battalions of the Federalists, when they went to the fortifications, were simply a population in arms. But the Commune was not communist. She had not risen to the idea that everyone has the right to live, to have food and shelter. And she was not anarchist enough to understand that the only salvation of the great city was in popular initiative. France had been defeated by the Germans, not because of the superiority of the German organization, as state socialists say, but because she had no fighters to oppose the German invaders, no inspiration amongst her defenders. The Commune repeated the same error. She had no fighters and not the inspiration which might have trebled the numbers. She had to fight the Versailles bands, but there are two methods of warfare. The warfare organized from above, by officers and chiefs, and popular warfare. The Commune took to the first, she only tolerated the second. But even when the people did go and fight, their improvised military commanders were meddling all the time, and paralyzing the popular efforts. The months of communal rule are the dullest, and most unproductive in revolutionary history. Not one single great idea coming to the front. Not one act of greatness. The government of the Commune hardly differs from any government engaged in the military defense of a city, and if it were not for the last week of the life of the Commune, when the people of Paris rose again with the same enthusiasm as during the first week, we should never have come together to celebrate the anniversary of the Commune. You know what that last week was. As soon as the news spread that the Versailles army had entered Paris, the people undertook themselves the defense of the city in their own suburbs. Enough of galoons. Delesclos wrote in his memorable proclamation. Enough of gold-embroidered military caps. Make a place for the people. And the people took their place. The big barricades erected in the center of Paris by the would-be military geniuses of the Commune were abandoned. They could not be defended at all. And the workers, with their wives and children, fought like lions behind improvised barricades not higher than a man's breast. This was, again, the people of Paris in their desperate battle against the middle classes, and were it not for this fight, unorganized, free, full of personal initiative and heroism, without chiefs and without gold-embroidered caps, we should never have come together to commemorate that revolution. It is considered good taste not to speak of the horrors which the middle classes perpetrated when they retook Paris, of the pools, the ponds of workers' blood, which they did shed, of the cold-blooded massacres of thousands of prisoners by means of the mitrailleuse 235, of how they shot the wounded in their beds. But we must speak of that. We must remember it, because you, workers, must know that if you make the most insignificant rising, you will be shot and murdered and tortured in the same way if you do not succeed in abolishing middle-class rule. Remember well, that in case of your defeat, the middle classes will have revenge upon you not for what you will have done, but what they will have feared that you might have done. Seize their property or not, you will be treated as if you had seized it. Destroy their wealth or not, you will be shot down as if you had destroyed it. So the future commune had better seize that property at once. Seize it and use it for the common well-being, for giving to all human beings without exception, a road to the great harmonious development of mankind which they will find in common work, in common organization of labor, in full freedom in anarchist communism, in a word. 235 mitrailleuse is the French word used to describe all mounted rapid-firing weapons of rifle caliber. In French, it applies to all machine guns. Editor. The Revolution in Russia. This letter, addressed to a meeting in Whitechapel, was published in Freedom, December 1905. In it, Kropotkin stresses the need for the worker to raise class demands and issues during the Russian Revolution of 1905. Comrades, when you decided to convoke this meeting, the revolutionary movement in Russia was only just beginning. And tonight we can already speak of the first victory of the Russian people. True, that up till now the net result of the victory consists chiefly of promises. And promises of the Russian Tsar can as easily be broken as were broken the promises which the Austrian Emperor gave to his people after the Vienna insurrection of March 18, 1848. However, the main point is that these promises were wrested by the people. And still more so that they were wrested by means of a general strike, which yesterday was considered an impossibility, but has proved to be so powerful a weapon for the revolution that the working men of other countries in Europe and America surely will not fail to resort to it. What is most promising in the Russian movement is that the people has not been misled by mere promises. At St. Petersburg, at Moscow, at Warsaw, and in all other cities, it was understood at once that only certain vague promises of certain political rights had been given, but that nothing had yet been made, or even said, which would give a hope of a new departure in the economical life of the peasants and the working men. And even as regards the political promises, the Romanovs, till now, have given no pledge of their sincerity. In Western Europe, each time the ruling classes endeavored to make peace with the people, and intended to assert that a new move in politics was going to be made, they promulgated a general amnesty. Not longer ago than last Monday, they have done something similar in France, and so it was done always and everywhere. But till now in Russia our brothers remain imprisoned over 20 years already in that terrible Russian Bastille, the Schlüsselburg fortress. What fate of liberty can there be so long as our brothers remain in Schlüsselburg and in the jails all over Russia? When more than 20,000 persons are still in exile, in the hamlets of the Far East and the Far North, in Russia and Siberia. There is no need to write long-worded laws to put an end to this. A long-worded amnesty is no amnesty at all, it is a lie. A real amnesty can be written in 3 or 4 lines, all condemned for political crimes, for strikes, for agrarian disturbances, for armed resistance, and for breach of laws about military service, strikes, press, etc., are set free. All prosecutions for such affairs are terminated. That is all. But this unavoidable first step has not yet been made. No pledge of sincerity has yet been given. And if the amnesty is not enforced upon them, they won't give it. Then all promises of political liberties will remain a dead letter so long as garrisons of from 20 to 50,000 men remain in the big towns. Not only the state of siege, great and small, has to be abolished at once, and again this does not require long-worded laws, but the garrisons must not remain in the cities. They are a menace to the people. 80,000 of the Guard of St. Petersburg are the stronghold of autocracy and of all political oppression. At the same time they are the stronghold of the most reckless industrial exploiting of the working man. Against capital the working man has only one arm: the strike. But no strike can be successful when tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of guns are brought out in the streets as soon as the working man decides rather to starve than to submit to the arrogant demands of the capitalists. The Russian people, the working men, having compelled the autocrat to abdicate his despotic power, must compel him now to give body to his abdication by sending away the troops upon which rest his power and the power of bureaucracy, the power of unbridled capitalism. The people must arm itself, otherwise the Tsar, the bureaucrats, and the capitalists will crush it down. They are right, therefore, those who now carry the red flag in the streets, claiming an amnesty, the sending away of the troops, and the arming of the people. However, at the same time, the Russian working men must not forget their own demands. To guarantee the individual against police arbitrariness is necessary for all. But he who works and produces riches with his own hands requires something else. When the working men began their general strike, they demanded the 8-hour day, an increase of their wages, insurance against illness and old age, and schools for their children. These demands are very modest. The working man's rights are wider than that. But why are even these modest demands already forgotten? In the year 1848 the working men of Paris and Vienna also trusted the middle classes. Once they had obtained the promulgation of a constitution in ruling Vienna and a republic in France, they agreed to wait 3 months in the expectation that measures would be taken which would grant them something besides the freedom of speech and meeting which they had already taken themselves de facto. And 3 months later the blood of the working men was freely running in the streets of both Paris and Vienna. And upon their corpses the middle classes built their power, which lasts till this day. Russian working men, don't forget this lesson. If you are compelled tomorrow, after the constitution has been proclaimed, to return to the factories the same slaves as you have been before, then you will have been betrayed in the same way as your brothers were betrayed in Vienna and in Paris. Don't expect anything from would-be saviors. But in every factory, every building yard, every workshop, and every mine, establish yourselves the order of things which, by common accord, you will find proper to establish. But remember this, don't allow others to interfere. It is your affair, and you have to settle it. Accomplish yourselves a revolution in the organization of labor as you have accomplished it in the general administration of the Russian state. Don't trust those who will tell you, Not yet. It is too soon. No, it is not too soon, it is just the time for it. The working men of all the civilized world will be with you if you bodily take upon yourselves that great task. Long live the social revolution in Russia and everywhere. Peter Kropotkin. Bromley, Kent, November 3, 1905. The Russian Revolution and Anarchism. Presentations and Conclusions, 1906. Translation by Josephine van Kessel 236. In October 1906, Russian communist anarchists assembled in order to discuss various problems facing their movement in light of the 1905 revolution. Kropotkin participated in this conference, presenting 2 papers. The conference papers were published as a pamphlet in 1907 along with the conclusions of the Congress, which were written by Kropotkin and are representative of his ideas. Political and Economic Revolution. In the 14th issue of Club I Volia Bread and Freedom the conclusions of a small conference were published. The conference took place in December 1904 and several anarchist communist comrades discussed the necessity of the formation of an anarchist party in Russia and briefly pointed out the basic principles on which such a party might be formed. Since this time a whole series of great events have taken place that have changed the whole life of the country at its foundations, and that will have a deep influence on its further development. The revolution has spread like a huge wave across all of Russia, Siberia, Poland, the Caucasus, and so on, and we have gone through almost 2 years of revolutionary experience. This is why, now we have renewed our temporarily halted publication of Listki Club I Volia leaflets from Bread and Freedom. We decided to come together with comrades and discuss in detail the experiences of these years. First, we want to remark that we had not erred at that time concerning our basic position. The transition from autocracy to some form of representative government that was the outcome of the development in the whole of Europe in the 19th century, and towards which Russia was tending at that time, was not realized in our country in the way it was in the German states in 1848, nor in the way theoreticians who were educated on German social democratic literature expected. The transition will be realized in our country in the way it happened in England in the years 1648 to 1688, and in France in 1789 to 1794, that is, through a revolution of the people that will last several years and will deeply change existing structures, economic as well as political structures, a revolution that will throw down the old order and will install a new one. The demands of the popular masses in Russia were much greater than the reforms that were accepted by the Berlin workers in 1848. Russia's urban workers have already put forward many economic demands, but have not spoken their last word in this respect. The peasants declared their right not only to the lands that were taken from them in 1861 during the liberation from serfdom but also to all lands that had been taken from the people earlier by the nobility, boyaree and authorities, by force or by Tsarist laws. All measures undertaken to limit the Russian Revolution were blown away like houses of cards as soon as the people started to take part in the struggle. The most powerful forces in the Russian Revolution were the urban workers and the peasants. They were immediately more powerful than the revolutionaries from the rich classes. If the autocracy was forced to withdraw, it was forced to do so by mass events like the demonstration of January 9, 1905, the near general strike in May of the same year in Poland, the general strike in October, the riots everywhere in the cities, and finally the broadly spread peasant uprising that started in autumn 1904 and is still continuing. Furthermore, it is clear that the extremely agitated peasant masses will not be appeased as long as their right to all the above mentioned lands is not recognized. Thanks to these facts, the Russian Revolution is such that the revolution cannot be restricted to creating another form of government and the replacement of the Peterhof Court 237 by the Representative Duma. In our country the revolution will be economic and at the same time political. The economic transformation will not be achieved by governmental structures, as our bourgeois democratic party is demanding, but by the rising people itself. Life itself demonstrated, therefore, that we had been right to declare, 2 years ago, that we did not think it was possible to divide the struggle into 2 consecutive periods, one for the political revolution, the other for economic reforms that would be implemented by the Russian parliament. Together with the whole Russian people we fight against autocracy. At the same time, we have to work in order to broaden our struggle and fight simultaneously against capital and against the government. This is not all. We declare that all that can be done for the improvement of the material life of peasants and workers, in order to stop hunger in Russia and the deaths of millions of the Russian people, and to give them the possibility to move further along their path to complete liberation, can be reached solely by peasants and workers themselves in a revolutionary manner. The Tsars do not give liberty for free, parliaments do not give it either. We have to take it ourselves. It is therefore a criminal act in our eyes to convince the workers to leave their economic demands for the time being and to convince them that they can best get all that through the Duma, or to convince the peasants that they need to rise in order to install the Constituent Assembly and that it will give them their lands and freedom. People that use this strategy have to know that never, nowhere, has any parliament, even in times of revolution, taken or can take the responsibility to implement serious economic reforms through law-giving. Every parliament, every Duma, and every constituent assembly is in essence a compromise between the parties of the future and the parties of the past. This is why it cannot take any revolutionary measures. The most revolutionary parliament can only confirm and make lawful what has already been accomplished by the people. The most that it might do is the spreading, at least on paper, in the whole country what has already been done in a large part of the country. It will only do so under pressure from the outside, and this kind of spreading will only proceed and be realized when on the spot and in fact the people are accomplishing a revolution. 238. We realize perfectly that even in the apparently good conditions of the present revolution in Russia, it will not be a social revolution. But it can be a step that makes the success of a social revolution in the future easier, if the improvement of the material and legal position of the peasants and workers is accomplished in a revolutionary way and not through lawful half measures. If the Russian Revolution will really have such a character, and a lot depends on our own actions in this respect, then a strong and powerful feudal bourgeois government will not be constituted, as was the case in the 17th century in England and in 1848 in Germany, and which hindered the further liberation of workers and peasants for a long time. If the Russian peasants win back their lands and both their personal and communal freedom, if they confirm the right to land for all those who want to work it with their own hands and force the Duma to recognize this accomplished fact, if the Russian workers at this moment, during the revolution that has started, conquer those conditions that give them the possibility for universal human development, not only by shortening the working day, but also through the recognition of their right and ability to organize and manage industrial production, if only they would accomplish this, although in the current situation they could accomplish more than whatever form the representative government will take in Russia, it will lack the power that Napoleon I had after the French Revolution, or Bismarck after the street uprisings in Berlin that forced the Prussian king to establish a parliament. In this case, the Russian parliament will no longer be a powerful bulwark of the bourgeoisie. At worst, it will only be a stillborn structure of a transitional period. 239. The experience of the last 2 years convinces us even more that we have to constantly keep in mind our ultimate goal, the destruction of capitalism and its loyal servant, the state, and their replacement by free communism, however far away its realization. Only this can give us a reliable criterion to measure the ongoing events and our own actions in times of revolution. But we would not act rationally if we were to restrict our fight to an exclusively economic program and not take part in the ongoing political struggle against autocracy. Autocracy is one of the most harmful forms of statehood because it gives the state such enormous powers that the fight against it demands incredible efforts and victims. In Russia the fight has already lasted 50 years, if not longer. Serfdom, which supported the state, has brought rural Russia to its current terrible and poor situation and keeps it there. Serfdom and economic destitution supported the state everywhere in Europe. Autocratic Russia was the gendarme of Europe against the people's revolutions of the year 1848. It helped more than any other state to smother the socialism of the year 1848, and together with England it was at the head of the coalition against revolutionary France in 1793. While we recognize the ideal of a future order without the state, we cannot forget the reality of the current situation in the expectation of the coming of a new order. We do not fight abstract concepts of the state but the existing governments that oppress nations. This is why our comrades in Western Europe and America, who know that whatever disguise state power dresses itself in, it is always the defender of the interests of the exploiters of the land, industry, trade, and stock markets, engage in a continuous struggle against it, whatever form it may take. As a consequence of this, we are destined to fight against state power in Russia where, thanks to a whole series of historical circumstances, autocracy is not only the enemy of all personal freedom of men but also erects and protects the most horrible forms of exploitation of the labor of the people and moreover, in a form that is forced upon the Russian people from the outside. Historical life does not keep itself to the limits that theorists of every hue try to confine it to. If the political form that in Russia will take the place of autocracy is some form of representative government, it does not follow at all that the Russian representative institutions necessarily have to be similar to the Prussian or German imperial parliament, the Reichstag. If the Russian people are successful at this moment to clip the wings of capitalism and the landed aristocracy, it will by the same act clip the wings of state power. This would make a feudal bourgeois parliament in the German manner impossible, but it will also render impossible a centralist republic in the French manner. If the uprising of the people in Russia is successful in undermining the power of the central government, they will carry out much of what in Europe is considered to be the task of ministerial civil servants. If the Russian people secure more economic and political rights in the peasant commune, in the agricultural society, in the Velocity 240 and the regions, if the people takes into its own hands the management of agriculture, production, education, infrastructure, mines, etc., and takes all these affairs out of the hands of the Petersburg civil servants, then the shape that the Russian state takes after the revolution will have a totally different character from those that followed the revolutions in England, France, and the United States. In this way, the further struggle against capitalism will be easier for the Russian people. In general, our socialist theorists were too hasty in their conclusion that Russia has to go through a phase with the same parliamentary form as the Germans received. Germany has not lived through a revolution yet. Its constitution was bestowed a gift of kings who were frightened by the French Revolution of 1848, it was not the fruit of revolution. We can therefore boldly declare that the extent of state power, that is the power of the bureaucracy, but also the extent of the subjugation of the individual and of the political freedom that Russia wins will depend on the level of activity that will be displayed in the current revolution by the extreme anti-governmental parties. And, in addition to this, the robustness of the rule of the bourgeoisie as well. If anarchists and factions close to them hand over the political revolution to the bourgeois Jacobins and their natural allies the Social Democrats who dream of the dictatorship of their party, they will betray the cause of the people, and their doing nothing will have consequences for the further course of history. The anarchist understanding of political relations is very close to Russian life, but the state, that is, the centralization of bureaucracy, is so foreign and far from Russian life and mentality that in this respect we face an enormous task exactly at the moment when the centralistas and the bureaucrats of all parties want to confirm their power on the ruins of the decayed autocratic order. There is nothing for us to do in the Duma. We will not enter the camp of the rulers. We will not expend our best energies in the erection of state power. But we would betray our program if, with only the reason that the Duma does not represent anarchist kinds of political relations, we would step aside and cease to be interested in its activities. On the contrary, before and after the establishment of the Duma we are obliged to clarify any unclear demands and calls for independence among the people. We will defend these demands stubbornly, try to realize them and demand their recognition from those who want to enter the Duma and, regardless of the way the members of the Duma imagine that they will decide on the problems of the life of the people, we have to insist on the following. Land all lands to the people, to those who work it with their own hands. Not as private ownership like the bourgeois parliaments of the French Revolution did, but as communal ownership. and transfer of the distribution of lands not into the hands of the Ministry of State Property, even if this would be a social democratic organ, but of the village communes themselves and of unions of village communes. 241. Factories and manufacturing companies, coal mines, railways not into the hands of the Ministry of Labor, but of the workers who themselves work in them, organized in free unions. Post and communications not into the hands of the Postal Directorate, but of those who, in person, at a certain time and place, execute postal communications. Education of the people not into the hands of Bogolpov's men 242 dressed in new costumes, but into the hands of the people itself, the peasants and workers themselves, the inhabitants of communities who will organize themselves for this reason into educational unions. And it is in this way we have to act in all matters. On every issue we will stand side by side with the people and fight together with them against the centralizing efforts of the Jacobin bourgeoisie and social democratic theorists. The more powerfully we act to defend our principles in every practical matter precisely at this moment of general collapse, the more we will do for the further development of anarchism. The revolution has provided us with the opportunity for us to step out of the realm of theory into practical agitation. It would be shameful to step away from this responsibility. A few more words. Looking at what has been accomplished in Russia by the anarchists so far, we have to admit that our comrades have hardly understood the full importance of the task facing us. A great deal of personal heroism has been exhibited in those 2 years. But it expressed itself in a way as if we thought it were possible to boldly declare war on the old order with a few individuals, to commit a few acts of terror and some thefts of money from the rich, in order to make the people rise, overturn the old order immediately and start the communist expropriation of riches. The revolution is, however, not such a simple affair. Without the people, without the masses, a revolution is impossible. But the masses, even if heroic acts cause them to think, will fail to rise if no serious preparatory agitation has been done amongst them. On the whole, the anarchists have to do a much more serious task in the revolution. We resolutely declare it to be more enormous than the work of lonely adventurers who get involved in a shooting. We have to become a revolutionary force, a force of the people, that would be able to help the people discover new ways for the revolutionary reconstruction of the whole of Russian life. What we have to do is not merely carry out some acts of personal heroism. Together with the Russian people we have to find what the anarchists of 1793-243 could not find: new ways to create new forms of the political union of the people, and in this way to lay down the foundations of a free, non-governmental, and federal life. France took the road to economic equality in its revolution. The United States, in the Revolution of 1773, showed the way to federalism. Russia now has to have such a revolution and realize new ways to an economic federalism that is combined with the right to individual freedom. Whatever comes out of the Russian Revolution, some seeds of this new development have to be planted in it. But it is we anarchists who have to plant them. Otherwise we will not live up to the demands that history has placed upon us, and to the tasks given to us by our party. In order to execute this task, we have to come out of our isolation, understand our great historical mission, and always, everywhere, we have to be with the people, among the people. Our relation with peasants and workers' unions. Amongst workers across the world at the present moment a deep movement is taking place with the goal to unite workers from various sectors into broad trade unions 244 and to put down the foundations for broad international organizations that embrace not only the separate sectors of labor, miners, manufacturers, weavers, dock workers, but also national federations of workers outside the existing political parties, including the social democratic parties. The effort to resurrect the International Working Men's Association, which wages a direct, unmediated battle of labor against capital not through parliament but directly by means that are generally available to all workers and only the workers, shows itself with new and impressive power at this moment. The workers of Western Europe and America are starting to notice that the social revolution they awaited at the end of the 1860s and for which they founded the International is moving further and further away, in the same proportion as the struggle of labor against capital is transferred into the hands of political parties, which in theory, as well as in practice, lead only to the extinction of the proletarians' revolutionary energy, and which, although it still keeps the name of class war, only teaches the workers how to make peace with their exploitation by the capitalists. The workers of Western Europe understand, too, that in the first attempt at the foundation of the future order, whether in villages, amongst the peasantry, or in a city or province that declares the commune, the organization of life and production on general communist principles will be the responsibility of workers' unions, and that these alone can execute the tremendous task of the reconstruction of industry in the interests of the whole of society. As a result of this, in Western Europe and in the United States, the so-called syndicalist movement, which consists of the self-organization of workers in trade unions with the goal of a direct struggle and direct action, direct, against capitalism and capitalists, grows stronger every year. Because they understood very well the importance of this movement, a section of our anarchist comrades in Western Europe has dedicated itself to this organizational work, and has won the trust of worker comrades who, united in syndicates, have become a serious revolutionary force among the workers' unions in the Latin countries, France, Spain, French Switzerland, and part of Italy. 245. While Social Democrats look to the workers' trade organizations for support in the fight for political power in parliaments, anarchists look to the workers' unions as cells of the future social order and as a powerful means for the preparation of the social revolution, which is not confined to a change of political regime but also transforms the current forms of economic life, e.g. the distribution of the manufactured riches and their means of production. The organization of workers into trade unions is still young in Russia, but a serious movement for the formation of broad workers' organizations has already started and the workers have already succeeded in showing their strength. What this awareness of the strength of workers' unions consists of is shown by the experience of the Russian Revolution. The workers' movement in January 1905 in Petersburg, the general strikes in Poland in May and the general strike of October of the same year, the peasant uprisings that began in 1904, all proved to be the strongest of the powers in the Russian Revolution and promoted the ends of the Russian Revolution more than all other powers combined. More than this, they also put the Russian revolutionary cause on a new foundation. The gains of the Russian revolutions are not the doing of any political party. They are primarily the result of the self-sacrifice of all the working masses. And only as a result of this is there ground to hope that the Russian Revolution will not be limited to a simple change in the form of political regime but will make the first steps on the way to the expropriation of land and the taking into common ownership of industrial capital. The Russian anarchists could be of tremendous use if they understood their own task and helped to awaken in the workers and peasants an understanding of their own power, of their determining voice in the revolution and of what they can accomplish in their own interests. With the convocation of the Duma, in which the Russian Social Democrats and Socialist revolutionaries, who have so far determined the revolutionary tactics of all groups, will actively participate, the revolutionary forces will be sidetracked towards the establishment of a bourgeois constitutional order. Here the workers and peasants' organizations have to act as a force that fights for the toilers' rights and to accomplish some real economic change in the ongoing revolution. Only what peasants and workers succeed in accomplishing now, during the revolution through direct action, and not through parliament, these alone will be the lasting gains of the Russian Revolution. In view of this, a heavy responsibility lies on the shoulders of the Russian anarchists. The time for theoretical discussions in separate small groups has passed. We have worked out our ideals and goals, we are people who are inspired by one common aim and who agree in general on the methods of action. But life is going forward quickly and demands much from us, much more than mere individual acts of heroism in the struggle with capitalism and its defenders in the government. It demands from us an active involvement in the life of the peasant and worker masses. Sometimes we are told that the Social Democrats organize the urban workers and the Socialist revolutionaries organize the peasants. But apart from the fact that both parties have only won over an insignificant part of the worker and peasant masses, the first primarily among the workers of the western part of Russia, the latter the peasants of only some districts gubernia, and that the greater part of the workers both in Petersburg and in Moscow are organized independently of any party. We have to remember that both organizations have particular goals in mind. At the moment that a people's representation on broader principles is formed, they plan to dive into parliamentary activity. And it will be the death of the revolution if the peasants and workers are convinced to wait for a change in economic conditions to arrive through parliament and not through their own activities. It is the responsibility of anarchists to be amongst the workers and to prevent the political parties from exploiting the workers' movement for the benefit of parliamentary tranquility. They have to produce revolutionary thought in workers' circles in order to make the peasant and worker unions into a force that could initiate, in practice and on the spot, a well-planned mass expropriation. The anarchists, when applying their ideas, will always be confronted with the question of whether to enter into existing workers' unions or to try to found new syndicates of an anarchist character. Our Western European comrades do not follow any particular program in this respect, and in every specific case base themselves on the facts prevailing at a given time and place, and even on their personal preferences. Some comrades succeeded in founding syndicates in Spain, France, and even in London, which, although they do not consist of the greater masses of workers of a particular profession but only a few of them, nevertheless by their zeal and active participation have had a great influence on all the workers of their profession. Always going in front in every strike and showing their organizational skills, they have succeeded in gaining a deep influence not only in their own circles but also in the federations of syndicates. Others entered into already existing workers' unions, especially in Spain, while remaining members of anarchist groups, and worked for the foundation of workers' unions without party loyalty. After having proven to be trustworthy to their comrades in a certain profession, they succeeded in having the workers' unions walk hand in hand with the anarchists and transfer the management of their trade union newspapers to the anarchists, and as experience has shown, the workers remained close to the anarchists, even during periods of extreme government persecution. We are convinced that it is not wise to make a decision on this issue once and for all. It is only possible to say that if a workers' union demands of its members that they recognize a social democratic program, the anarchists can do only one thing: found a new and perhaps smaller but free workers' union for the same profession. The anarchist who is fully conscious that workers' unions are a force for the future organization of society, and in the present revolutionary times have proven to be a revolutionary power, will normally discover in cooperation with his comrades the form of activity amongst workers' unions that is closest to his mentality and temperament. He should, however, never lose sight of the fact that the workers' unions should never become a weapon for political parliamentary parties, that their purpose is the direct struggle with capital and its protectors in the government and not to compromise with them in parliament. Their goal is not to soften the relations between the exploiters capitalists and the workers with fictional concessions, but to strive for the extinction of capitalism and the reorganization of political life on the foundations of a free agreement between workers' unions. When they keep these goals in mind at all times, not only when first raising the theoretical points of the program, but in order to implement them in life itself, anarchists who work in the syndicates will never risk losing themselves in the syndicates and becoming weapons in the hands of political bourgeois parties. Conclusions of the conference. I. Political and economic revolution. Our goal is the social revolution, the complete destruction of capitalism and the state, and their replacement by anarchist communism. We must always keep this ultimate goal in mind, and we have to stick to it as a basis to measure all that happens. The character of the revolution that started in Russia is clear. It is not a street uprising that ends with the convocation of parliament, but a revolution of the people that will last several years and that will completely tear down the old order and deeply change all economic relations, together with the political structure. We will have to fight against the old order in both these directions. To distinguish in this fight two periods, one to gain representative rule and another to implement economic reforms, we see as fundamentally impossible. We think, on the contrary, that the people will only gain from the revolution in the economic area that which it takes with its own hands in a revolutionary way. The most revolutionary Constituent Assembly will only be a compromise between the old and the new order and can only confirm on paper what the people has accomplished in reality. This, however, does not mean that we can remain neutral in the struggle that is now being fought against autocracy. We fight against the state not as an abstract idea, but in those forms that it takes in the life of nations. We fight against it always and everywhere, and obviously we have to fight against the worst of its embodiments, autocracy, that is, the strongest and most enduring form of state, the strongest bulwark of great land ownership and capitalism, the most terrible weapon of the rich and powerful to impoverish and enslave the people. The harder we fight the Russian autocratic government at this moment, the greater will be the improvement for the people, and our progress in bringing down the henchman Oprechnikov of the regime 246, and the weaker will be the new form of state dominance that can install itself on the ruins of autocracy. If the All-Russian Parliament protects the position of autocracy, the mass of the people will act even more strongly for the abolition of the autocracy, and the greater will be its part in the creation of new local forms in the life of the nation. The power of the bourgeoisie and of the landowners in Parliament will be all the weaker, and the easier it will be to continue the fight. We have nothing to do in the Duma, we have instead our own work to do. But our work is not to fight against those that favor the Duma and who fight against autocracy. Our task is to promote in the people the idea of the people taking all that is necessary for life and production, land, factories and manufacturing companies, railways, etc., and to fight together with the people against all laws that the lawmakers want to introduce in order to strengthen capitalism and state centralization. Our place is always and everywhere with the people and amongst the people, so that the Russian Revolution will be a step forward in comparison to the French and American revolutions. 2. On Theft and Expropriation 247. During our conference, the problem of so-called expropriation, individual and collective, was discussed in detail, and we wanted to explain our thoughts in the form of lessons and conclusions. We wanted to stress the necessity of reserving the word expropriation for the violent transfer of lands, factories, companies, houses, etc. from their current owners, which is executed by the whole of society, village, city, etc., in the interests of the whole village, city, region, or people, but not to use the word for the acts of individual or group appropriation of means or taking hold of property even in a revolutionary way. As we strive for the expropriation of land and other means of production by the Russian people, we should not, it seems to us, beforehand diminish the meaning of this great idea that is the foundation of the whole communist worldview. We also wanted to point out the danger for every revolutionary party, especially in times of revolution, if the confiscation of money, wherever it is possible and even for a strictly revolutionary goal, becomes part of the program of activities of the party and thus broadly applied. Although we completely recognize the necessities of a period of fighting, we wanted to show how an increase in acts of robbery that allowed armies to survive in enemy land has always degraded them, and we would like to remind the reader of how during the Great French Revolution, around the two extreme and revolutionary parties that had the common good in mind, a multitude of people gathered that aimed only at personal gain, and that popular opinion in the end could not distinguish between them. This situation of course was used first by the moderate party, but then by the reactionary party, against the extreme revolutionaries in order to suppress them and with them the revolution as well. We wanted to explain these and other considerations. However, over the last 2 to 3 weeks the affairs in Russia have taken another turn. The imperial regime has introduced military field courts, and these courts have started to convict all revolutionaries without mercy and single out with zeal those who are arrested during a robbery or are only suspected of participation. These convictions proceed every day and everywhere. In the prisons there are endless hangings, even of minors, without trial and investigation, on the accusation of robbery. Every day our revolutionaries die a heroic death and give their young lives for the liberation of the Russian people. At this moment, when the government is furiously arresting and convicting without investigation people for robbery, and even openly organizing riots, robbery and murder on the streets through the Black Hundreds 248, it is impossible to deliberate quietly on the question of whether it is effective for the revolution to rob state and other institutions. When pogroms and stealing from the Jews are organized in the ministries with the permission of the court at Peterhof, and those murdered by the Black Hundreds do not even have weapons to defend themselves, in these circumstances any deliberation is meaningless. By acting in this way, the government pushes everyone to general robbery and legitimizes all violence in advance. All that we can do, therefore, is to remind our comrades that we should never lose sight of the most important and greatest tasks of the revolution. When a war of life and death between the bureaucrats who surround the autocratic throne and the Russian people has begun, and when the rulers of Russia resort to means such as the hanging of minors without a trial, the beating of women and children in the streets, and the organization of robbery and pogroms with state resources, in these circumstances it is difficult to deliberate on moral principles. But, in any case, the crucial, all-powerful and all-conquering strength of the revolution lies not in material means. In the material aspect, every revolution is weaker than the state because every revolution is made by a minority. The main strength of the revolution lies in its moral greatness and in the greatness of the goals it tries to realize for the well-being of the whole people, in the sympathies that it meets in the masses and in the impression that it makes on millions of people in its powerful appeal. And this strength depends completely on the principles that it wants to create in real life. Without this moral strength, no revolution is possible. We should preserve this power more than anything, whatever the circumstances at any given moment of the struggle. We are only capable of preserving this moral strength of the revolution when we remember, always and everywhere, in the same way the Russian peasant does, that the goal of the revolution is not the transfer of riches from one private hand to another, but their transfer from private hands to the hands of society, of the masses of the people. We have to strive first of all for this highest social goal, but we have to remember that it is impossible to reach it alone, and that for this the collective action of the masses of the people is necessary. For this reason, it is necessary to adhere strictly to the moral viewpoint that the Russian revolutionary has always shown the Russian people. 3. On acts of individual and collective protest. In our literature it has been pointed out more than once the inevitability of individual and collective acts of protest against the buttresses of the contemporary social order that are called terrorist acts. 249 In non-revolutionary times, these acts are often a sign of social upheaval and they raise the spirit of independence in the masses. They are an example of personal heroism in serving the common cause, and in this way they wake up the indifferent majority. At the same time they undermine the belief in the might of the political and economic oppressors. During a revolutionary period, these acts become a general phenomenon, and it is not only heroic individuals who resist oppression with weapons. In such a time a person does not have to be a principled revolutionary in order to be sympathetic to this kind of act. However, although we agree with this general position, we have to keep in mind that the purpose of every terrorist act has to be measured against its results and the impression produced by it. These considerations may serve as a basis to decide which acts support the revolution and which acts are a senseless loss of lives and strength. The first condition therefore is that a given terrorist act should be understandable by everyone without lengthy explanations and a complicated motivation. There are individuals who are so infamous because of their activities in the whole country or for the population of a certain locality that the news of an attack on one of them will make everybody, without the aid of revolutionary publications, remember their past, and the terrorist act will be accepted as completely logical. If, in order to understand such an act, an ordinary person from the masses, not a revolutionary, would have to do some hard thinking, the influence of this act would be almost zero, or even negative. The act of protest will then become a murder in the eyes of the masses. We think it is utterly artificial to distinguish between political and economic terror, between centralist terror and diffuse terror. We fight in the same way against economic and political oppression, as well as against the repression by the central government and by local authorities. There is, however, another side to the problem of terror: its organization. We think that a terrorist act is a decision of one individual or of a circle of comrades who help the individual. That is why centralist terror, in which the acting individual plays the role of the executor of decisions of other people, is contrary to our perspective. In the same way that we find it impossible to hold comrades back from revolutionary actions in the name of party discipline, we also think it is impossible to ask them to give their lives for an action that was not decided and planned by them. The main difference between us and the political parties on the question of terror is that we do not think that terror can be used as a means to change the existing order, but see it as a natural feeling of an angry conscience, or of self-defense, and we consider that exactly because of this, it has the function of propaganda as it promotes the development of the same feeling of anger in the people. 4. The problem of organization. Russian communist anarchists, like their Western European comrades, deny every form of hierarchical organization that is characteristic of the parties of the state socialists and try to realize in their midst another type of organization on the foundation of the free agreement of independent groups amongst one another. A necessary condition for the persistence and success of this kind of organization is the intimate association of all members within every individual group, which is why in the cities and big villages it is better to have a few smaller groups, united in a federation, than one big group. Even in those cases when the individual groups take a special obligation upon themselves, they will not become ruling committees, as their decisions are not obligatory for other groups who are not in agreement. The connection between the different groups should not be reached through permanent committees of people that are chosen in advance for the management of the specific tasks of the federation. These committees always try to become, and very soon will become, a brake to further development, like any government. Experience has proved that a much better connection between the groups can be attained through special conferences which the groups call periodically at a certain interval of time and which consist of comrades who are delegated by their groups for a specific purpose. Its conclusions are not obligatory for the groups but can be accepted or rejected by them. This kind of organization prevents factions within the party better than the usual kind of hierarchical organization, and the experience of many years has shown that contrary to the dominant opinion within a multitude of free anarchist groups, it is easier to reach agreement and unity in actions through such means. Despite the absence of party discipline and compulsion, the different opinions on particular questions do not hinder agreement in practice, and on top of that, among the anarchists, a very important quality in revolutionary times is conserved the capacity of individual initiative. On the other hand, in hierarchical organizations that are obedient to a central power, agreement is only apparent, and discipline is paid for by long-term internal disagreements, during which the disagreeing factions paralyze one another's activities, and what has long outlived its time and should have disappeared by now is artificially supported by top-down discipline, killing the party. V. On workers' unions. In Russia and abroad, the question arises among anarchists as to whether we should take an active part in workers' organizations. As the experience in Europe shows, this question deserves serious attention. Among the workers of the world, at this moment, a deep movement is going on that aims to create an enormous organization comprising all categories of workers and organized internationally, outside the political parties. In other words, the workers are trying to breathe new life into the International of the 1860s in the form in which it existed until the intrigues of the German Social Democrats, who wanted to turn the International into a political party, hamstrung this powerful workers' organization. Workers understand that they have to play an important part when the revolution starts, and that only they have the power to give a social character to the revolution. They also understand that the powerful international trade unions that consist of all workers of a given professional sector are the framework from which they can start to build the future social and economic order. The Social Democrats consider the workers' unions as an aid in their political fight. The anarchists, on the other hand, consider them as natural organs for the direct struggle with capital and for the organization of the future order, organs that are inherently necessary to achieve the workers' own goals. In this respect, the anarchists in Western Europe have been successful. No less successful is our propaganda for the general strike that is quickly spreading among the workers' unions in Europe, America, and even Australia. 250. We could all appreciate the importance of the general strike for Russia last October, when even the unbelievers had to admit its revolutionary potential. But in the near future the workers' unions will prove even more necessary. With the convocation of the Duma, many revolutionary forces will be occupied with the creation of a bourgeois order, and the workers' unions have to act more and more as a socialist and communist power, relying on themselves alone. Considering this, we think that we should take an active part in the activities of the workers' unions in order to prevent them from being exploited by political parties, to infuse them with the revolutionary idea, and to try to mold them into a power capable of executing a planned and mass expropriation. In practice, our question is whether anarchists should become part of already existing workers' unions, or whether we should try to create new unions on anarchist principles. Before we can answer this question, we would like to confirm our deliberations with the results of the work of local people in Russia. We think, however, that wherever the possibility arises, anarchists should start building new workers and anarchist unions that should participate in a federation with other unions of the same sector. Where unions without a party character already exist, anarchists should become members of those unions. 6. The general strike. At the present time we can boldly declare that the general strike, proclaimed by our Western European comrades as a means of producing a revolution, has proved to be a powerful weapon in the struggle, and that in the times we are living through in Russia, it can be applied with more unity of spirit and completeness than were deemed possible before. We think, therefore, that in the future the general strike has to be considered as a powerful method in the struggle. When we look at the experience of last winter, however, we have to remember that the general strike is not an instrument that can be used by the will of central committees and that can simply be decreed by an order of the majority of workers' delegates. Not to mention the fact that a general strike, for the mass of the workers, is accompanied by continuous deprivations and sufferings, and for this reason workers can only use this method of struggle with large periods of time between attempts. In general, a strike can only be successful when it is willed by a large majority of the workers involved. If, in general, a majority of a small number of representatives making decisions on issues is a bad method of organizing, then it especially cannot be applied in this case, and every effort to force a general strike on workers with the goal of fighting against the autocracy can only produce heavy losses, defeat, and disillusionment, when the necessity for a general strike is not recognized as appropriate at a given time by a large number of workers. We want to add that although a general strike is a good method of struggle, it does not free the people that use it from the necessity of an armed struggle against the dominating order. While confirming once again the importance of the general strike, we also want to point to the necessity of not losing sight of the necessary preparatory work amongst the peasants and the workers to the end of using immediately the first fruits of the victories that were gained through the general strike, and not waiting for the further development of affairs but starting the expropriation of lands and means of production and consumption immediately, even in the most distant localities and cities, wherever this seems possible. Enough of illusions. This article from Freedom, August 1907, sees Kropotkin discussing the necessity of turning the Russian Revolution from a political one to a social one, specifically the expropriation of land and workplaces by the masses. Originally published in Les Temps Nouveaux in July 1907, a different translation appeared in Emma Goldman's Mother Earth in September 1907. The dissolution of the Second Duma marks the close of the first period of the revolution in Russia, the period of illusion. These illusions began from the day when Nicholas II, terrified by the general strike of October 1905, signed a manifesto in which he promised to summon representatives of the people and to govern Russia with their help. It will, no doubt, be remembered under what conditions these promises were wrestled from the autocrat. The whole life of Russia, industrial, commercial, and administrative, had been brought to a standstill by the general strike. It was not the revolutionists, and still less was it the political parties, who called forth this grand manifestation of the people's will. The strike began in Moscow, and spread spontaneously throughout all Russia, with one of those great popular thrills which sometimes rouse up millions of men, making them act with a single purpose and with a striking unanimity. In this way even miracles are accomplished. The mills and factories were silent. The railways were idle, and provisions of all kinds were heaped in the station yards, while in the towns, the bulk of the people were without food. The total darkness and deathly silence of the streets sowed terror in the hearts of the ruling classes, who were left without news from the interior of Russia, for the post and telegraph offices also had ceased to work. Nothing but fear for himself and his family led Nicholas II to consent to Count Sergeyewicz's proposals, and to summon the National Assembly, the Duma. And it was sheer fright at the sight of the crowd of 300,000 men flooding the streets of St. Petersburg, preparing to attack the prisons, that decided him 3 days later to sign the amnesty. As can be imagined, no confidence was to be placed in these first feeble signs of constitutional freedom extorted from an autocrat in this manner. The history of 1848 proves that such constitutional rights are worth nothing unless the people, even at the price of blood, change the paper concessions into real concessions, unless the people themselves extend their rights by beginning the reconstruction of the whole of society on principles of communal independence. If this is not done, the rulers let the spirit of the people wear itself out in rejoicings, and in the interval they get ready the loyal troops. They make lists of the names of agitators to be arrested when convenient, or simply exterminated within a year or a few months. They retract their promises and shoot down the people, thus avenging upon them the terror and humiliations they have undergone. But Russia suffered so much during this half-century from hunger and all kinds of governmental oppression, and the intellectuals were so severely tried during those long years of unequal struggle, that the first concessions of the crafty Romanov were accepted in good faith. Russia rejoiced, and celebrated a new era of liberty. And yet, the same day that Nicholas II signed the Manifesto of 30th October 251 and endorsed the liberal program of the ministry, he appointed a secret government under the orders of Trepov 252 with the purpose of paralysing these same reforms. We have told elsewhere how in these same days, while the people assembled in crowds in the streets, accepting in good faith the Tsar's promises, the secret police printed with all speed, by order of the secret government, proclamations in which it invited the hooligans of the larger towns to exterminate the intellectuals and the Jews, and sent its agents to organize the pogroms on the spot. We have told how these agents armed their men with revolvers paid for by the state, how at Tver and at Tomsk they set fire to the houses where radical meetings were held, and how they made the troops fire on the crowd of demonstrators, on their wives and children. And lastly, we know how Trepov, the right hand of the Tsar, ordered the troops not to economize in cartridges when they attacked the popular demonstrations. One had a shrewd suspicion of the origin of these pogroms, yet at this point our radicals again found themselves in a familiar position. They knew so little of what was going on in government circles, they know no more today, that the policy of the crafty Nicholas II did not begin to disclose itself until 7 or 8 months later, at the time of the statement made by Urazov in the First Duma. 253. But even then the simple good nature of Russia continued to say that it was not the fault of the Tsar, but of his counselors. He is too weak to be so cunning as that, they said, when in reality, and we begin at last to perceive it, he is too wicked not to be cunning. And so while the secret government of Peterhof sent agents into the towns, and hordes of Cossacks into the villages to flog and shoot the peasants, our radicals and our socialists were talking of a parliament. They formed parliamentary parties, with all the inevitable intrigues of party politics, and already regarded themselves as living under constitutional forms such as England has elaborated by centuries of work. Only here and there on the outskirts of Russia was it understood that advantage should be taken of the disorganization of the government to rise in insurrection and break up the local institutions that helped to maintain the imperial authority. The Baltic provinces, Guria with western Georgia and a part of the Trans-Siberian Railway, rose in this way. The Gurians and the Lets showed then how a popular insurrection should proceed. They began to introduce at once, on the spot, their new revolutionary autonomous organization. Unhappily, these outbreaks were not supported by their immediate neighbors, and still less by Central Russia and Poland. There, even where the Russian villages revolted, the towns gave them no support. There was nothing similar to what happened in France in July 1789, especially in the west, where the villages rose in insurrection, broke up their old municipalities and, beginning from the bottom upwards, organized their sections, and proceeded to reconstruct the whole municipal administration without waiting for the decrees of either the king or the assembly. But the attempted insurrection in Moscow did not find enough support in the mass of the people, and the organizers could not proclaim what has always been the strength of revolutions, the independent commune. During the preceding years, the German ideas of governmental centralization and of discipline had been actively propagated among the Russian revolutionists, while at the same time the ideals of the socialists dwindled to a disheartening commonplaceness. The result now made itself felt. Our revolutionists knew how to march heroically to death, but they did not know how to extricate and uphold the ideas of the revolution. If these ideas were germinating among the people, no one knew how to formulate them. These outbreaks were crushed out. The trains that transported the Semenovsky regiment from St. Petersburg to Moscow rolled on, and were allowed to pass by those who were waiting for directions from no one knows where. The punitive expedition of Mellers-Zakomelsky crossed the whole of Siberia and arrived without hindrances as far as Chita, even when the whole of the Trans-Siberian line was on strike. It was allowed to pass. The expeditions of Orlov behaved like hordes of barbarians in the Baltic provinces, but neither Lithuania nor Poland came to the aid of the peasants in revolt. Guria was sacked by the soldiers of the Tsar, and there, where the Russian peasants revolted, the Cossacks behaved like the minions of Ivan the Terrible 254 in former times. And yet the all too naive faith in the Duma was maintained. Not that it was regarded as a possible obstacle to the arbitrariness of the Tsar's minions as an institution which, in its limited sphere of action, might also help to curb those gentlemen of Peterhof. No, it was rather considered as the future bulwark of legality. And why? Because, said our intellectuals, the autocracy could not be maintained without raising loans from foreigners, and the banks would not lend unless the loan was confirmed by the Duma. And this was said at the very moment when the French and English governments were guaranteeing a new loan, simply because they wanted the support of Russia in the war they were contemplating against Germany. As if Turkey, bankrupt 10 times over, has not always been able to raise new loans, even for war purposes. As if the Western bankers themselves do not try to lead the greatest possible number of states into the present position of Greece and Egypt, that is to say, where a committee of bankers seizes, in guarantee of its loans, the administration of a part of the country or of the national revenues. And as if, lastly, the crown pilferers have any objection to pawning the revenues or selling the state railways, the gold mines, the brandy monopoly, and so forth. Even the closing of the First Duma and the horrors of the courts-martial, through which more than 2,000 men were executed in 7 months, did not open the eyes of our politicians. They continued to believe in the magic powers of the Duma, in the possibility of obtaining constitutional liberties by means of it. The whole work of the representatives in the 2 Dumas goes to prove this. There are some words, great words, that have gone round the world and inspired men, giving them strength to fight and to die if necessary. If the Duma could not make any law capable of changing the life of Russia, it could at least have uttered those words. In times of revolution, when everything has to be broken down and nothing constructive can be attempted, enthusiasm is more powerful than anything else. And principles and words of inspiration are then of greater import than a stupid little law passed by Parliament, for a law cannot be more than a compromise between the spirit of the future and the moldiness of the past. The National Assembly of 1789 was one in spirit with Paris. They acted and reacted upon each other. Would the wretched people of Paris have revolted on July 14 if the Tiers État Third Estate had not, 3 weeks earlier, taken the oath of the tennis court? 255 granted that there was something theatrical in this oath, granted that, if Paris had not risen in insurrection, the representatives of the people gathered at Versailles would have separated as quietly as those of the Duma, granted all that, yet the words uttered on that day gave an impulse to the whole of France. And when the Assembly proclaimed the rights of man, the revolutionary spirit of the new era spread over the whole world. Today we know that Louis XVI would never have passed a law for the expropriation of the nobles' feudal rights, Even with the powers of repurchase, we know that the assembly itself, just like the Russian cadets, did not desire such a law. Nevertheless, the assembly threw out this watchword as the first article of its resolution of August 4, the feudal rights are abolished, but the peasants, readily confusing a resolution with a law, decided never again to pay any feudal tenure. These were words, but they gave a shock to the revolution and pushed it forward. But they were not only words, for the French representatives, taking advantage of the confusion of government, began also to break down the old institutions, and, urged by the people, they substituted the old royal judges and the rotten magistrates by a communal and municipal organization which became a real force in the revolution. Other times, other conditions, it will be said. It is true. But it is by illusions that Russia has been prevented from grasping the true situation. Our politicians believe to such an extent in the magic power of the words representatives of the people, and they so little understand the strength of the old regime, that no one has asked himself the question, what, then, ought the Russian Revolution to be? To tell the truth, they have not been the only ones to deceive themselves. Our anarchist comrades fell into the same error when they believed that the heroic acts of a little handful of men would be enough to rouse the people to insurrection and to demolish the fortress of the old regime. Thousands of heroes have perished, but the old order stands firm and continues to crush us. Yes, the age of illusions has come to its end. The first assault is driven back, the next one must be prepared, but with a full realization of the strength of the old order, and on a broader basis than before. Without the pressure of the people, no revolution. Every effort should now be made for the mass of the people to throw themselves into the struggle, for they alone can paralyze the armies of the old world and dismantle its fortresses. In the whole of Russia, in each of its smallest parts and over its entire breadth, this work must be done. Enough of illusions, enough of hopes, whether in the Duma or in a handful of hero saviors. The work of demolition can only be accomplished by the direct participation of the whole of the people. And they will only act in the name of their immediate and popular needs. The land to the peasant, the factory, the workshop, the railway, and the rest to the worker. And everywhere the commune, free and revolutionary, taking into its hands the economic life of the people. And all this, not managed up there at St. Petersburg by the bureaucrats or by the deputies, but at home, in every town and village by the people themselves. Such should be the watchword for the second period of the revolution now beginning. Message to the workers of the Western world. This letter summarizes Kropotkin's views on the Russian Revolution. It reiterates the importance of local action, working class self-organization and mass participation in solving the many problems which a social revolution inevitably creates. This is the original English-language version published in the Labor Leader on July 22, 1920. Dmitrov. June 10, 1920. I have been asked whether I have not some message to send to the working men of the Western world. Surely, there is much to say about the current events in Russia, and much to learn from them. The message might be long. But I shall indicate only some main points. First of all, the working men of the civilized world and their friends in the other classes ought to induce their governments entirely to abandon the idea of an armed intervention in the affairs of Russia, whether open or disguised, whether military or in the shape of subventions to different nations. Russia is now living through a revolution of the same depth and the same importance as the British nation underwent in 1639 to 1648, and France in 1789 to 1794, and every nation should refuse to play the shameful part that Great Britain, Prussia, Austria, and Russia played during the French Revolution. Moreover, it must be kept in view that the Russian Revolution, while it is trying to build up a society where the whole produce of the joint efforts of labor, technical skill, and scientific knowledge should go entirely to the Commonwealth itself, is not a mere accident in the struggle of different parties. It is something that has been prepared by nearly a century of communist and socialist propaganda, since the times of Robert Owen, Saint-Simon, and Fourier, and although the attempt at introducing the new society by means of the dictatorship of one party is apparently doomed to be a failure, it nevertheless must be recognized that the revolution has already introduced into our everyday life new conceptions about the rights of labor, its true position in society, and the duties of every citizen, which have come to stay. Altogether, not only the working men, but all the progressive elements of the civilized nation